in session. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will start right off the bat with a wonderful item brought to us by Vice Mayor Lee and Councilmember Kasachek. They've requested a discussion regarding the adoption of a local Crown Act. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to turn it right over to Councilmember Kasachek for him to kick it off.
Okay, thanks. So just before COVID hit, there was a news story of high school wrestler who was made to trim his locks before being allowed to compete. It was disgusting, it was demeaning, and it was discriminatory. I thought it was an anomaly. Fast forward to a recent conversation I had with U of A track coach Fred Harvey, and he said that sort of thing is all too common these days. We have Annie Sykes from the NAACP and also the Tucson Black Women's Task Force on. She has also confirmed it. We should be so much better than that in this community, and we are. So I'm going to just ask Annie to kick it off, and then we'll turn it over to Vice Mayor Lee to introduce Desiree Cook to also add some thoughts. And so Annie, you're on.
Well, good morning. Honor to Mayor and Council. I am Annie Sykes. I'm the president of the Black Women's Task Force. And our mission is to educate, empower women through support and networking for equality and success in the Tucson community. The Crown Act came to us in 2019. That's when it was formed by the Dove Corporation and its allies. Holly Mitchell in California works with the Dove Corporation and got it into legislation in California. So we saw that as we were working on what would have been our biannual conference. So we started to research it. And what we had found was Geraldine Petton that was in the House in Arizona had a House bill that she was trying to introduce. Well, much to our chagrin, Ms. Petton was up for re-election and it never made it to the floor. But subsequent to that, we started getting emails about different cities that were enacting the Crown Act in their local municipalities. And right now, there are 9 cities. Albuquerque was the latest one. And if the city of Tucson does it, it would be number 10. I think that the city of Tucson wants to be sure that there are no barriers for people in the workplace and in schools. These barriers are usually rooted in bias and prejudice. I know that there's a large percentage of African American women, and including men as well. During the survey by the Dove Corporation, they did 1,000 Black women and 1,000 white women, and 30% of Black women were more likely to be made aware of a formal workplace appearance policy, which means they're scrutinizing the hairstyles in the workplace. During the survey, also, it's that more than likely to be judged more harshly with their hair were Black women than other women. We are hoping that the City Council would look at this and become the 10th city in the nation to enact a local municipality Crown Act, which would prohibit people.
She just muted herself.
She did.
Annie, you muted yourself.
You
Annie, I
may
think
need to,
to press *6 to unmute yourself. You're on the phone.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, I believe you're back on.
Okay, sorry.
You were
Well,
just
you know,
asking us to pass the start preparing for a Crown Act for the city of Tucson. So
yes, ma'am. That's what I'm hoping that we're about to do.
thank you, Annie. Vice
Thank
Mayor?
you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Annie for bringing this to Councilmember Kozaczek, and I want to thank Councilmember Kozaczek for reaching out to me. Our family is a mixed race family, and the topic of hair is something that is part of our conversation all the time. And so this is something that means a lot to our family personally, and it's with great honor that I am able to introduce my friend and such a powerful leader in our community to come talk about why this is such an important issue. So Desiree, ma'am, the floor is yours.
Hello, I just want to say thank you all for allowing me to be in your presence, Mayor and Council. Desiree Cook. I am a licensed master natural hair stylist here locally, as well as founder and CEO of a local 501c3 nonprofit called I Am You 360. So I definitely come from a different perspective as a natural hair stylist. I work with many African American youth and adults, and I am really strongly believing in hair education, learning your hair type, hair texture, and the things that our hair can do. Our hair is very mobile, and I can't even tell you, it's a form of CPR in discovering you and your uniqueness and the things that the hair can do. It is truly a form of a crown in the way that we can honor our hair. It also is a way of honoring our ancestors, those that have paved the way for us and allowing us to manipulate our hair in so many different ways, because that is who we are. We're very creative and unique when it comes to our hair. I truly believe as long as the hair is clean, that should not close any door when it comes in a workplace, whether it comes to advancement or simply being an amazing coworker, or even in a school place. And so what it does for us, it unifies, it builds conversation. I can't tell you whether it be in my community and educating foster care parents that have blended in African-American children, or even kinship parents, whether it be aunt, uncle, grandparent taking care of their children and have an African-American child in their home. It's empowering to understand the hair and to be able to spend that as a bonding time and using positive affirmation as you're speaking to that child. Our hair, we definitely don't like to use the word nappy. It is overly curly, or it could be kinky. Our hair grows from the scalp. We are 80% of our scalp, so or skin, I should say. 80% is skin, and our hair grows from our scalp. So how our hair comes out of our scalp, definitely is this something that belongs to our culture as well as our ancestry. So once you develop that conversation, whether it's in the chair or with people of our community, I guarantee you, again, it is a form of CPR within our community. It comes alive, and it allows us to have open conversations about who we are and our uniqueness. And also, I do want to add, it is a form of seeing the African-American or blended community inside out. Judge me for my character and not how my hair is growing out of my hair. We actually teach a class. It is called Your Hair is Your Crown, because we hear so many, especially from foster care parents, that struggle with their hair types. It's because of lack of education education and lack of awareness. And what happens is the child's hair is cut off so that it'll make it easier to go about their day and caring for that child. That's not necessarily the answer. And people talk, and once you become empowered and understand how to manipulate the hair, then you could share that with someone else. And then it becomes a true movement, and having that open conversation. On a personal level, I have signed the Crown Act petition. And again, this allows us to be a voice for the voiceless, and the opportunity to speak through our African American community because of our hair. Our hair does many things. It can be manipulated in many ways. So we do ask that that crown is honored, whether it be in school, the community, or the workplace. Though we are small in the Tucson community, it would speak volume in our Tucson community, and putting the spotlight on being open-minded to the hair culture. And so I, as a stylist, wear my hair in many ways, and I just ask that you be open-minded, Mayor and Council, to actually allow people to adorn their crown and enhance their crown, because it is a form of honoring our ancestors and our culture.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik, I just want to acknowledge the wonderful speakers and community activists that we have in Annie and Desiree. And I want to thank Councilmember Kozachik and Vice Mayor Lee for bringing this item to us. It is so exciting for me to be able to have this particular item on the study session agenda, and hopefully we're going to pretty soon get a motion to start give direction to the city manager and the city attorney to do Crown Act here in Tucson. I just want to commend those activists here in Tucson and throughout the country that are really talking about hair and even features, and especially with the Latinx community, and culture and pride in who you are is something that's very exciting to have in front of us. I looked before the meeting started, I looked on the filmmaker that did a cute, beautiful animated movie called Hair Love. The filmmaker is Matthew Cherry, and it really is about teaching young children to love who they are. Everything about them is special, and the hair included is unbelievable. And so I love this movement of being able to say, this is who we are naturally, and we love it. And being able to move on something like this today is wonderful and the right step to take.
You're so good.
Mm-hmm. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, go ahead. We're all waiting.
Nikki, go ahead.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Annie and Desiree, for your time, and for Councilmember Kozachik looping me and allowing me to be a part of this. And with that, I would like to make a motion that we direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance for a Crown Act for the city of Tucson.
And I'll second that, and so that those who haven't done their homework know, CROWN is an acronym for creating a respectful and open world for natural hair.
So there is a motion and a second. I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if Mr. Rankin can ask the City Human Relations Ordinance, how can that help in this effort? And also, would the City of Tucson's Equal Opportunity Office be the enforced mechanism for any proposed ordinance? And what, in terms of the penalties, where do these other cities and states have on their books for the Crown laws?
Got it. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres. So The human relations section of our code is exactly where I would put the amendments to add the provisions of a Tucson Crown Act into our code. Those are the provisions in our code that already provide for anti-discrimination in places of public accommodation and in the workplace. So that is in fact the place where we would fit these in. That code is enforced generally administratively, but it for places that public accommodation that would not come into compliance after notice, then they face civil infraction penalties. And as was mentioned in the discussion, I think there's 8 or 9 other jurisdictions that have adopted these measures at a local level. I'll be looking at those in terms of the types of penalty provisions so that when it's presented to the mayor and council, it'll be similar to those other acts in other jurisdictions. But it would be a civil infraction penalty fines.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michael. And I want to thank Annie and Desiree also for coming and presenting this thing. And I want to thank Steve and Nikki for bringing this forward to us. Thank you, guys. This is important.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Again, also want to thank, my colleagues in the council, Councilmember Kozaczek and Vice Mayor Lee, for bringing this forward, especially during the month of February, when we are honoring, celebrating Black history, which is American history, which is also the story of Black excellence. And so I, just wanted to make sure that we're understanding that this, this ordinance, this act was made to protect, Black, Indigenous, people of color, our Black relatives against hair discrimination, and that's not to be confused with appropriating, hairstyles or appropriating culture under this law. And that I, also want to bring up that a lot of this change starts within the city, and how we have standards in place right now, including the 911 call center, which uses the military style uniform dress code, which doesn't allow, for natural hair in the workplace. So I just want to make sure that we're lining up the step that we're taking with this ordinance into our own policies within our city departments as well.
Mike?
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, it's a good point. I think together with an ordinance would be consistent revisions to our own administrative directives with respect to our own workplace standards. In that vein, I do want to note that the public safety agencies, specifically Tucson Fire and Tucson Police, there are some national standards, particularly for example, for firefighters, that are necessary to make sure that PPE fits appropriately, et cetera. So those we'll recognize those, and those will remain in place. But your point is taken about incorporating these changes otherwise into our own workplace rules.
Great point, Councilmember Santa Cruz. And on that vein as well, will this ordinance and other ordinances similar to what we're trying to pass here, is it also, besides working on ourselves internally to make sure that we're following this this ordinance, externally, how does it work? How do we make sure that it's not just an internal ordinance that we follow, but that we can actually also put it outside to businesses and companies and schools to make sure that they are following this ordinance that we want to comply with in the city of Tucson proper?
Mayor, that's the reason why we would build it into our human relations existing code provisions, which already apply to places of public accommodation. So it applies to places that where the public is invited to come. And so this would be an external facing as well as an internal change in terms of our own regulations.
Wonderful. Any other of my colleagues, anyone else that has any questions?
I want someone to choose that.
Also thank Desiree and Annie for showing up and taking the time out to share with us.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to continued partnership. This is a good day.
Well done, Citizen Vice Mayor. Well done.
Thank you.
So with that, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you, Desiree, Annie, for coming in and presenting to us. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Please stay safe. Thank you.
You too. Stay healthy.
Wow.
Councilmember Kozaczek, thank you for that, as well as Vice Mayor Lee. We move on to item 2. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency. And before I toss it over to the city manager, as we usually do, since this is a pretty meaty item, we will be talking about testings and vaccines, as well as the joint meeting that we had with Pima County and the announcement of the governor sending $14 million to Pima County. And we will then have a conversation about my request added last week on this item regarding childcare. Before, I'd like to do a little bit of an update on COVID testing to date. One notable trend is that testing numbers are going down throughout Pima County. El Pueblo daily numbers have dropped to less than 100 tests daily. Udall continues to be holding about 200 tests daily. With the permission of Parks and Rec, the city of Tucson, we have partnered with ASU and TUSD for drive-up COVID testing, only for TUSD staff, and it's by appointment only at High Corbett Field, which is something that's very, very good. And I'm glad that the city is able to be a resource for community partners with logistical support on that effort. With that, I'd like to toss it over to Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So I'll give you just a few more tidbits there, and I will make a recommendation with regard to the testing for the council to consider. Mayor, as you mentioned, our tests at Pueblo are significantly down. This past Saturday, we had 18 tests for the whole day, so that obviously is telling us that the demand is remaining. As you mentioned, Udall's in the same boat. As a summary of the conversation that you all had with the Board of Supervisors last week, you know that the county is challenging the state to provide testing and is planning to shut down their testing operations. I believe it's March 2nd. So next week will be their shutdown, if you will, at least of what they've noticed us. I would suggest we have built in the dollars to carry us through March 2nd at this point. Mayor and members of the council, I would suggest that we scale back the hours for the remainder of this time and think about shutting down our testing operation next week. And I think that the focus and emphasis on our vaccine and vaccine support and starting to transition. I know, Mayor, you had mentioned pushing for other locations for vaccines. And I know that's a conversation that I've had both with you and with Councilmember Fimbres, you know, looking at potentially El Pueblo or some of the other areas in the southern part of the community. So based on what I'm seeing, we have built in the dollars now to get us through the end of this week, which is the end of the month. I can continue for a few more days next week, but I would suggest that the council consider shutting down, or at least for now, shutting down until we can identify additional dollars for testing. With regard, Mayor and members of the council, to our vaccinations, We unfortunately had to reschedule a lot of folks yesterday and today because of the lack of vaccines. I think we had sent you all a note on that. Fortunately, we were able to make contact with most everybody, and so everybody understands due to some of the challenges we've had in just receiving the vaccine, weather, and some of the other challenges that we discussed last week. You're aware of that. We are back up and running again tomorrow and the rest of the week. We did get an allocation of over 10,000 vaccines, which is great. So really happy with that. Looking forward to getting those administered and getting them going. I did want to mention, Mayor, I think one of the concerns that we've all expressed, I know that Councilmember Cunningham was at the helm in expressing concerns about the scheduling. I mean, really all of you have been. We are seeing an improvement in the scheduling effort. So just know that it's working much better. We are filling appointments based on the current eligibility. And so that is going a lot better than what I had reported to you a couple of weeks ago. So thank you for the noise on that, because I think it helped to get people's attention that it was important, and it was very inefficient the way we were running. I will tell you that we're going to shoot for about 2,200 vaccines in the next couple of days each day. Those will be record days for us at the TCC. We'll see how we do. As you know, our previous record was about just shy of 1,500. So we think we've got capacity for that, but we're definitely going to be pushing the envelope to try to get caught up on those folks that we had to reschedule. I believe Councilmember Fiembres had asked me a couple times about employees. We have vaccinated just shy of 1,800 employees that we're tracking. Those numbers aren't perfectly exact because of some HIPAA concerns and so forth, but we are tending to track that. Keep in mind that in our public safety ranks, we also have folks that have had the virus, and so there's some wait periods there. So that number of folks that have been through actually is a little larger than the 1,800. The second question was, when do we expect the rest of the staff to get through? The short answer is we don't know, because it's going to be a function of scheduling, the tiers, et cetera. However, I did send out a note yesterday to the staff asking them to notify those employees that are 65 plus to get registered. We'll help them with that, and we'll start processing them through the system. So that really concludes just a kind of high level conversation around both the testing and the vaccinations. Mayor, I'll pause there in case there's any questions on either one of those two.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ortega. My question is, we heard live at the table actually last Friday with the joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council that the governor had decided to spread $100 million of those 416 million sent in through the federal government to pay for testing and vaccinations. And it sounds like Pima County will receive $14 million. For me, my question is, how do we make sure that in partnership with Pima County, the costs that the city of Tucson is bearing at the TCC for vaccination is covered, either by these funds or FEMA funds or additional funds by Governor Ducey, to make sure that that the city of Tucson is not going to lose general fund money is the right thing to do. I think it's important that we have the TCC pod, but at the same time, I believe that it is a responsibility that should be borne by those state funds. So how much are we in at the TCC in terms of general funds? And are we going to partner with Pima County on those 14 million, or I would suggest that we go to the governor and say, hey, we've been spending some money on vaccination in the city of Tucson as well. So.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. So first of all, the county's allocation of that 100 million based on the distribution formula is about 14 million. That's pretty much going to be used for reimbursing them for testing. That's my understanding based on the report that was given on Friday. Keeping in mind that they've expended about $40 million, as I recall, on testing so far. So I'm expecting those dollars will go towards that reimbursement. With regard to our relationship with them, as you heard, we are in reimbursement on the TCC expenses. We spend about $15,000 a day all in. That's both our out-of-pocket costs as well as our allocated costs for that. So as time goes on, I'm expecting that we will jointly, I suspect that it'll probably be from your office, Mayor, as well as from the chair of the Board of Supervisors, put the state on notice for that reimbursement of those costs, not only our costs, but the other 5 pods that are within the region. And I do expect that to happen fairly quickly.
With the TCC, what's the update amount that the city of Tucson has spent so far at the TCC pod?
Mayor, I'm going to go on a limb here. I'll get you the number before the exact number before the end of the conversation. But as I recall, it's about $500,000 we're into it thus far.
Okay, I would request that my colleagues think about the next step in terms of how we recover those general funds. Again, it's the right thing to do. To be able to stand up and help with the Tucson Convention Center pod, but I would ask my colleagues that we consider either writing a letter to the governor asking for reimbursement of these funds while we await the federal government in terms of Congress acting on the next relief package, which by all indication indicates that the federal government will send direct funds to cities and counties. So Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Actually, I think Richard beat me to the punch.
Alrighty, Councilmember Fimbres and then Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Michael, Madam Mayor, in regards to the 14 million, that means it's going to stay with the county, the complete amount of money for covering their costs. What about we got to? And I heard that we're going to stop testing.
So, Mayor, two pieces of that. First, Councilmember Fimbres, the $14 goes to the county. I've not heard any conversation about them doing anything other than reimbursing the cost that they've already got into the testing effort. As I think what was reported on Friday by Mr. Huckleberry is about a $40 million out-of-pocket expense. So they'll take that as offsetting some of those costs. So that's number one. Number two, Mr. Fimbres, what I'm seeing is a significant drop in numbers at both Udall and at El Pueblo for testing. And I'm suggesting that the council consider shutting those down next week, keeping in mind 2 things. One, I'll be out of money for dollars that we've established for that within the near term. But 2, if Pima County shuts down, they're actually paying for the Udall piece. And Udall, the actual testing component of that is paid for directly by the county. What we're paying for are janitorial services, some of the staffing and security, but the actual testing piece of that is paid for by the county.
So when would the time be to shut this down, and what message is it? Because I think there's mixed messages, because we keep hearing in the paper they're going to shut down the testing, so people stop going to these facilities to be tested because they're under the impression they were shutting down or shut down. So how are we getting communication out to the community?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. So I'm not sure where that messaging is coming from. I know that there may have been some media reports based on a letter that was sent from the county administrator to the state saying that they would be shutting down if they didn't get relief quickly. And I believe that the date that he used was March 2nd. That messaging has not come from us. This is really the first time that we're talking about it, and that I'm recommending that the council consider that. Otherwise, we'll have to continue spending dollars outside of that.
So I agree with the mayor that we need to send a letter to the governor saying we need reimbursement of that $500,000 so we can continue testing of our residents in this community.
The $500,000, Councilmember Phoenix, is for the vaccination pod at the Tucson Convention Center. The UDOL testing side, the city of Tucson put $2.5 million into that testing. As of today, as I understand, Mr. Ortega, the county is paying for testing at UDOL, and the city of Tucson is paying for testing at El Pueblo Activity Center in partnership with El Rio. So based on what I'm hearing, Mr. Ortega is suggesting that we stop testing at El Pueblo once the CARES funds are exhausted. And that's coming up March 2nd, I think you said?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Kozachik, and then
Okay, thanks. Mike or Mayor, maybe I missed something in the aftermath of our joint meeting last week where they announced the $14 million, Kara Christ came out and said, oh, by the way, you can't use that for reimbursement. It has to be for costs going forward. Has that been amended, or are they still holding to that position in Phoenix?
Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, I've not heard that, so I've not been. I know that the county's been working and challenging that reimbursement or that language, but we've not been privy to that.
Okay, well, that's an important piece of this. The governor is still sitting on north of $300 million that has not been allocated to the cities and counties in the state that was sent to him by the federal government exactly for that purpose. So during our joint meeting, when Mike Rankin was going to partner with Flag over at the county to write a letter, we really have to get our arms around what were the conditions built into that allocation of the north of $300 million that he hasn't allocated. It's not his pot of cash to sit on and simply do with as he pleases. I'm really concerned with the notion of shutting down testing centers right now, because that will make us completely unable to track the spread of the variant strains. We have hot spots right around El Pueblo right now. That for the last maybe month, the south and southwest sides have been the hot spots in the county. And for us to say, oh, by the way, don't bother testing now, while we're watching the British strain or UK strain, whatever they're calling it, in the state of Arizona, I think really puts us in a vulnerable position of watching this resurge. So if we were to shut down those sites, what options will still exist for people, and at what cost in this community for them to get tested? Do you know? I don't know the answer to that.
Councilmember Kozachik, I believe that you're absolutely right. I think it is dumbfounding to me that we are struggling. When I say we, it's we, the city of Tucson, and we, Pima County, are struggling so much to get support for testing and vaccination from the governor. I believe we should continue pushing on our end, the city of Tucson. I'm more than happy and willing with your input to send a letter to the governor to ask for the $500,000 and continue asking for testing funds for Southern Arizona and the city of Tucson and Pima County. There is testing happening. I believe that testing will continue at the Kino Events Center. And UDOL, I believe, is being managed by Pima County as well. What concerns me is that we don't even know if Pima County will keep up the testing because of their concern in terms of funding. 14 million, I mean, they've spent, we heard the conversation, right? They've spent $40 million. They could spend another 40 the next 6 months. So 14 million is really not sufficient. So I believe it's continued conversation with Pima County in terms of their testing sites and partner with Pima County on it, and then continue going after any additional funds that we're expending at our TCC pot.
Well, I know that Representative Kirkpatrick's office is engaged with Ducey. I know that you, Mayor, have engaged as well, Grijalva's office, Sinema's office. Is there a federal attorney general option for us to push right now? Because he's just sitting there ignoring everybody, and we can't empty our cookie jar. We got other obligations at the local level too, but this is a federal responsibility, and he's got the money.
Yeah.
So, Rankin, what do you say? And then I'm done.
Councilmember Kozaczek and Mayor, my honest answer is I don't know, and obviously the administration is in the process of appointing those positions currently at the federal level. So I will touch base with the county attorney's office today, see where things are at. My understanding was that the county administrator was taking the lead on putting the letter together about the governor's need to appropriate those funds to local jurisdictions, and we're here to assist them in that with that letter. But I don't know what the federal remedy might be at this point.
So according to our federal lobbyists, what I do know is that governors are not required to expend those funds or share them with jurisdictions, city or county. All they're required to do is update testing and vaccination plans, and they've done that. They requested, the governor's office requested a vaccination plan from Pima County, and Pima County submitted it to the Arizona Department of Health Services, and they got what they needed in order to report to the federal government. So, we can continue down the path of seeking the help and assistance of our congressional delegation and asking asking for the funds. So, Councilmember Cunningham?
Just real quick, I said it was my last, but if the numbers are so far down in testing, then it can't be costing us a ton to keep at least one of those centers open on the south side.
Right, absolutely. And I would highly suggest, Mr. Ortega, that you have a conversation with Mr. Huckleberry in terms of the Pima County's plans of continued testing in the south side. I know that they still have the Kino Event Center, but I wonder if they're doing if they can continue providing the testing at El Pueblo Activity Center, and then we can provide the space for them if that's what they'd like. Councilmember Cunningham?
There's a couple things in here. First of all, I know it's not unprecedented at all for a municipality or county to file a lawsuit against their own state when it comes to the administration of federal funds. There are actual precedents for that. I'm happy to work with them. It shouldn't have to come to that, but when you get backed into a corner and you have no choice, you've got to take action decisively. So I think we should have that option open. If they're not going to, again, as Steve gracefully pointed out, if this was state shared revenues and then we had a state shared revenue problem, we'd probably get kicked into federal court. We'd probably get kicked out of federal court, but this is federal funds that we're talking about. So it absolutely can be considered a federal issue. The second thing I want to say is that, look, nobody wants to cut testing. Nobody wants to reduce vaccinations at all. And really right now, we're in the crux of making a decision holistically on what are we going to put our resources toward. Vaccines or testing. I'm okay with what I understand. And this is what I drew out of the conversation as well as talking offline this week. The demand on testing has reduced somewhat. Mike? The actual demand on testing has somewhat curbed.
Excuse me, Mayor, Councilman Cunningham, that's correct. Overall, testing is down.
Less people want to get tested and more people want to get vaccinated. I'm okay with finding a way, if it's feasible, to shift resources from the testing we're doing to the vaccinating we're doing. As far as hunting down the funds to get reimbursed, we're going to have to collectively lean on our state and federal delegations, as well as the governor's office, to ensure that we're made whole to the best of their abilities. Whoever the powers that be have those financial resources in their control. So I think we continue doing that. It's what we've been doing for 6 months. We've actually been really good. As I pointed out last week, the state didn't start messing with us until we were just truly defeating Maricopa County in every statistical category there was. And, you know, every single time we do that to them, they tilt the deck against us. It's why we have a state tax equity issue. It's why we have a university equity issue. It's like we're living in the Hunger Games in Panem, and they're the capital, and we're District 12. I mean, it's just absolutely nonsense. So we've got to be aggressive and call them out for their tyranny, and that's what they're doing right now. So go get the money, tell them it's ours, and if it means going to court, it means going to court. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other of my colleagues would like to add to this? So,
Madam Mayor, are we going to send a letter individually, or are we going to do the joint letter with the Board of Supervisors?
you know, I think it would be appropriate for Pima County to sign on, so the chair of the Board of Supervisors to sign on to request the $500,000 that we've spent so far, and to be able to catch on the any vaccination expenses that we have at the TCC pod into the future. And so we can ask Chair Bronson for her support. I and other mayors in the surrounding towns signed a letter to support Pima County in terms of testing and vaccination funds. So pretty sure that we can ask and see if she'd like to add her voice on that.
March 1st and then March 9th.
So, Madam Mayor, I would suggest that we continue testing until March 9th, the next council meeting, so this thing pans out and see what the governor does with releasing federal fund, more additional funding, and then we look at other resources. Because right now, it's paramount that we continue to do this. We're behind the 8 ball on the south and west sides with many things. And we finally got testing locations because of your advocacy. We need to do some things.
Councilmember Finibus, let me suggest this. Why don't we give direction to the Mr. Ortega that he have a conversation with Pima County and both the department and Chuck, the county administrator, to reach an agreement with Pima County in terms of their plan for further testing in the south side, when it comes to how we're going to fund it, etc. So I would want to make sure that we're in partnership and hand in hand with Pima County to find the best solution for our region and our residents. Because I agree, we need to make sure that there's some form of testing happening in the south side, especially the zip codes where we have higher incidence of COVID-19. Mm-hmm.
Do you need a form of a motion, Madam Mayor, or just we're good?
I think we're good. I think Mr. Ortega understands the sentiment here at the table.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Mr. Ortega, anything else that you would want to?
Yes, Mayor. Two quick things. One is, want to let you know, with our vaccinations and starting to think about what reopening looks like, we are, as you heard on Friday, working closely with our partners at Pima County on parks. We are working towards field reservations for practices, those kinds of things, as well as reservations for small, medium ramadas. So we're working, we don't want inconsistencies between the county and the city parks, so we're working closely with them. Also wanted to give you a quick update. You had given me authorization to move forward with the delinquent plan, the delinquent accounts plan. We have seen 2,000 accounts have made payments, and so that's very significant. You know, about 10%, a little better, a little less than 10%. We have 23,000 accounts. They're now down to 21,000, so we're working through that. That has equated to about $500,000 in people making payments for their delinquent accounts. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of an update on that. We have been working with anyone who calls, and those that are affected by COVID, as well as those that are in our low-income program, have until April 15th to get in touch with us. Everybody else has until March 15th.
Yes.
Mayor,
Mr. I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish your.
No, I was just going to tell you, if there's nothing else on that, I'm happy to move towards the CRF and the request that you had brought forth.
Yes, I was absolutely going to start that conversation because we do need to move forward. So I forwarded a memorandum to my colleagues on the council last week regarding the conversations we have all been having around this table, and the conversation that have been happening about early childhood education and childcare in Pima County. As we all know, there was a vote of 4-1 at the Pima County Board of Supervisors to put together the logistics to put $10 million into the effort of a childcare preschool program for children in Pima County. And before the start of the pandemic, I had been working with my dear friend, Richard Elias, and as well with a group of childcare advocates on the long-term vision for childcare throughout our region. During the pandemic, we have seen absolutely how clear childcare has diminished significantly, at a point where there is an absolute concern about the infrastructure regarding childcare and preschool for children, not just in Pima County, throughout the state and throughout the country, affecting working families, especially women, moms that have had to leave their careers in droves because of the lack of childcare, especially during this pandemic. As I mentioned, Pima County recently passed on a vote of 4-1, a $10 million effort to fund high quality early child care grants. The city of Tucson ourselves, we've used CARES funds before, $750,000 to provide grants to cover the cost of child care. Worked with Catholic Community Services on that. I believe that in the spirit of partnership with Pima County, in remembrance of the work that was first started by my colleague and dear friend, Richard Elias, by the continuation of the work of the Board of Supervisors, and for the benefit of our community and our economy, that we entertain a motion to put $1 million of our remaining CRF dollars for the purposes of partnering with Pima County and providing child care assistance to residents in the city of Tucson. So I'd like to start the conversation and hopefully entertain the motion of moving in that direction. And I'll open it up. Councilmember Fimbres.
Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so the county's putting $10 million on this investing $10 million of the CARES funding, and we're talking about a million, so it'd be $11 million totally, correct? Will that be enough to cover the amount?
I think it's a good start. To the amount of families that do not have access to quality childcare and preschool, of course, anytime, we would want more, but it's a good start, and it really is about providing a route for working families to be able to continue. But also there's research, Councilmember Fimbres, that shows that when there's investment in preschool to children that are 3 and 4 until they enter kinder, that these children are much more successful in their educational careers into the future. And so one of the conversations that have been happening nationally in terms of universal pre-K, it has been that this particular investment, it's a preventative step, and it's an investment not just as in an individual, which would have a better career, educational career into the future, but it's an investment in the economies of cities throughout the country, an economy of our state. And so there's research that links the success of a person with this particular investment in preschool. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that in there. Councilmember.
Who would oversee the funding in partnership? Would that be Pima County?
I would imagine that the city of Tucson partnered with Pima County. The county has a housing community development department, and in that department they have an anti-poverty program that could potentially do the logistics and the legwork. But those details are being set up as we speak. What I do know is that what I shared with you all in the memo is that we have, part of the thought is to serve families whose income is under 200% of the federal poverty level, and that it's city of Tucson families that we serve.
So, Madam Mayor, how would we ensure that families and kids, students, young kids, would be from the South Side would get the opportunity to participate in these programs? Could we earmark, you just mentioned we could specifically request that the needs, because the needs are on the south and west sides, have been great.
Right. And there's areas of our city that are childcare preschool deserts, that of course that's something with, in terms of the logistics, working with Pima County, so that we don't duplicate efforts. But all of those logistics could be put together, figured out, and made sure that we all feel comfortable as we move forward. But my perspective is that it should be a program that's managed by Pima, especially since they have the bigger portion of this of the contribution to this effort, that we should give priority to low-income families throughout the city of Tucson, and that families that qualified enter in at a 200% of poverty, federal poverty level and below.
I agree with you, Madam Mayor. And with that, I'll make the motion, my colleagues, that we allocate $1 million from the remaining coronavirus funds for child assistance, and then it be earmarked, as you just stipulated, as low-income families in the city of Tucson. That's my motion.
There is a motion.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second, and I do also see some hands up. Councilmember Kozaczek and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thanks. Question for Mike Rankin. We already have allocated dollars through CCS, Catholic Community Services, for similar similar work. Are you comfortable? You were obviously comfortable with that when we did it in terms of our auditing and it being CARES related. Are you equally comfortable with running this through the county program, which really hasn't been defined yet? Or might we want to reallocate more dollars back through CCS for in the same way we just did? I'm just concerned about getting audited because the county's gotten sued and lost, and they haven't allocated their dollars yet. They're still contingent on their whole budget conversation that's yet to come. And if we're going to do this, at the end of the day, if they don't allocate it, we might be the only ones doing it anyway. So I guess something just happened to the screen again.
Somebody was sharing their screen.
Well,
I think it's me, and I don't know how I did that. I didn't even try to.
Well,
I think it's me.
So Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, I think I understand your question, and what we'll need to do is confirm that the county, if we're going to do it through the county as contemplated, that they have a program that's established with the same or similar criteria that we used for our prior program. If that vehicle's not available, then we'll have to look at doing it another way, which could include using the prior program that was used at the direction of the Mayor and Council for the prior appropriations.
And Steve, I just wanted to make sure that we're pretty clear as to where we are. This is the concept, and we would need some time to make sure that we're working in collaboration with Pima County. We had thought about the continuation of partnering with Catholic Community Services. Peg has said that she would much rather avoid that. So we were contemplating, hey, maybe we just continue doing the same thing we were doing with the $750,000. But I think that for today, the motion should be, it's on the floor and hopefully we're going to vote on it. But logistics and planning, give us some time to do that, and then we can come back and have a much more, a framework with much more meat on the bones of how we go about it. Councilmember Cunningham?
So, look, this opens up the opportunity to have this discussion right now. And look, I'm all about the $1 million, that's fine. But it probably should be more, but we don't know how much more, and this is what we got to really kind of look at long term. Right now, in the state of Arizona, we get first things first money, we get Head Start money from the feds, and we get DES money for working families and families in need. Our biggest challenge here is to ensure that we don't duplicate those efforts and that those efforts are a little more consolidated and on the same page so that they don't. It's really troubling to know that we've got a Head Start family that was DES eligible, that they're taking up a DES, they're taking up a Head Start spot, or we have a person who is eligible for one of those other two programs and they're taking up a First Things First scholarship, et cetera, et cetera. And the bottom line is that truly, if the city and the county and the state and the feds could kind of collaborate and put that pool that into one thing of money, along with a little DOE, we could probably get to a point where up to a minimum household income of say $125,000 a year would have some sort of relief in childcare costs if they on some type of sliding scale. And that's a realistic goal long term. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. I'm happy to put the $1 million in to partner with the county, but just remember that right now, 165% poverty level or below automatically gets DES. Then right now, there's a specific criteria for Head Start also blends in, and then finally you have the First Thing First gap scholarships. Those scholarships are really limited though. So for me, if we're going to put $11 million in this, I'm looking for new parents who are working under under the age of 30 or some stuff like that. I mean, that's kind of where I'm thinking about, like, what's our group that's really struggling? What's our group? We've got an entire generation where they're carrying on the highest unsecured credit debt and student loan debt in the world, any generation before them. And if they're having kids right now, they're going to get hit real hard. So I hope that we're kind of targeting that resource into the people who truly need it. Again, if we're going to give $1 million to the county, they're funding 10, they're going to run the show here, and that's fine. That's totally okay. Philosophically, it's in line with my core values. But long term, this is a discussion we can have with the county and state holistically and say, actually, we have an avenue to reduce significantly costs of young families just starting out with daycare, and where it becomes a situation where it's not worth it to have a job. That's not good. That's not what empowers people, and that's not what inspires people. So I'm all good with this, and I'm on board, but I think it opens up that conversation for the future, and I think it's a conversation that we should engage in the next 2 and 3 years.
And that's a valid point, Councilmember Cunningham. I do know that this conversation is not happening in a vacuum, that this conversation has been happening for a few years, and that there are different stakeholders in the community, including nonprofit organizations and activists throughout the city of Tucson, that are having this conversation. And, organizations even such as Southern Arizona Leadership Council, the Tucson Metro Chamber, Children's Alliance, and other organizations that have been planning and having conversations about this effort. So I'm hoping that we can have continue the discussions with Pima County and have a good partnership with Pima County in terms of what the program looks like. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. Any other of my colleagues, either Vice Mayor or Councilmember Cruz?
Yeah, sorry, I got kicked off, so I didn't hear Rankin's answer to the question about being sure that the county's process is going to be copacetic. With respect to Paul's comment that he's all in on letting the county run it, I am with the caveat that that we're not going to get audited and get those dollars clawed back later on out of our general fund. It is clearly, and Mayor, you just made a great point, and that is that we have right now in the community, and for the last 2 or 3 years, groups who are on the opposite sides of the Strong Start or whatever it was called proposition a couple of years ago. They're working together in this direction now, and so trying to find a way across the finish line. So with all that, I'm good conceptually, but I just want to make sure, because we are going to get audited, and let's make sure if we've already got a safe haven for this money, that we use that instead of testing some new waters. Those are my points.
Okay. Go ahead, Mike, and then Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Kozachik, actually the mayor's answer was better than mine, which was essentially that the action today allocates the money, lets us begin that conversation with Pima County to ensure that that they have a vehicle, a viable vehicle that would satisfy all the criteria, that would give us that comfort level with any future audit. We'll have that conversation, and if that framework works, we'll bring that back, and if not, we'll bring back a different framework for the allocation of these funds.
Okay, Mayor, and I just want to bring it back around and thank you for bringing this idea up. As a working mother myself, I can vouch for how challenging it has been, and I just want to say thank you for your leadership on this. It's a great investment for our families and for our future. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and just put that out there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think there's 4 working parents on the mayor and council, and those that had to also go through working and being working parents. So we all understand. And now that school is slowly coming back, more and more families are going to be very, very concerned in terms of what to do next. So with that, in the interest of time, I'd like to vote for this item, and then we can move forward to item 3. Mr. Clerk, voice vote is okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all so much. This is wonderful. Item 3, staff has a financial update on the fiscal year 2021 general fund and HERF funds. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thank you. We're going to try to make up, we're about 20, I committed to the mayor, just so the rest of the council knows, that I'm going to try to keep everybody on track today on time. So we're about 27 minutes behind, but we're going to be able to, I think, hopefully make it up during this item. So there's 2 components to this, Mayor and members of the council. The first is, this is the second meeting of the month, so this is the snapshot for the general fund and HERF. I'd committed to bringing those back to you every month. So Jeff will start that presentation here shortly, and then we'll turn it over to 4 departments this time. It'll be the city attorney, courts, public defender, and parks. And so each of them will have about a 7-10 minute presentation with 5 minutes for questions and answers, and hopefully we'll get us back on track. With that, Jeff, go ahead.
Great. Everyone should be able to see my screen, I would hope. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Go ahead, Jeff.
Perfect. And I promised Mike I'd only take about 10 minutes, if that. So as Mike mentioned, we have closed the month of January, so we're going to take a quick look at the general fund. And I just wanted to refresh your memory about what these charts show us. So sorry about that. As we look at this, what we're looking at is the budget for 2021, the actual year to date. So this is through January. So this shows our cash flow and it shows our revenues over expenditures. So this $2.2 million will change on a regular basis. This shows what our historical year to date looks like as compared to actual, what actual is compared to budget, and then a 5-year deviation. So what we're looking for is these numbers to be smaller, meaning that the projections can be tighter, if you will. So as we look at this, our revenues ebb and flow, as do our expenditures. So at this point in the year, we're about $2.2 million ahead of revenue over expenditures. And what then we do is we take that information and we project based on where we are in this year compared to history, we project to year end. So the difference between these 2 tables will be this projection is through the end of FY 2021. And based on our current trends, so we're seeing really strong sales tax and our other activities are really strong. We believe we're going to finish higher in revenue and we'll finish just a little bit lower in expenditures. And this is due to a number of reasons. On the revenue side, we're seeing really strong sales tax. We've built in a couple of $1 million for the marijuana legislation and being able to collect that revenue. But we are seeing our Parks and Rec revenues trailing off, as well as our ambulance collections have trailed off. On the expenditure side, we're seeing significant vacancy savings, particularly in our police department and some of our other departments. So we're projecting that at the end of the year, at this point, we're going to have a surplus of about $10.2 million. And if you remember, we budgeted about $30.9 million of use of fund balance, which was the RTA money carried forward for the transportation. So we've made that up. So that net change is about $40 million made up between the expenditures and revenues. The other thing that I will remind you is we have that additional $18 million, which at this point we haven't put into our projection. We're recommending that be held in as assigned in our fund balance for future transportation operations based on council direction going forward. So I just wanted to point that out. So right now we're projecting a really solid year, combination of increased revenue, and we're really surprised by the sales tax behavior. We had a really good year last year. We didn't fall off the table like we had anticipated, but and we're continuing to kind of be on pace as to where we were in 2021. So with that, I'll take any questions on the general fund before I move on to the next slides. Okay, hearing none.
Well, I've got one.
Oh, sorry.
Steve Steve has one. Jeff.
Just a real quick one. Jeff, you're counting as money to the good vacancy savings for vacancies we still need to fill. Isn't that sort of taking money out of one pocket and putting it in another? You know, we have significant vacancies that we have to fill across the board, and so that's phony money right now.
Well, so from the perspective of, let me go back. So from the perspective of projection to year end, there's two parts of vacancies you have to consider. There's the save to date. So through this point in the year, we've saved about 10 million, give or take, in vacancy funds. So those are realized because we're, 7 months into the fiscal year. And then we have an additional piece to get through the end of the year. I don't disagree with you. Those should be recognized as one-time savings. This isn't funding. It's fund balance essentially. So you really shouldn't move it to operational cost, but it is real savings to the general fund through this point of the year and then projected to the end of the year. And this does include some projection of filling certain positions and so forth. Does that kind of clarify a little bit?
Yeah, as long as we're not kicking it into an operations fund saying, okay, we're good to go with it now, because we have to fill those positions, or many of them anyway.
And that's correct. We would recommend you follow your fund balance guidelines, where you would only use that savings for one-time items, not ongoing operational items.
Very helpful. Thank you. Go ahead, Jeff.
So the next part is the HERF fund, and this is the similar setup to the general fund. The year to date, so through this point in the year, revenues over expenditures were about 5.4 million to the good, but based on what we anticipate our contracts and activities, as well as revenue through the end of the year, we are planning to burn down about 3.2 million in HERF fund revenues. And I'll remind you, HERF fund can only be used for limited uses. So this is based on the activities and our conversations with Diana and the cost of goods and commodities and so forth. And I know that with everything else, concrete and asphalt's been going up quite a bit. So we're projecting just a little bit of fund balance usage in the HERF fund. Now with that, I'll answer any questions on HERF. Councilman Cunningham, you still have your hand up. Was that for another question, or did you just put it down?
That's all me. I've got a question regarding. So does this? I'm trying to figure out on this HERF piece. This includes that 7 million we're going to retire in FY23, correct, or FY22, FY23.
This is that how 21, but it would include the debt service payment made in 21, yes.
And is that our last one, or is 22 our last one? Just remind me.
I believe it's 22.
22 is the last year on that 7 million. Okay, that's what I need. That's kind of where I want. I'm just trying to figure that part out because that's going to free us up to continue that pavement preservation program. So that'll be really good.
Yeah, that would be great. Jeff, you're showing that our HERF revenues appear to be lagging slightly. Do you expect us to catch up by the end of the year?
I expect us to be about at budget by the end of the year. It's lagging, although with fuel prices and people traveling and doing more, their behavior is changing a little bit. So yeah, we may see a little bump in that. It just depends, because this was hard hit by the pandemic, much more so than any of our other revenues. So I think we'll watch this, and of course we're working closely with Diana and her staff on expenditures and revenue and being sure that we live within this fund.
Alrighty, great. I don't have any more questions. I don't see any of my colleagues' hands up. The one additional question that I had, just to make sure that I'm clear with this, vacancy savings, to follow up on what Councilmember Kozaczek said, vacancy savings should not be used as an ongoing expense, correct?
That would be our recommendation, correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Let's move ahead, if there's no additional questions from my colleagues, into the rest of the presentation. Mr. Ortega.
Sure. If I could, Mayor, let me clarify one caveat to that comment on fund balance.
Sure.
Is you can use that funding to bridge between fiscal years where you know you'll have revenue the following year. So I just want to clarify, you wouldn't want to use it to fund a new startup program in the absence of revenue the following year. But if you wanted to get started early on something to move to the following year where you had revenue to back it in the new year, you would be fine.
So you could start a program that you have to budget for the next fiscal year.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
I just want to be sure. I gave you an absolute, and I wanted to give you a little bit more meat on it.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I have great news. So I wanted to finish on a strong good news note. I sent you an email last week, and I just wanted to publicly state kind of the result of our pension obligation bond sale, COP sale. So we had a great day in the market. It was just amazing. So we sold our $658 million issue. We had about 105 initial investors. So we could have sold almost $2 billion worth of bonds if we had been in the market with that much. So that is a really strong acceptance from the market concerning Tucson's reputation and the expectation. We really got high marks and comments from all of the investors, and those ranged from fund managers, insurance companies, banks, even banks that don't normally participate in this type of debt made an exception and bought our debt. So universities, Texas Tech University was one, even other cities. So that was exciting, and counties, and I think we had one foreign government's national bank actually bought in.
Oh.
So the good news, our TIC, which is the true interest cost, is about 2.6%, 2.57. The all-in cost, which includes all the cost of issuance, is 2.7%. So we had originally modeled that at almost 3%. So that savings is about $38 million, or $1 million less a year in debt service. Based on that, we still think we'll save about $877 million over the next 25 years. And the great news, which I think is probably the biggest thing, is we've capped the general fund contribution at about maxing out at $90 million. And that max doesn't come until about 15 years later. So we've capped it in 5-year increments, going from 77.5 up in $2.5 million increments to 90 over the next 15 to 20 years. So, you know, we've said this before, but it really did alter long-term the course of the city finances. So I'm excited to report that, and the team, Mike Rankin and his team, the folks in Diana's shop on property, they did the heavy lifting of getting all of those properties. The folks on my team, our bankers, top to bottom, everybody just did an amazing job. So I just wanted to recognize all those folks and recognize the council for your foresight and being willing to take and do this. So I just wanted to report that out to you.
Well, congratulations, Jeff. Thank you so much for your hard work into this project. Again, I nerd out on this stuff because I've been really learning a lot about pensions and funded ratios, and you know how it affects the finances of our city and ultimately affects the delivery of services that we have for our community. And the thought of being able to secure the pension systems of our police and firefighters in this city for the next, you know, generation is something that is very, very satisfying, and that our workers at police and fire, as well as our, you know, city of Tucson workers, deserve. So I'm very, very happy on this item. It's great news. Congratulations.
I echo your sentiment, Madam Mayor, and also to Mr. Ortega, who led the charge on this and doing the research, and Jeff also, thank you for your work and your efforts. This will help the city of Tucson for the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilman Fimbres. Well, Jeff, you go ahead and take your slide down. That fifth bullet point, the $877 million over the next 25 years. If you do the math on that, that's about a $35 million savings a year in unfunded liabilities. So, I mean, it's just an incredible, it was really an incredible opportunity for us as a community. So, Mayor, I know I'm trying to keep you on schedule here. So we're going to move quickly now. I've got Mike Rankin, and then we're going to go to courts, then we'll go to public defender, and then we're going to go to parks. And I know, Roger, if you could put those slides up, that would be great. And then the directors, we'll just go one after another, and the directors will guide you on the slides.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Manager, is that we let the presentations go through in its entirety, and at the end of the presentation, have them.
Look at that.
Sounds great, Mayor.
Councilmember Fimres, can you please put yourself on mute?
Sounds great. We got it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. And just a quick note on the POBs that Jeff was just talking about. I want to make sure we highlight the work of the real estate staff from the city. It was a remarkable undertaking for them to identify and give legal descriptions and lift the encumbrances on all the properties that were involved in securing that transaction. So kudos to them. So I'll be the first up of the departments presenting today. You'll hear, I think, some recurring themes with the departments that follow, particularly courts and public defender, because of the overlapping nature of our operations. And I'm thinking a few of the recurring themes you'll hear will be our need to deal with the backlog of cases over in city court, and I'll give you some description of what we're doing to take care of that. A case management software issue that Mary and I are addressing going forward. And our continuing commitment to the specialty courts and alternatives to prosecution. So with that, I can move to the next slide. So this slide just shows you the basic numbers, and what I did is just put them together with this year's adopted budget numbers and the projected FY22 budget. You'll see that the numbers are essentially the same with a small bump for some adjustments in personnel costs. One thing I want to highlight on this slide is the internal litigation unit, and you see it as being $0. That doesn't mean that we have no costs in that unit. It just means that the costs of the internal litigation unit are not within the city attorney's office budget, but instead they're funded through Fund 54 and risk management. And that's for our tort defense and civil liability defense costs. We have 6.5 employees within that section of our office. The only other thing on this slide I want to highlight is the drug enforcement grant. It's an annual grant we get in connection with our prosecution of drug cases. Right now, we're still projecting it out at that $150,000 level, give or take. It'll be interesting to see over time if that grant goes away, given the voters' approval of adult use marijuana. The context or the parameters of that grant could change over time, so we'll keep an eye on that. So with that, the next slide, Roger. So revenues, you know, the city attorney's office really isn't in the business of generating revenues, but there are a few revenue pots that come in. The one I want to highlight here is diversion. Diversion are the revenues that come in through our alternative to prosecution programs, our diversion programs in the city prosecutor's office. The projected amount in the current fiscal year was brought down a little bit because of the limitations on court operations and dealing with fewer cases. But we are projecting out to more normalized $250,000 for the next fiscal year. That's probably all I need to say about this slide, and we can move on to the next one. So, and on this slide, I wanted to give you some just basic information about our FTE count and where we stand on vacancies. Our total FTE count is 88. It's really 87, but there was one additional FTE equivalent created out of the grant, one of the grants that we applied for and got through the COVID funding. That helped make changes over at the court, provide for some additional equipment, court upgrades, and some personnel costs associated with the changes in the protocols that had to be put in to deal with the separation requirements and minimizing in-person appearances over in city court. Current vacancies, we only have a handful, and we're going to start a couple of recruiting processes coming up that we have been holding off on because we didn't want to fill the position until more people are going to be in the office to help train and acclimate a new person to come into the office. I do want to make a quick note about the FTE count there. You see its total is 88, and as I explained, it's really more 87. Of those, I have 20 folks who are eligible to retire and a number of others who are coming up on their eligibility date. So that highlights the need going forward that we all have as department directors to engage in succession planning and make sure that we are able to absorb the loss of institutional knowledge that occurs over time. And I'll talk about that more here in just a minute. Some goals and challenges. Well, Mary will touch on this as well. You'll see the first bullet there is about replacing a case management software in the criminal division, which also includes Mary's shop and public defenders. We went essentially all paperless a number of years ago, and the case management software that allowed us to do that is expiring. The vendor is upgrading the product, and we're no longer going to be able to use the version that we've been relying on. This is going to mean two things. We're going to have to go out for a new product, and that RFP process is underway. We're coordinating with Pima County and potentially other counties around the state who are facing the same issue because they use the same vendor. And we're going to incur some costs just to extend our licenses during our implementation period. Our best estimate currently is a total cost of about $300,000 in connection with that. That includes the $100,000 that Mary will mention in her slides coming up. I did want to talk about addressing the backlog in city court cases. Because of the limitations on operations of the courts, and in our instance, city court cases have been backing up. In fact, as of the end of the year, a snapshot of the number of pending cases showed that there were over 110,000 pending cases, many of which are older cases that are in warrant or remain undisposed. And that involves over 350,000 individual charges that have to be dealt with. Many of these, as I mentioned, are in warrant status. I've given direction to my folks in the city prosecutor's office, really unprecedented direction to dispose of cases by category, by date, to clear out that backlog. That's going to serve a number of purposes. First of all, it's going to clear a lot of cases that are in warrant so that people aren't facing the prospect of being picked up and then being booked and put into jail, especially during the time of COVID, is something we want to avoid. Beyond that, we just have to clear out that backlog so we can focus on the current pending cases and continue our emphasis on alternatives to prosecution, as well as DUI and domestic violence cases, which will always be the priority cases in our prosecution, at least as long as I'm around. I mentioned the fact that we're going to continue to focus on alternatives to prosecution. One of the things Mary will talk to you about in terms of accomplishments is the formation and operation of Compass Court, which is another problem-solving court within City Court, and that's actually coordinating with other local jurisdictions as well to address folks who have pending criminal cases, and they also have dual diagnoses of substance abuse and mental health issues. Again, the purpose of these types of courts is to get these folks out of the cycle of prosecution, incarceration, et cetera, and get them the help they need. And I think Mary will talk more about that. The next bullet there is something I'm happy to report that we're going to be going forward, moving into a position to provide more support to code enforcement and nuisance abatement cases, both criminal and civil nuisance abatement. In fact, we just were able to hire an attorney who will be starting in March, and I'm going to be able to give her these assignments so that I don't have to just spread them around to different attorneys throughout the office, but really give them the focus that they deserve. I mentioned ongoing succession planning. It's been a focus of mine for years, since I'm able to recognize that I am certainly closer to the end of my career than I am to the beginning. And, you know, as I mentioned, we have 20 folks in our office who are currently eligible to retire. So we've been positioning through the development of attorneys and support staff throughout the office, folks who are learning those areas of responsibilities and serving as backups in different areas, whether it be in employment or real estate transactional law or now code enforcement. The new attorney, as an example, that we're bringing in has considerable experience in water and environmental law. The idea being that we don't want to have single points of failure such that when some of that institutional knowledge walks out the door, that we don't have anyone who can step in. So we have been preparing for that for years, and we continue to do that through not just through new hires, but through the development of our employees as they stay with us during their career in the office. Like every other director, we have a focus on employee retention and development, and those things go hand in hand. By providing development opportunities, career path opportunities for the employees in our office, we're better able to retain them. You see our vacancy count is pretty low and manageable, so I think we're doing a pretty good job of that. I wanted to just finish up by pointing out a few accomplishments. The other directors have sort of started their presentations by saying, I'm going to brag on the employees. I wanted to save it to the end. You know, it's been obviously a unprecedented year in the things that we've had to respond to and address over the last 12 months. I'm very proud of the work of everyone in both the criminal division and the civil division in the support we've provided organization-wide for the city's COVID responses and strategies. But I am going to single one person out. Back in the beginning of March last year, Chris Avery came to me and he said, I think this COVID thing's going to be a big deal, and I'd like to be the office's designated representative on all things COVID. And I said, you're up, man. And he has stepped up, and he's been an incredible asset throughout this time. So I wanted to note Chris in particular, but everybody in the office, civil and criminal, have made the adjustments to this new work model that we're under and have provided extraordinary support to the organization to deal with the crisis we've been navigating. I already mentioned Compass Court, so I'll leave the rest of that to Mary to talk about. So that's it for my presentation. Happy to answer questions when that time comes.
Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. I just have, first and foremost, you finished off with COVID response and everything that your department and your employees are responsible for. And I can say personally, the support that Chris Avery and you in particular have provided the mayor and council through this pandemic has been unbelievable. I mean, at the start of the pandemic, we were here in the office working till 10. We would head home and still be texting at midnight. It is unbelievable the support that you bring me and that you bring my colleagues on the council. And really your team is to be commended, as well as yourself. So thank you for your hard work in that. I really appreciate your work.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would just say to that, I'm only able to provide that kind of support because the people who work for me are doing all the rest of the work. Yep. And it's really credit to them. But thank you for that.
Of course. Can you discuss some opportunities that exist through the city attorney's office to further the city and county shared goals of reducing our jail population and diverting low-level offenses? You talked about really eliminating the warrants that people just are carrying and are really they shouldn't. And so can you talk about this, and then further work on reducing our jail costs and our jail population?
I'm happy to, Mayor, and I do know that Mary's going to talk about Compass Court and maybe give some examples there of, and it, like Veterans Court, Mental Health Court, Domestic Violence Court, Warrant Court, they're all designed to do exactly those things that you're just describing. Get rid of warrants, get people out of the system, get them into the health care and or substance abuse programs that they need, and keep them from reoffending. But I can tell you that part of the direction I've given to deal with the backlog is our standard practice over the years is we have certain benchmarks when we clear out old cases, 5 years or 7 years. We move that up to 3 years, and on top of all that, I gave the direction to just dismiss entire categories of offenses that are old and lingering, things like trespass. I'll just call them, they're not status offenses, but they're kind of status offenses, right? I expect, based on that direction, that literally tens of thousands of cases are going to be disposed of, and the warrants associated with those cases will be quashed. They'll go away. And it's not just about dollar cost and jail cost. It's about cost to those folks who, get picked up. They get booked. They go to jail. We pay for that, but they pay for it as well. And certainly the issues that we saw with respect to COVID and the dangers of, the conditions at the jail, quite frankly, was another reason to minimize that cycle. We've also given direction, I've given direction for folks to really look at their plea offers. If jail's not really necessary, in some cases it is. In some cases it's mandatory for particular offenses, but in other cases, let's focus in our plea offers on getting the folks into the programs they need, as opposed to, giving a day or two of jail, which really doesn't serve anybody's purposes. We've even looking at alternatives to jail that's mandatory under the statutes by doing it through home detention instead, particularly during this time. And that's something that Mary and Judge Riojas have been helping to try and coordinate with the county, so we can avoid folks being booked in to the jail in the first place, but instead go straight into home detention and never go through the booking process to begin with.
Thank you. I do see Councilmember Fimbres' hand up, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
Madam Mayor, I can wait. I do want to hear his presentation, but I also want to talk about jail bed costs. Have we seen a decrease because of the MacArthur grant and the projects they had? Because the population at the jail has dropped. Have we seen any dollar values of that, savings for the city? Do they charge us a lot? Are we paying for operational costs there still?
So I can tell you that I'll have to get back to you on the jail costs because it doesn't come out of my budget, so I don't have that off the top of my head. The costs tend to stay in the same at or near the same level, but the number of jail days certainly associated with our cases has gone down significantly. We'll get you the information. I'll get with Jeff to see what our actual costs are currently and projected for the next fiscal year.
The other thing, Michael, is the FAIR program. Does that help the city? Because a lot of the money goes up to the state, stays up to the state, and doesn't come back down to the city. And I'm wondering if that's still worth it, and is there a way, how can we improve it to get more dollars back to the city?
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I'm going to leave that for the courts to address. The FAIR program is for collection of fines through the court system. So I'll let Eric or Tony address that.
Alrighty, I don't see any other hands up. Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. Let's move on to the next presentation.
Mayor, next presentation will be from courts. So if Eric, I think it's Eric that will be on oh, I'm sorry, is it Tony? Sorry, Judge Riojas.
Eric will be present.
Okay, great. So between the two, Judge Riojas and Eric Silverberg, they'll make the presentation. So Roger, if you can place the presentation on the screen, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council, Mr. Ortega. My name is Eric Silverberg, and this is the first time I've appeared in front of you, and I'm joined by Judge Riojas and Nancy Friday. We'll keep our remarks brief to allow time for questions you may have. I want to sort of echo the same remarks that Mike Rankin did. Although this has been a very challenging year, our staff has worked really, really hard, and I would argue, arguably, it's been a good year. We kept the court open to the public and made many enduring improvements, including air filters in all courtrooms and high traffic areas, vastly expanded capability to conduct remote hearings by Teams and Zooms, and we created a jury report center on the 6th floor that'll provide social distancing in a very safe environment. Now, overall, the pending caseload, as Mike pointed out, is up and case filings are down. And yet, revenues, which I think was mentioned earlier, are expected to remain stable this year due to some enhanced AOC collection activities. They're doing some additional things which are going to allow tax intercept dollars to actually increase. And yet, at the same time, they've also are engaging with some private law firms to do some collections as well. So we're seeing very good areas there. And as I understand it, and Judge Riojas can certainly comment, FAIR is a mandate from the Supreme Court that we cannot pull ourselves out from. We're very optimistic about reopening and an increased court activity in the coming months. I'm pleased to report that at least 60% of our workforce is fully immunized and the numbers increase daily. As to our two basic requests, one of the big drivers going forward is going to be the quality and the reliability of our technologies. Towards that end, we're requesting $290,000 annually for mandated AOC IT costs, as well as for the warranties for the AV equipment that we installed recently to allow greater capacity to do those remote hearings. Also, I'd like to speak to specialty courts. You know, we're probably around the state, we may well be the leader in the number and the quality of the specialty reports we're doing. And they're going to, I think, remain with us. We're in the process actually of restructuring our workforce to better serve these programs. Now, as part of this process of improvement, we're requesting $75,000 in one-time cost to help support a feasibility study for community courts. Now, we believe this program allows us to better serve the primarily homeless population by reducing service gaps and linking them with these services on a much quicker, expedited basis pre-adjudication. And I believe I can say that we believe that through restructuring of our other specialty and problem-solving courts, the operations of community court, once it comes up and standing up, should be budget neutral. So I would certainly, and I know Judge Riojas, do you have anything you want to offer at this time?
Not at this point in time. I'm ready for any questions Mayor and Council may have.
No, let's go through the entire presentation and leave questions till the end, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
That's it.
Madam Mayor, I have one question on the FAIR program. You said it's run by the Supreme Court, so why can't we pull out of it?
It's by Supreme Court code. We are mandated into FAIR. We have no choice in that matter. When FAIR was first established, it was a voluntary program, but now it's mandatory. All courts have to do it, except there's a few that aren't part of it because they were never part of FAIR, but we were one of the original FAIR courts. So as a result, we're sort of can't get out, and the Supreme Court is pulling more and more courts into it.
So can you send me something on that, Tony? Let me see what the angles are, because I don't know, understand that, because the money is raised here and it goes up there and stays up there in Maricopa. Very few trickle dollars down here. Back to our programs.
Well, Council Femers, most of those surcharges are by state law. For instance, on every fine, money goes to clean elections. A lot of the money goes to DPS labs. Money goes to other agencies. Yes, they go to the state, but it's other agencies that every time the legislature tries to find a way to fund the program, they add a % to the fines and fees that we collect. Yes, and that's the contract that the Supreme Court has with the vendor for FAIR is actually a very small part of the entire fines and fees. Keep in mind that the city keeps about 55%. The rest goes to state, but like I said, probably of that 45% it goes to the state. The great majority goes to other agencies, within the state that are not even court related. But yes, I will find the paperwork for you, but I guarantee you it'll put you to sleep real fast.
Yeah, I know, Tony. It's like reading the highway safety manuals. But yeah. I'm still looking at other ways to help with public safety and helping them because they're out there doing the work, and yet that comes back to us in our courts or to our line officers. Thank you, Tony.
Sure, no problem.
Tony, I do see that you did not review the funding request sheet. Maybe that's why I was like, okay, finish the presentation and then we'll go to questions. But in your funding requests, it's very, very, very small in terms of what your requests are, which is around $365,000 for a feasibility study for AV upgrades and AOC ACAP program. We have noticed in the conversations that we've had here on the mayor and council table that there's concerns in terms of the number of court clerks and the capacity to retain them. It looks like the courts increased 8 FTEs since fiscal year 18-19. Can you talk to me about any vacancies that you might have and concerns about retention and turnover?
Well, what helped us a lot was the mayor and council's recent action, the $15 wage, $15. That helped us significantly. That a large number of our clerks fell within the relief provided by that, which I think goes a long way towards it. I think our vacancy rate is very low. I think either Nancy or Eric can give the exact numbers, but I'd be willing to say it's probably less than 10 people in terms of clerks. I think the single best thing that's happened is the steps you folks did in terms of raising the minimum wage to $15. That was probably the single biggest thing that helped us.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. That's great. That's very good because we finalized that $15 minimum wage tonight at the regular agenda. Can you elaborate on the Consolidated Misdemeanor Problem Solving Court and other potential opportunities for consolidation with Pima County?
Well, the Compass Court is based on a grant obtained by Pima County Attorney's Office, and what it is, it's a way to deal with high-end users of services. There's not a lot of people into it, but these are people who repeatedly have calls, repeatedly arrested. I'm sure they're very familiar with the police and fire department. And the idea behind Compass Court is to get them into services rather than having them incarcerated. Although it's a Pima County funded project, the majority of the staff in the city court, because we have the expertise, Judge Shatter and her staff were just outstanding. And they know these people, they know them very well actually. And they do a lot of the work background. Mary's folks, they're dedicated public defenders and prosecutors, and I think we provide much of the expertise. Mary, I think, actually works in that court, so she might be able to better tell you what's going on in there. Our other specialty court, the one that we're looking at now, is that community court, which is based on what Mesa set up, and it's sort of like to deal with those folks who aren't SMI but still need services. And its idea is get these people, primarily homeless, get them into programs, get them into housing, get them jobs, whatever. And in fact, we've talked about it in the beginning stages. MAC actually holding court out at a remote location rather than the court, because people are more likely to come to the location. Or I think we're looking at the Gospel Rescue Mission. They have the old Holodome, and they have a big space there that we could use. So we're thinking about looking at that. We want the feasibility study. There's an agency back east which has set up a number of these courts, and what they would do, they do feasibility study and talk to everyone's going on and tell us what's the best way to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, and that's what the purpose of that money is for.
That's great. The specialty courts that we have are absolutely incredibly innovative And I was around when we all created the domestic violence court, which is incredibly beneficial to the victims of domestic violence. And so kudos to you. We want to keep our at least my radar in terms of the needs and turnover on the, on your front line, which is your city clerks, court clerks. And so want to make sure that we're paying attention to that into the future. I do see Councilmember Cunningham's hand up, and Councilmember Fimbres, did you have another question, or did you just keep your hand up?
No, I'll wait, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Cunningham?
Yeah, really quick. That fair discussion reminded me how we changed some of the parking meters, the parking fines, and took them out of the fare. We were able to lower them because we decided to make them independent. I'm kind of leaning towards finding other offenses in the city that may qualify under that. In other words, we could have. Is it possible that we can have certain hearings that could be independent of fare, but part of our court system? You see where I'm going, Tony?
You're trying to work around. You might have to talk to Mike Rankin about it, because many years ago, we tried it to get around the Supreme Court and the surcharges, and the city ended up getting slapped to the tune of several $1 million. And so you might need to talk to Mike Rankin about there's ways about it, but the Supreme Court is onto that tactic. But it's certainly worth looking at. But I wouldn't hold my breath on it.
I've also wanted to see if you guys can pull off. We had some success a few years ago with our warrant days. We do our warrant days, and we were able to purge the docket, consolidate some cases, and empower some people. Is there a way we can do a digital warrant day through appointment, where we could do a digital warrant amnesty day, and we could have some people kind of settle up online, digitally, pay with either do we take Cash App at our windows? Do we take Zelle at our windows? Do we take Venmo at our windows? Because if we did those things, we may be able to have some people kind of settle up and do some type of online digital warrant day. Have we looked into that?
Not necessarily that, but we do have ways people can pay. We have an outside window, which I guess is equivalent like a drive-up window, where people don't even have to come in the building. They can deal with. If you drive by our court in the afternoon during the course of the day, you might see a line of people outside, but it's virtually like a walk-up window in a bank. It's something else created many years ago that was underutilized, which now has proven to be very helpful to help with us. And on top of that, the Supreme Court started a new program in conjunction with various outlets such as 7-Elevens and Dollar Generals, which allow people to pay in cash at those locations. That's found to be helpful in terms of people who don't have bank accounts. They can go there, they go online, and they get like a case number, and they can pay, and it works. And in fact, I believe when the programs first started, Tucson City Court, we had more people participating on our cases than the rest of the state put together. The Supreme Court was very surprised at how successful it was at our end.
I'm really happy that we blazed that trail. That's outstanding. But what I'm telling you is that more and more people are using apps to do cash transfers. So why don't we blaze the trail again and be the first to look into stuff like that? That's what I'm telling you. I don't think it's a good move. It's going to be a good move for us, and it's going to help us, again, being able to do non-contact court and settle up some cases. We can do Zoom court, and we can say, hey, look, we could even have like an open Zoom meeting where people could email at the beginning of the day from any public kiosk and say, hey, I want to get in because I know I have a warrant and I want to get it quashed. I'd love to have some type of walk-in digital warrant system. I mean, we'd probably be the only court in the country with it. I think it'd be pretty cool. So anyway, those are some of the stuff that I wanted to kind of touch base with you on today. Your service to the city, Tony, has been unbelievable. You've been in the PJ, I think, 20, 30 years. So I totally have your back on this. You've made our court awesome. But let's just keep being number one we can't just sit on our laurels. We got to do the new stuff every year. So I'm challenging you and your team to come up with a way to use Venmo and Cash App and Zelle, and also come up with a way to do digital walk-in court for warrants so we can quash warrants every day. That's what I'm challenging you to do, and I don't think it's a heavy ask.
All right, thank you very much. And like I said, it's a team effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. I like those ideas, and that challenge is good. On to the next. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Judge Riojas and Eric. Really appreciate your time. On to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. We're going to go to Mary Trejo, our public defender. So, Roger, if you could put up a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're in for a long afternoon, but it's all good. I do want to take a minute just to thank our team here at the Public Defender's Office. What we do is hard, and because we are dealing with people who they're at a low point in their life, and then when you throw COVID on top of it, it makes it that much harder. And our team here has been doing a fantastic job letting people know where to get COVID testing. We have been filling out applications for housing for our clients. We were coming into the office when the streets were bare, but we were still here because we knew what we had to get done. We continued to do jail visits, not knowing exactly what we were walking into, but we knew we had to reach out to our clients and make it a safe environment to get them out of custody, as well as still keep our folks safe as well. Again, I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge them. The other thing is that we probably offered a lot, probably too much input on how to make our courtroom safe, not only for us, but for our clients. And that was very important. And I do want to thank courts for tolerating our crazy ideas, which ended up being not so crazy. But again, we thank court for that. And again, I just want to thank my team. Without their help, we wouldn't be able to get the word out, especially on where to get COVID testing. So with that, I'd just like to move on to the next slide, and we can talk a little bit more in detail. Everybody keeps talking about this Mary who's going to talk about something. I hope I deliver. So our budget is relatively small, as you can see. We're only at just a little over $3 million. Most of our money goes to personnel, as you can see, small portion towards operating. We do have a little bit of revenue that I don't even like to take credit for, and I think that it's courts imposing attorney fees, and it is collected by attorney fees. It is at $80,000. Right now, as we move forward talking about our FTEs, I do have 30 FTEs. One includes a grant-funded position that is from the CESF grant. That position is granted until August, and I will be asking to fund it full-time later on, and that's in anticipation of the tsunami of cases that are coming our way. I do have, I indicated we have 30 in our office. I do have 10 people that are eligible to retire. 8 of them are attorneys and 2 are staff members. With regards to the attorneys, I'm with Mr. Rankin, and I'm a little bit closer to the other end of my career than the starting of career. So, but we have made a lot of efforts to try to share our institutional knowledge. And I agree with Mayor Romero that we have done a but when I first took over, we had 1 appellate attorney. We now have 5 because we didn't want it concentrated on the 1 person. Mental health court, we have 10 attorneys that are assigned in there, but they're there half-time, so that way they can cross-train and try to learn those other areas because it is a specialty area. And same with domestic violence court. We have 10 attorneys that are in there, and they are also trained, cross-training into other courtrooms. We will talk a little bit more about Compass Court, where we haven't quite fully trained anybody to be the backup. I guess it's me, but we'll have to, we can do a better job in cross-training in Compass Court. Again, we are looking forward to this community court and working with Eric and our other partners. Community court will capture all those other folks that are not captured with our current community court, our current specialty courts. That would include those people that are general mental health, so they don't qualify for mental health court, and any of the other specialty courts that we have. So that's sort of the focus where I think we're going to end up when we look at our community court. But Eric's right, we will be asking for a study so we can make sure that we're capturing and targeting our services towards that body. Liz from Housing has been very instrumental in wanting to get this going, and we're excited to partner up and do whatever we have to do. So now if we look at accomplishments, for us, it's a big thing, but we finished the reclassification of our legal secretaries to paralegals. The traditional role of a legal secretary doesn't happen, especially in a small office such as ours. They started morphing in, doing other types of work that was above what they should have been doing. They never complained because they're team players and they do what we have to do to what's the right thing for our clients. So we finally got that done, and it's fantastic, especially because now we have trials that are going to be started soon. And so we're going to be able to rely on them to help us get the trials ready for our clients. The next is Compass Court, and we're very excited about Compass Court and where the potential of where it could take us. As I think it was Mike who indicated before, Compass Court is primarily funded through a grant that the Pima County Attorney's Office obtained, having us in mind that they were going to use our expertise to actually be doing the work in court. However, our partners at Pima County are our backups, so we have been working together as a team. It's kind of an amazing project, and I think the team would welcome an opportunity to come and share with Mayor and Council as to everything that they are doing and everything where we can do. The criteria to be enrolled into Compass Court, you have to have a dual diagnosis of mental health and substance abuse, and you have to be at high risk of reoffending and a high utilizer of services. So those are sometimes the people who are calling 911, and I think Mike's right, they're well known to the police department. In order to be accepted into Compass Court, you have to be vetted. So Jason Winsky has been working hard with us, and he goes through and makes sure, okay, these people do qualify, and you know, there's certain things that they can't have. They can't have arson, I believe, and some other cases, some other past criminal history. So it's a true team effort. This Compass Court can be something amazing, and we've done a really good job, and I look forward to where we can go in the future. The participants do have to agree to do drug testing. They have to meet with the Compass Court clinical coordinator, and twice a month they have to appear in court and follow the court orders. To date, we've had 72 referrals into the program. 23 are active participants right now, and some unfortunately did end up with felonies, but we actually did change their lives because we were able to slow down the momentum that they were going. So we slowed them down a little bit. And the whole idea is to help participants to stay on track with their treatment and stop this escalating behavior, and to stop that cycle of taking a plea on your case, getting another shoplifting, going to jail. So it's stopping that. So Jason Winsky has been very instrumental in keeping stats. And one of the stats that I want to share, and if we are invited to come and present, so he looked at the previous year at the participants, and the previous year they had 60 arrests. After the intervention and working with court, that was down to 14 arrests. So that was a 76% reduction, which is very exciting. And what we could do if we had more resources towards that would be amazing. But right now we can only, maximum per year, we can only have 50 participants. So we're at 23, so we have some room. We did kind of have to stop things a little bit because they were shorthanded on navigator. I think it was a peer navigator, and the clinical coordinator couldn't do everything. So I think they're in the middle of hiring, so we're going to be back on. We have the referrals just waiting for them to say go. We're ready to hit the push button. So again, this is a holistic approach that we're all very excited about. I do want to share something exciting that happened in this whole weird thing of COVID. We didn't know how we were going to get through and how are we going to keep them concentrated on their treatment. So what the program did is they bought them cell phones, and they were able to keep their court meetings, keep in touch with their provider, and meet all of their obligations. So it was very exciting. This cell phone thing is kind of, I think, here to stay, especially when we deal with our mental health clients. And they were very excited about that as well. The other unique thing about Compass Court is that, and it's sort of an adjustment for our clients, we're asking them, what is it that you need, rather than us telling them what they need. And it's sort of an adjustment for our clients, because they're like, well, nobody's ever asked me that before. But I think that's kind of the unique feature of Compass Court and has made it such an exciting experience so far. I see that Mr. Councilmember Fimbres has his hand up. Should I keep going or should I stop?
Keep going. I know you just have one more slide, and then we'll open it up for questions, Mary.
I'll talk fast because I got it. Mr. Ortega's probably timing me right now. The other thing that we have done that's very exciting, and it's one of the things that we are partnering with Pima County, is we have taken advantage of their Housing First. We have submitted 63 applications once they actually let us start applying, which is very exciting. Several of our clients were placed, and I am looking forward to the City of Tucson Housing Director, I love Liz, but also our the Housing First, and how we can help our clients get some housing and look towards the future. The other accomplishment that we have is that we were able to manage a high volume of calls. During this COVID pandemic, we're averaging over 100 calls per day, which is a lot for a small office. So we have one person that's designated to be up at the phones, but fortunately, Parks and Rec has deployed an employee to help us. And this has been the best thing ever. We always try to provide an answer to a caller, or if we can't provide an answer, at least give them a phone number so they know that they're not just left hanging. On our fifth and final accomplishment is that we continue to serve our clientele and the public during the pandemic. I know it sounds kind of weird, but when I surveyed our employees, I was like, so what was our biggest accomplishment during this whole pandemic thing? And they all looked at me like I was absolutely nuts, which sometimes I am, but that time I wasn't. And I asked them, and they said, of course, overwhelmingly, they said, we were open, we came to work, and we served the public and our clientele. So again, that's another thing that I am thankful for. So we are ready to move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is our goals, challenges, and needs. Mike pretty much covered everything in terms of our needs for our case management system. Without it, we are going to be in a world of hurt. We are asking for the $300,000, and that would be for the short term. Generally, Mike's office covers 2/3 and I cover the other third. So we are asking collectively for the $300,000 for a short-term fix so we can get some perpetual licenses to last us maybe a year and a half or so until we can figure out the big solution to our big problem in terms of case management. So I think that Mike covered all of that, and I don't want to repeat myself, so I'm going to keep going. The next one is the attorney position that is funded through the grant of the CESF grant. It only goes until August 21st, and then the funding stops. So I am asking that we make that a permanent FTE position, especially with this tsunami of cases that we have coming our way. A lot of them, on my understanding, are DUIs, which they do require mandatory jail. So that would be something that we would have to take care of. Next, we're asking for an additional litigation support clerk because of the number of increase in phone calls. Again, once our redeployed employee goes back to Parks and Rec, we are going to not be in a very pretty position. I do have two last requests, and then I'll kind of wrap it up here. When I first started here, I asked for a study to be done with regards to our attorneys. There was no career ladder. So a study was done, and the results back in 2012, I believe, were that yes, you need to create some kind of a career ladder within. So we had we have assistant attorneys, and then the next level would be associates. So we are asking, number 5 is that we are asking for 2 assistant public defenders to be reclassified. They all meet the criteria, and this would put us back in parity with the prosecutor's office. I am also asking for a supervisor. We have a supervisor position, but back when we all had to kind of do some cuts and figure out how we were going to move forward, I never filled the position, so it's been underfilled. But now that I have at least 2 supervisors that will be eligible to retire, I am asking to move to at least fill the position in a supervisory capacity. Not only will it help the supervisors in my mind to at least have a lower caseload, so that way they can help mentor and share their knowledge before anybody decides they want to leave. Or that, I guess that sounds right. So that concludes my presentation today. There is one thing that Mayor Romero had indicated. She wanted to know what other things are we doing to help with the reduction. And we are also attending jail review committees that we're partnering with Pima County, and that's on a weekly basis, and we review the cases so that way with the hope that possibly the charges can be dismissed.
Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it, and what you do at the City of Tucson Public Defender is incredible. I appreciate the innovative and outside the box thinking with the Consolidated Misdemeanor Problem Solving Court. It seems as though we're making sure that we're working outside of your silo and working with Housing Community Development, with Pima County, with TPD, and that's really very exciting. As we proceed with a community safety pilot program and the Housing First Director and the social workers that we want to implement all of this conversation with you, is the as you call it, Comps Court, is that part of
Compass Court?
Compass Court. Is that part of the MacArthur grant with Pima County?
It is not.
Okay. Alrighty.
It's a separate grant.
Okay. Alrighty. Any other questions? I think Councilmember Fimbres, you had. I
had one, Madam Mayor, and that's are we tracking the cost savings that we're saving? We have so many specialty courts that are really helping keeping people out of being incarcerated in the jail and then going on. So I hope we're incarcerated so we can show the cost savings, so we can, those cost savings in budgetary times, we can feed back them to more positions and to create more cost savings for the City of Tucson and our citizens. Mary, are we tracking?
I don't believe, we're not tracking them, but I could probably give you some numbers, but I don't have a dollar amount that correlates with it. And I don't know about if Mr. Ortega has been tracking that or.
Mayor, we, and Councilman Fimbres, I think this goes back to the request you made of Mike Rankin earlier on jail costs. So here's what I'll do. I'll put together a report for you as a council, just letting you know what our jail costs are and what some specialty courts have done to save in terms of jail costs, et cetera. And I'll include that all in one package so that way everybody has that information at your fingertips.
And can you tell us when the next time we're going to have to renegotiate the funding going into the jail bed costs in the City of Tucson so we can negotiate? Because I understand they eliminate the counselors in the jail, the social workers in the jail, and that doesn't help us any with programming, and we're spending high dollars on what are we getting out of it in our return. Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary, so much. Really appreciate your hard work.
Mary does a great job for us, and
very good job. Thank you so much. Yeah, you do God's work.
I don't know about that, but depends on the day.
That's not going to help you with your budget request, Mary, just because
dang it.
Clear on that.
I was going to say, whatever you need, Mary, take it.
Yeah, we'll talk.
So
thank you, Mayor. Next up, thanks, Mary. Appreciate it. Next up is Lara Hamway, our I won't say new anymore, but certainly our recent and new Parks Director. Lara will be giving a presentation on parks and give you a thumbnail sketch. Please keep in mind she's only been on the job, a few weeks. I am expecting that her request will probably evolve between now and when the final budget is put in front of you. So I have given her that latitude, but I also thought it would be good for Lara to really outline for you her observations and some thoughts that she has. So with that, if you can put up the PowerPoint, Roger, and Lara, it's all yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. So yeah, 6 weeks have been on the job. So I'm going to run through and really, I mean, even though I didn't know what my peers were going to be highlighting, it seems like we're all on the same trend, which is celebrating a lot of what our staff have done during the entire COVID process and evolution. I have provided for you just a quick reminder, a profile of our parks, and I'm not going to go through the entire list in an effort to conserve time, but we have 130 parks and over 3,000 acres of parkland. And I just want to put that frame of reference out there as we move forward and remind you just how large we are and how much as part of our core services within the city of Tucson we are delivering to our residents. Despite the hiccup of COVID, and I say hiccup because what I discovered or have discovered is that the staff here really strove to maintain a level of service delivery, keeping parks clean and accessible for our residents to enjoy, but also keeping recreation services at the forefront of their mind, delivering 261 virtual recreation sessions, which a large majority of those were to individuals with special needs, which I think deserves quite a highlight, because during this particular time, there's been a lot of discussion about those with special needs that have suffered because they've been removed from their social and core support services that are largely in person. So for our team to be able to pivot and do that in a virtual format, I think deserves a huge applaud. Through the recreation team and through many partnerships, holiday events have been translated into drive-through events where they've been able to distribute 4,000 various giveaways. They've also invented grab-and-go kits, which provide parents the ability to take recreation home and do something as a family. So they've distributed 853 of those grab-and-go kits. And then KidCo Reimagined, taking the KidCo team, taking the willingness of the school systems to allow us to use their classrooms to host virtual environments for children that didn't have support at home to participate in virtual school. Aquatics has been a core thing. A lot of people are hardcore lap swimmers, and from October till now that we've had 12,000 that have gone through the 4 year-round pools. And then our leisure services section has been able to do 66 outdoor leisure classes, even art classes in an outdoor environment for all ages. And I think the most remarkable thing, despite being in a time of a pandemic, being able to roll out an entirely new recreation program, it deserves a lot of kudos to Mayor and Council for supporting it. I know Councilmember Fimbres has really been a major advocate. And then to my team, to be able to take an idea and turn it into a deliverable, which on on Thursday at 1 o'clock, we'll be cutting the ribbon and really starting to play in our new mobile recreation environment. And so I'd like to take a minute and ask Roger to play the video that our team put together to highlight what Ready, Set, Rec is going to be. Unfortunately, our sound didn't come through, but I think you all get the picture. This is pretty much an example of what a day would be like when the Ready, Set, Rec van shows up at a park and does activities with the community. And so we're really looking forward to all that that's going to deliver. So on Thursday at 1 o'clock, we'll cut the ribbon. The Ward 5 van is going to stay at the rodeo grounds, and then the other vans are going to deploy to their respective wards and do some on-site recreation starting at 2 o'clock. So the one thing I want to make sure is that I also highlight the fact that despite the closing of parks and opening of parks, our capital team has really been able to still push through on a lot of Prop 407 projects. To date, they are up to 45 completed projects that include resurfacing, upgrading or installation of new sports lighting, a new splash pad, new playgrounds, even a new park, Jefferson. So I think it's amazing because what this translates in my mind is to when we're fully open and functioning again and the public has confidence to come out and play, they're going to be discovering new amenities and improved amenities that really enhance their experience. And I don't want to be ignoring of our maintenance crew internally. They had an amazing number, 49,000 work orders that they've completed. They've been able to partner up with our finance team and identify some fund balance that they could use for one-time costs such as backstop fencing replacements, clubhouse renovation, bathhouse painting, and again, all in that same vein of making sure that our parks are going to be ready to deliver high-quality services. And when it comes to just the COVID environment, park staff really were essential. They provided a lot of support services for the city at large. They've partnered with mayor and council on over 30,000 mass distribution at park locations. We're now up to about 80,000 tests that have been COVID tests facilitated at Udall and El Pueblo. We had 84 staff deployed throughout the city. Mary gave us a little bit of kudos and our help to her, but we've helped other departments to sustain services. Currently, we have 16 staff at the TCC acting as customer service reps for those coming for their vaccines. And I think amazing, and I'm not sure if anybody really is aware of this number. So I talked to PCOA and we were able to calculate out that 40,000 senior meals have been delivered with my team. And that means that we've maintained level of service for those seniors, a critical function, making sure that they have access to the meals that they rely on in person, pivoting it over to a delivery program. And we're going to continue to work together even through the phased reopening to make sure that we could keep that consistent, that access to meals, which is critical. And then finally, 16,000 hotline calls my team has taken through this entire period. And it's not just been Parks call, it's been citywide calls trying to help residents as they are trying to navigate as well, just like we are through a COVID environment. Next slide. So our current budget is 33 million. I'm just going to round up. And we have requested for next fiscal year 34 million. The variance in the amount is largely based on the $15 minimum wage increase. We did have a number of employees, both permanent and non-perm within the Parks Department that qualified for that. We know that there may be a variance on the actual final number once everything is reviewed and calculated, but this is the number as it stands today. When it comes to supplementals, which I'll get into a little further, I just wanted to point out that we didn't get any funding of our supplementals last year. We did bring forward some of the supplementals that were requested, and we did add. For revenue prior to COVID, we were averaging $2.1 million in revenue, but with programming shut down, obviously our revenue was going to go down. And right now at this particular year, we're projected to bring in 1.2 million. Next year, we are probably being a little optimistic and projecting 2 million. But what we think, depending on the timing of our reopening, the demand that people have to want to return back to the programs that they love, that we're probably going to hit high capacity enrollment. And so with that, we think that depending on when that all hits, our revenue could get back on track pretty quickly. And then quickly for our capital plan, impact fees, we've been doing a lot of meetings with your offices. I think Councilmember Fimbris, you're the last one that's on Monday at 1. And then we'll have a final plan to present to finance on the spend down for the 2.4 million. The zoo capital, which comes through sales tax, is 14.4 million, and Prop 407 is currently projected at 29 million. So revisiting our supplementals. In my analysis and through speaking with a lot of staff, and what has bubbled up to the top is that we are overdue on having a pretty aggressive addressing of deferred maintenance within the system. It's amazing that we have Prop 407 and we have impact fees. But a lot of that, especially impact fees, is about expansion and enhancing of existing. And Prop 407 is giving us replacements. But it doesn't address those items that we probably take for granted: fencing, parking lots, signage, concrete tables, and ramadas. So we need to start annually reinvesting back into the foundation of our parks and making sure that they're safe and that we're able to maintain the level of service that people have come to expect. Through the years since 2018 till now, our custodial contract costs have increased, but we haven't been funded to that extent. Back in 2018, we were spending about 70,000. This year, we're thinking we're going to come in just under 400,000. And knowing when we reopen that we're probably going to have a higher level of janitorial services that we do at facilities, our costs will continue to be high. Some other issues that fall under essential maintenance investment that we need to do are tied to El Pueblo, safety discussions we've had about the current layout of the facility, what's the best steps to be taking towards that. Kennedy Park, an amazing location that we can hold events, but a lot of the on-site assets are aged, and we need to invest in them. And the long-term result of that is better potential of revenue recapture. Our admin building has improvements that are needed. We have pool filters that need to be replaced. And really, we want to do that because if you have filters that are operational at a higher capacity, we're saving a lot more money on water and electricity. And we're also reducing the risk of having pools go closed due to the fact of equipment disrepair. And then I've also been talking with Nicole, our urban forester for the city, about how can we move forward to start adopting GPS tagging of new trees and collecting existing tree location data so we can have a better idea of our canopy within the city of Tucson. And then moving over to innovation and public benefit programs. Really what we want to do is see if we can start that discussion on the green stormwater infrastructure program and our new coordinator within that, and how can we do water harvesting projects within parks. How does that tie into the Tucson million trees and make it sustainable for us to add more trees within parks, and the best way and the best approach for that. KidCo, we're very excited because we started working with Amphi, and I think it's Sunnyside, in terms of expanding our KidCo Reimagined. We want to continue to increase the capacity, but we also want to look at re-engineering or reinvigorating the content of what our KidCo is going to do. And I know everyone's familiar with the term STEM and even the term STEAM, which adds art. But I want to talk about STREAM, which is science, technology, recreation, engineering, arts, and math. And how do we purchase some curriculum modules, train staff, so that we can reinvigorate the whole KidCo program. Last year, the city approved the acceptance of a grant for fitness courts from the National Fitness Campaign. So we have proposed in our supplementals the purchase of the 2 fitness courts for next fiscal year. And also we want to propose to launch an equitable health, wellness, and obesity prevention program. And the cost that's really associated with that is kind of identifying someone to be a coordinator for us to help look at data, track participation, and get partners on board to help us deliver classes, education, health resources, and fitness resources across the city, that you don't have to pay for a leisure class to come to a park and do yoga or do something fun with your kids. It kind of will build up upon the mobile recreation program. And finally, the last few, we're embracing an organic first module for maintenance. We know that it's about 45% more for supply costs, so we just want to be able to absorb that properly. And we have 25 pools, and we do a really good job at the ARC right now on doing some family-friendly programs, pre-COVID. We want to be able to roll that out, but we also want to make sure that we're being very safe in our maintenance and management of our aquatic facilities. We have 25, but 2 full-time staff. It doesn't really translate into the best practices. And we have ActiveNet software that we are now utilizing for collecting revenue. But what we don't have is one person in charge to, make sure that all of our revenue is coming in on point, audit all of our collection sites to make sure that all of that is being done within the cash handling guidelines that we have adopted in the city. And so I'm basically looking for my own internal auditor to manage that and make sure that we're doing everything at the best practices. Overall, to what Mr. Ortega was asking, what is my assessment? You have an amazing group of staff that are extremely dedicated to what parks should be providing and is delivering. I just think right now we need to start focusing on reinvesting into the current assets that we have so that we are taking the Parks Department into the future. And then also bringing in new programs and opportunities, because like I moved here, you have a huge population growth currently going on. And so what I know that means is we're going to have more demands on our parks and more needs or programs that they would like to see. So we have to start aligning ourselves up to the delivery of that. So thank you very much. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Laura. Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome to the City of Tucson family. We're very happy to see you here. Thank you for the amazing presentation. And I have to also, I agree with you that the Parks and Recreation staff have been our workers in the City of Tucson that have stepped up to COVID-19. And all of the work that the Parks and Recreation workers have done to facilitate to the community the services that we needed at that time. I mean, the redeployments from your department to the TCC for vaccinations, for testing sites, for mask giveaways, for, our call center, our hotline, our COVID-19 hotline, it has been Parks and Recreation workers. And so I want to join you in commending and giving credit to your workers, because it's they really have done a lot of essential functions necessary for COVID-19 mitigation. I also want to say hallelujah for your support of expanding KidCo in our program, in our city, finding new partners in the community like Amphi and Sunnyside. I know that you're looking for Eastside locations to make sure that we're delivering KidCo services in a, in our community in a geographic equitable manner. I love that, that you're on board with our Tucson Million Trees initiative, which is something that's very, very important to me, and my colleagues on the council have supported. I also want to mention that since before I first got elected into the Tucson City Council back in 2007, I have been advocating for the reimagining of KidCo and how we deliver that service to our community, and adding Stream, as you call it, an opportunity to have a live audience with young, beautiful minds, which are children, and being able to take advantage of having a curriculum where they will continue learning in a fun, recreational environment. I am so happy about that. What I did want to make sure that I did mention, because we've heard this a lot, is that we connect the Tucson Million Trees initiative and the GPS tagging of new trees with training of our Parks and Rec staff, and even the landscaping companies that we hired throughout the city, to make sure that they are well trained to maintain those trees, right? We've seen story upon story throughout the city of Tucson of either Parks and Rec staff or the landscaping companies that we hire not being well trained to trim the trees that we do have in the city of Tucson. So I just want to make sure that I put a note on that training, appropriate training for the maintenance and pruning of those trees. Other than that, I want to open it up to my colleagues on the council. I know your department, Laura, is a core service. Your department is called out on the Tucson City Charter as a necessary and core service that mayor and council have to deliver to our community. And so you are leading a very important department, which, by the way, brings a lot of happiness and necessary services to our community. So again, welcome. I'm happy that you're here. I'm looking forward to your innovative approaches to how we see and the vision that we have for the Parks and Recreation Department. I'm looking forward to continue the dialogue on placemaking opportunities and equitable distribution of Parks and Rec services in our community, right? Because as you've started to do with delivering services in open spaces in our city, the continuation of bringing the services to the areas that need it most and bringing them outside. So doing your yoga classes, your tai chi classes, your painting classes outside right now in these times of COVID, where the community can feel comfortable doing one of our Parks and Recreation classes. Mr. Councilmember Cunningham has his hand up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Good afternoon. As everyone knows, parks is my favorite subject. I grew up in our parks, and one of a few of the things that caught my eye. One is moving KidCo East. There's a lot of moving parts to that. I think there's some avenues on the east side that make it unique and actually can probably be cost neutral for us. So I kind of want to put that in your ear. I'd love to meet right away on that. The second thing is when we met, we talked about expanding our pool use and at least making some of those pools available in the summer, also available on weekends, at least for part of the warm season. So like on the weekends of May and the weekends in September, even all the way from I think we from the end of spring break until Columbus Day weekend is kind of what we were looking for. Let me know. Let's meet on that, and let's try to figure out what the cost is going to be and how much, and if we can minimize the budget hit to make that happen. I'd love to be in a situation where we have our 3 or 4 year-round pools, but we also have we have our summer splash pools. But I'd love to have 10 or 15 weekend pools outside of that as well. And I think we can get there, but we just got to be cautious. We got to watch our dollars. Let me know what the budget hit is for the auditor position. That's something that I'm in support of. And if you guys need the what the structure is that you guys need, I'm willing to advocate for it. I want to make sure that we're within. I've always felt we can find money there. Finally, I'd also strongly recommend working proactively with the Tucson Parks and Rec Foundation. One of the things I've always advocated for with Parks and Rec Foundation is a program called Pennies for Parks. Right now, when you go to a restaurant, sometimes you go to the drive-through, they'll say, hey, do you want to round up for a charity? And they give you a list of charities. Well, we could actually build that in and say, hey, do you want to round up for Pennies for Parks? And we could have that program that could go into the Parks and Rec Foundation, and we could have that foundation and that group actually spend that money each year, not the council. Allow it to be community advocates from their neighborhood. So that's kind of where I'm going. Those are the things that I'd like to push forward in the next year. I have a couple questions this afternoon. Do we have a timeline regarding baseball fields? I'm getting a lot of Little League calls right now. And so I just want to have some tangible questions. I know we're mirroring with the county, but do we have like a tentative timeline or what we're looking at? Do we have any ideas?
Mayor, let me take a quick stab there. So as I mentioned under my report earlier, I am working closely with the county. One of the concerns we had was doing it differently, basically, and confusing folks. I do know that they have paused as of last week for 2 weeks on making any changes until they see what the numbers are. So it could be that within the next 2 weeks, which would be about a week from now, we'll be able to announce and go down this path, and then I can give you more info at that time. So as soon as
like I said,
we're more happy.
What we really want to do is the more importantly, we need to get it very publicly known to the stakeholders, to the soccer parents, Little League parents, we don't need to give them a hard date, but we need to educate them on what our timeline is and how it's working. The other thing is I'm assuming that in that process, we're going to take a look at putting the basketball hoops back up.
So Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, that's one of the things we'll explore. I will tell you that has been a challenge for us with the County Health Department. They have recommended against that, at least to this point. We're waiting to see what those conversations look like in the next couple of weeks. Then I'll give you.
This is what I don't get about that is that the county doesn't want to put up basketball hoops outside, but they're going to operate their county facility, Sporting Chance, full time and have 100 kids playing indoors every night. I mean, it's a total contradiction on that just doesn't make any sense to me. And the bottom line is that you're at a higher propensity to be of a health risk indoors than outdoors. So we have kids who pay money to play basketball indoors, but we have kids who can't afford hoops at their house who don't get to play at all and love basketball. So that for me, equity issue. So I'm not going to accept that answer. I'm sorry. We got to do better than that. I'd really like to see the basketball hoops go back up.
Let's make sure, Mr. Manager, that we are, pushing the envelope a little bit in terms of what the safety is of putting the hoops back up on our outside basketball courts.
Yes, ma'am.
I do see the hand of Councilmember Fimbres up. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lana, can you give an update on Santa Rita Park, the work we've been doing there? Let my colleagues know on the council and the mayor know what the efforts have been made there. And also, in the future, what are we doing about social distancing more? And I want my hats off to the Parks and Rec people for putting the project Ready, Set, Rec going and kicking it off on Thursday. I invite all my colleagues to come to the press conference ribbon cutting on Thursday. But also, I agree with Councilman Cunningham. We need to do more with getting out on the outside where people are recommending they go walking. They relieve that stress that they have pent up because of the pandemic. Getting out there and using the courts, outside courts, and etc. So, and then also remember Pop Warner football also. Go ahead, Laura.
Sure. So with Santa Rita Park, so I arrived just in time to attend a community meeting on a lot of the concerns around Santa Rita Park. Since that time, we've had 3 days over the course of 3 weeks that our staff have worked with TPD to close the park for 1 day and do refresh, repainting, repairs. And I believe they're looking at doing that one more time. And during that period of time as well, the Capitol team has engaged a landscape architect who did a site review on last week, Friday. We're pending his price estimate so that we can move towards getting a PO so that we can then schedule community engagement on a new master plan for Santa Rita Park. We're estimating 30 to 60 days before that community meeting will be ready to launch. At the same time, we've been collaborating with our partners here with housing and TPD on, how do we address the issues that we're experiencing at Santa Rita Park with homeless? How are we mindful? How do we put it human first in terms of the services and the support that we need to provide? But then how do we also bridge the gap in making Santa Rita more open for public use? So all of that has been ongoing since I started, and I'm very excited for the day that we get to actually host a community meeting, because it'll be the first of I'm sure a few towards a new master plan.
Thank you.
And then in terms of social distancing, what we have had a lot of discussions around is that we're going to have decisions on capacity. Depending on the program, depending on if we're in phase 1, 2, or 3, what is the ideal capacity for us to safely host a program? And so that's going to apply, whether it's an indoor activity, it's a use of a pool deck, or whatnot. And we just know that that's going to be a common calculation and part of our vernacular, probably for the rest of this calendar year. But like Mr. Ortega mentioned, we are making sure that we're staying in tune with what Pima County is doing. Tim was able to connect me with the Parks Director there, and he and I are touching base, and he has committed that when they are going to update something on their end in terms of reopening, that he will make sure to loop me in so that we can stay lock and step.
Okay. The one thing I also forgot to mention are the pools. There are lots of seniors that use the pools at Reed Park and they're antsy. They want to get back into the swimming. And is there a way we can cut the time by appointments only or something where they can do the pools like we do testing and stuff, so they can get their exercise in?
So right now we have lap swimming occurring. Actually, today I got an update from Billy, my lead for aquatics. We are currently reaching out to all of the non-perm aquatic staff that are on our roster to see who is going to be available to return to work, so that we can start doing really smart planning and staging of projections of pools. What can be open when, what can our hours be? And to be honest, one of the other challenges that we're trying to tackle is how can we host some certification classes, because we need to generate also pool, not pool, lack of the right word, but we need to be able to train candidates to apply for lifeguard positions so that we can have the capacity to meet all of the staffing needs. So we are currently doing that. On Monday, we're doing a meeting with HR to talk about what our seasonal hires need to be. So all of that is ongoing right now in the department.
Thank you, Laura. I do see Councilmember Santa Cruz hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Laura, where I think we all get, super excited about Parks and Rec. And with that, I just wanted to mention, I know we still owe you a tour of Ward 1 parks, and we hope to get that scheduled in the next couple of days just to introduce you to some of the older infrastructure in the city that, like you mentioned, needs some updating. But with that, I just also wanted to flag, as we're having the conversations for the budget for next year, that myself and Councilmember Cunningham will be submitting a memo tomorrow for the Cushing Street Skate Park to make sure that we're including that in the budget for this upcoming year.
I want to give credit to Councilmember Kozaczek. He's on board with this too. I just want to make sure everybody knows it's all three of us.
That's great.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of complete the thought and then go to a little bit of a break so that we all stretch our legs. We've been on this meeting for 3.5 hours straight. But saying that, I recognize that there's different needs throughout the city of Tucson when it comes to parks, right? Ward 4 and Ward 2, mostly Ward 4, very underparked. We need to make sure that we're looking at land to create parks, specifically in Ward 4 that is growing so fast and it's very, very underparked. Other areas of the city of Tucson are older and more historic locations. We have parks, but the need in terms of investing and updating the playground structures, all of the parks, including, for example, Santa Rita Park, that didn't even have a master plan. And so there's different needs throughout the city of Tucson, and I'm looking forward to continued investment in our parks. I see your request in terms of supplemental. I appreciate that you're advocating for your department. That is a core service of the city of Tucson, and I look forward to being able to continue adding to the vision of what parks mean to our residents and updating the uses, because the uses of our community have been changing a little at a time. And so placemaking is something that is very important for different neighborhoods and for our different parks in the city of Tucson. So thank you so much. I appreciate your presentation. I think you did a great job. And I want to give us a break, a 10-minute break, just to get up and
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
I know we're still on budget discussion, so I'd like to discuss the budget overall and with city manager and give him a challenge. And my question is this: during these troubling economic times, the mayor and council found the funding for a 55-cent raise an hour raise and a 1% and then a 2% raise. City manager and Mike Ortega also worked to provide one-time funds to employees, but they do not count towards the city employees in retirement. Our employees have been struggling with COVID-19, economic issues, and other matters. We just raised $1 million for childcare to help them also. We have a market study ongoing, as well as funding to give a 2% COLA to city employees. There have been discussions for both. So with that, I would like to make the following motion. The motion for the mayor is for the mayor and council to say thank you for the city employees for doing all their work during the struggling pandemic times. I move to direct staff to create a holistic pay raise package for the fiscal year 22 budget. This package will include the $15 an hour wage basement adjustments for the ensuring decompression market, competitive pay adjustments for departments in needs, and a 2% COLA for all employees. That's my motion.
I want to make sure so that addresses the ensuing decompression of the $15. It addresses the competitive market study, and then it puts the COLA in there. holistically as we shift through all those pluses. I just want the clarity. Is that the case, Richard?
Yes, it is.
Second down.
Councilmember Fimbres, can you repeat that motion again, please?
Okay, I move to direct staff to create a holistic pay raise package for the fiscal year 22 budget. This package would include the $15 an hour wage basement adjustments for the ensuring decompression, market competitive pay adjustments for departments in need, and a 2% COLA for all employees.
Righty. You are not asking for a 2% COLA to happen right now. You want to make sure that
it would be effective fiscal year 22.
So you want to make sure that we have.
Part of what the adjustments, study that's coming into effect.
Let me finish.
Let me see in April.
Question. Let me finish my question. So what you're saying is that we have that package and that strategic plan that Mayor and Council asked for, maybe about a month and a half ago.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And that if it's necessary, we would look at the possibility of a 2%. But we're not being prescriptive, right? We're saying let's look at the entire package, and if that's the direction that we go, that's a possibility, not a directive.
It's a possibility, Madam Mayor, not a directive. This is what we're looking at for fiscal year.
Your Honor, the way I'm understanding it is I'm going to second the motion. I think that, again, the way I'm kind of reading it is that the 2% may become a catch-all for the people who totally miss out on getting raises or something like that. And that should definitely be on the table. I think that's absolutely worth the discussion. Right. So I'm in support of this motion.
Right. So for me, it's just I've had conversations with labor in the city of Tucson, and what concerns me about across the board 2%, which I hear you, Councilmember Fimbres, that this is not that directive, but it leaves open the possibility of a 2% if that's where the recommendation by the city manager and if decided by mayor and council, it leaves that possibility open, right?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. All righty. And so the timeline is to complete the assessment of pay and then come back with recommendations.
Yes, given the city manager option, the
Okay.
direction to move in those directions.
All righty.
Michael, do you have a question?
Okay. Mr. Ortega?
No, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure, and I apologize, I don't normally like to rephrase your thoughts there, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear on it. What I wrote down is the $15 an hour, the ensuing decompression, and the market for some positions has already been accomplished. So we basically have already done that as a part of the previous motions and so forth. So that's already been implemented. I believe that showed up in employees' checks. Not all of them, but most all of them had that money show up in their check on February. Okay, so that's done. Now, one thing that's important there is we had used a minimum of 3% for those employees. Okay, there's about 1,400 plus or minus about 1,400 employees that affected. Okay, so there's two other things going on here. One was a review or analysis of 2% for everybody else. Okay, so everybody who was not included in that $15 an hour, the market, the decompression. Okay, and then the other piece was a market analysis. Okay, so here's kind of what I'm hearing from you. When I come back in April, which my goal is the first meeting in April, I have the market analysis complete. Then I will bring you a funding plan, if you will, that I'll propose for the 2% for the remainder of the employees and the market. And the market piece, I think, was prompted by some of the concerns that you've heard me express and the chief express about TPD, but also in some of the other areas. We're going to bring some specificity to that, but on a bigger, we'll call it system-wide basis. So I just want to make sure, and I don't mean to be so long-winded, but I just want to make sure that you know what I'm planning to bring back at the first meeting in April.
No, you're actually on the right track. The only thing that I just want to make sure we're clear about, across the board 2% in my mind is concerning. And even though it's an option for you to take and look at the analysis and look at everything, I just want to make sure that that it's an option for you, that it's, and this is what I'm hearing, Councilmember Fimbres, that it's an option for you to be able to bring back, but we just have to be very clear as mayor and council that at 2% across the board, those that make 40,000, it's much less. So it's not an equitable way of looking at giving a cost of living to our employees. So I want you to take it and evaluate it as an option, but what I'm hearing from Councilmember Fimbres is that it's out there for you to.
It's an option, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely, it's an option for you. So just want to make sure that we were clear with the direction and make sure that Councilmember Fimbres is comfortable with that.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up and down. It went up and then down. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, Mike sort of answered it. The Richard's first reading of the motion and then your explanation of it didn't jive at first. So all we're doing, and frankly, it sounds like the direction we were headed anyway, is that you're going to do a market analysis and bring us back proposal. We're doing $15 an hour later tonight on the regular session. So this is simply expanding the range of options, but we're not locking into anything because we haven't had the whole budget analysis yet. I think everyone conceptually and in principle agrees with the direction, but not locking in tonight. And the mayor's point is right. I mean, 2% across the board. If I'm making 100,000 a year, I'm going to like that a whole lot more than I'm going to like it if I'm making 40 grand.
Yeah, totally. Right. Councilmember Cunningham, and then we take a vote, and then let's take a little bit of a break and come back and get to work on the rest.
Hey, Mike, is that competitive pay change, does that include the 911 center? Because that was the big thing. I thought we were still doing some analysis on 911 and a couple other departments.
Mayor, that's a great question, Councilmember Cunningham. So just so you're clear, there's parallel tracks here. And things that I'm looking at and mentioned last time is I'll address things that I can do administratively right now. And the 911 center, I'm just waiting for some final numbers and some final analysis, but I will address that post haste. And I don't need authority to do that, but those conversations are more about reclassifications and some other things. So there's parallel conversations going. And I'll get those accomplished as quickly as I can. They'll be included as a part of the presentation, but some of that will already be accomplished, or some of it is still going to be looked at as a part of the overall budget.
That was the main thing with me in this, is that I know that we've already implemented some of our market study stuff, but it begs the question. We probably want to be sure we're competitive in every market, and we want to at least get some due diligence and some research in there to know that we're heading in the right direction. So that was kind of where I was at. I know we're still waiting for some other data, and I thought we were also going to take a look at some other data with different departments as well. So I think that's all encompassed in this motion, and I'm going to go ahead and call the question.
Councilmember Cunningham, I have one additional question, and then I'll call the question. Mr. Ortega, are we doing the assessment of the market analysis internally, or have we hired a third party?
Mayor, we're actually doing both. We'd already done a lot of the work internally. but we have hired a consultant to come in and help us with that. Quite frankly, that's the only way I could get it done as quickly as what we were trying to do. I suspect that this will be an ongoing dialogue. I want to get a thumbnail sketch on the magnitude for budgeting purposes and conversations with you, which is what we'll have the first meeting of April. And then there'll be a lot more detailed discussions and analysis just internally. But for a budget or from a budget standpoint and a conversation with you, I need to have magnitude. And I know that when we were going down this path with some of the concerns in some of those departments, you asked me what's the magnitude on a big scale, and I don't know that. So I want to get a handle on that, then I can bring it down, bring it back to you, then I can bring it down into the actual department and even classification level.
Excellent. That's excellent. Thank you. So with that, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much. Let's take a 10-minute break, stretch our legs, and then come back. Okay? Thank you. of completed GPLET projects. Mr. Manager, I know that Barbara Coffey from our Economic Initiatives Office has been eye deep into this conversation on behalf of Mayor and Council. So if you'd like to open it, and we can start the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Barb. I know she has Dr. Gary Paivo with us, who will be making some remarks as well. And Barbara can give you an overview. This is, you did chat about this last meeting, and this is the follow-up to that. Go ahead, Barb.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of Council. This is an opportunity for us to report out on the research and analysis project of our GPLET program since 2012. Last September, we were asked by Mayor and Council to study the existing Central Business District and GPLET program and to conduct an analysis of community impacts through an equity lens. Dr. Gary Paivo is Professor of Real Estate Development and Urban Planning at the University of Arizona. He is here today to share a summary of his findings. Please note that the entire 55-page report is included in your agenda backup documentation, and it is available on our website at connecttucson.com. You can click on our Central Business District page and choose the storyboard link there to see it. Recall, next steps will be to convene a small stakeholder working group over the next 4 to 6 weeks in order to take the community engagement feedback that you heard last time and the results of Dr. Paivo's research to inform recommendations that we would bring back to you in late April for your consideration. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Paivo, who will share his remarks, and then we can take questions following the presentation. Dr. Paivo?
Okay. I trust you can hear me and you can see my screen. Is that correct, Barbara?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. All right then. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, today I'm going to share my analysis of the community impacts of the CBD and GPLET through an equity and sustainability lens. I'll take about 15 minutes and then time for questions. So first, have a look at my study area. It extends beyond the CBD and well beyond where most GPLET projects are found. So I'll start with gentrification, displacement, rents, and GPLET. So gentrification occurs when lower income neighborhoods see in-migration of higher income households. One of its most worrisome side effects, of course, can be the loss of affordable housing, goods and services, and the displacement of lower income households and their cultures. Now, gentrification without displacement, where reinvestment produces a healthier, more livable built environment, affordable housing for all, new economic and social choices for lower income residents, and positive social integration, is something of a holy grail in urban planning. But its possibility is debated, and my study really won't settle that matter. What I can offer, though, is evidence to support the discussion. So since GPLET began in 2012, gentrification by households earning more than $50,000 occurred in about 3/4 of the study area. Meanwhile, displacement of households earning less than $35,000 occurred in about half the study area, less than 35,000. As you can see here on the left, about half the block groups that had gentrification also saw residential displacement. On the right, we see the other half of the block groups that had gentrification, but without displacement. So what explains the difference? It was a really interesting question to look into. Well, the blue bar on the left side of this chart shows that when there was gentrification with displacement, there was a loss of lower cost rental units. The green bar on the left suggests that about half those losses came from rent hikes. Meanwhile, the right side of the chart shows that when there was gentrification without displacement, there was a gain in the number of rental units, mostly at rents affordable to middle and lower income households. This is kind of a natural experiment that strongly suggests that rental housing preservation and development could be key to gentrification without displacement in the future. Now, has GPLET contributed to this process? I think actually very little. Commuting data tells us that middle and higher income workers employed where GPLET projects are located live all over the county. This map gives their 25 top destinations. Notice Menlo Park is one of them. but less than 1% of the middle and higher income workers who work where the GPLET projects are located live in Menlo Park. And overall, only 5% live in the entire study area. Using these data, I estimate that only 39 higher income workers from GPLET projects have contributed to gentrification in the study area since 2012. That's 2% of the 1,900 households who've contributed to gentrification. Now, cultural displacement is another form of displacement that occurs when the norms and values of newcomers overwhelm those who were there before. One indicator is change in ethnic and racial composition. But we've seen actually little of that in the study area since 2012, as shown in the first chart, which shows a slight increase in minority groups in absolute counts. There are a few places, however, where the share of Hispanic Latinx population declined by more than 5%. As the second chart shows, in downtown and in Barrios Viejo, Santa Rosa, and Hollywood, the Hispanic and Latinx share of the population declined by 9 to 19%. But here again, newcomers linked to GPLET projects would have contributed little to these trends. So my overall conclusion about GPLET gentrification and displacement is that while GPLET has had a very small role in the process to date, it could play a larger role in the solution. I'll cover that in my recommendations. Now, GPLET has had a positive effect on jobs for minorities. Most jobs associated with GPLET are in hotels, restaurants, retail, landscaping, and construction. And those sectors employ a higher share of women, African American, and Hispanic or Latinx workers compared to their share of the total national workforce. Unfortunately, those salaries in these sectors don't always provide a living wage. Another concern is whether GPLET has negatively affected legacy small and locally owned business. There's no standard definition for legacies, but one from Los Angeles is quoted here. Small and locally owned business strengthens community character. It can also boost the economy, provide pathways out of poverty, and reduce carbon footprints. There can be a role for larger chains, however, such as when they might provide less expensive groceries. There is some, though limited, evidence that small and locally owned business may be doing more poorly in the CBD and elsewhere in our region than elsewhere in our region. For example, small retail is disappearing more quickly downtown and in the nearby barrios than countywide. And small firms of all kinds in the CBD are losing employees faster than citywide. Part of the reason seems to be the loss of displaced customers. As the blue bar on the left side of this chart shows, in areas where small business lost employees, there was a loss of lower cost housing as well. GPLET has caused little loss of housing, but the restaurants and bars in some GPLET projects could be competing with other small establishments. And in districts like 4th Avenue, where local business is the draw, new retailers in GPLET projects should be compatible with local character. The jury is still out on whether the community benefits agreement model will achieve that, but the city could do more to help ensure it does. GPLET projects that have brought more jobs downtown have probably not helped foster sustainable and equitable transportation. The housing projects, however, have been much more helpful. Now, when compared to Tucson as a whole, there is a small gain in transit use among downtown workers, as shown in the drive alone line in this table. But as shown in the two lines that follow, that gain is offset by the fact that fewer downtown workers who drive alone take short commutes and more take longer commutes. And surprisingly, as shown in the last line, a lot more workers in poverty who usually save money with buses, bikes, and walking have to drive alone to work downtown. There's also an opportunity for GPLET to support equity and sustainability by the manner in which its revenues are spent by City Hall. As this chart shows, total spending by Arizona local governments on equity-related functions, such as public welfare and housing, have been falling, giving Tucson an opportunity to lead the state in equity budgeting. However, given these benefits would come from future income streams, the city should understand there's a large difference between higher and lower income people in their time value of money. As this chart shows, future spending is worth far less today to lower income people than higher income people. Simply put, lower income people can't afford to wait for help. As this chart shows, the discounted present value of the same revenue stream from a sample GPLET project is worth far less to lower income than to higher income individuals. Therefore, to achieve equity in the present value of future benefits from city spending of GPLET revenues, a disproportionate share of that spending would need to be focused on lower income Tucsonians. So what about the potential to increase the equity and sustainability benefits produced from GPLET? There are two possible channels in my mind. One is through how the city spends GPLET related revenues. The second is by building more benefits into GPLET projects. Now, this second channel might be done with regulations or conditions on abatements, but if projects are financially marginal for investors, then new requirements must be neutral or positive for returns. For example, it might be neutral or positive for returns to require affordable housing instead of retail on the first floor of selected locations. This might also lower competition with existing small business. But if projects are not financially marginal for investors and do not need all possible abatements to succeed, then more equity and sustainability benefits could be a condition of full abatements. Again, affordable housing comes to mind. Evidence suggests that some GPLET projects are earning weak or marginal risk-adjusted returns. Abatements could not be used to gain more benefits in such cases, but other projects may be doing better. The Cadence's own projections, for example, showed that its investors expected to exceed its required return by more than $500,000. Future projects like that could produce more benefits in exchange for full tax abatements. So overall, who's benefited, who's been burdened? Insofar as GPLET's main contribution has been attracting projects to the CBD that would otherwise have occurred elsewhere in Tucson, GPLET's beneficiaries include downtown landowners who've seen their values rise, those who prefer living, doing business, working, and visiting downtown, and those in other neighborhoods who would rather not see new development, residents, or students in their backyard. Meanwhile, insofar as GPLET has actually created economic activity that would not have otherwise occurred in Tucson, taxpayers and citizens gain a larger tax base and revenue stream. Property owners and businesses citywide might see higher values in sales, and the efficiency of underused public infrastructure and services can sometimes be increased by fuller utilization. Now, those burdened by GPLET is another group, though many of these people may also be beneficiaries and vice versa. It includes landowners, landlords, and businesses who experience downtown development more as competition than added value, those who believe their city is not changing for the better, those who see development or contemporary architecture as a threat to the character of their communities, and those lower income workers who must now drive alone to work downtown when they would rather use alternative transportation to jobs closer to home, or other workers who may now have to face longer commutes. I'd also include those displaced, who are disproportionately people of color. This is not from GPLET, as I've explained, but it's not a burden to be ignored either. But another way to see equity is through the lens of need, that is, whether GPLET has helped those with fewer choices. This has not been a goal of the program explicitly, but GPLET has created more job opportunities for women and minorities who can work downtown, and it may have absorbed some of the demand for conventional and student housing in nearby neighborhoods, taking some pressure off those who might otherwise be displaced. And insofar as there have been new public revenues that would not have otherwise occurred, there are new dollars coming into city coffers that can be used to support equity and sustainability programs. So, what recommendations do these findings suggest? For your consideration. First of all, GPLET could help eliminate displacement by assisting new housing projects in or near gentrifying neighborhoods, which are affordable to the households being displaced or attractive to the higher income households who would otherwise bid up the price of existing housing. GPLET could also help if some of the tax revenues expected from it are used to support cultural preservation and affordable housing programs. Tax abatements and revenues could support both nonprofit and locally owned for-profit, low-cost housing companies producing duplex conversions, accessory housing, small rental apartment buildings, or acquiring units for housing trusts. Number two, a placekeeping program to eliminate cultural displacement funded with GPLET revenues could be pursued. It could include a more robust office and support a more robust Office of Cultural Affairs, cultural indicators mapping and monitoring, efforts to document oral histories and folkways, special cultural district designations and conservation planning, helping newcomers appreciate the cultural palettes of their new homes, and building social bridges between the old timers and newcomers via programs such as Borderland Theater's Barrio Stories. This should also be linked with affordable housing conservation and development. GPLET projects could do more to create commercial space for legacy small and locally owned business. The GPLET program could prioritize them in the projects it assists by directly facilitating more community benefits agreements, or the city could set aside revenues from GPLET projects for programs that employ direct payments, technical assistance, legacy designations, and more, such as other cities are leading in this regard. A better way to achieve urban form that supports sustainability and transportation equity would be to emphasize affordable and workforce housing in and around the CBD, and office, hotel, and light industrial projects would then be emphasized in transit, bike, and pedestrian-oriented development clusters closer to affordable neighborhoods outside the city center. GPLET could do this in coordination with affordable housing entities, developers, and the city's planned transit-oriented development study. A greater share of the city's revenues from GPLET projects and elsewhere could be targeted toward equity programs via equity budgeting tools increasingly used by other local governments. Also, the present value of future spending on different income groups should be computed using discount rates appropriate to those groups. This would help improve insight into the equity of the present value of future spending. The city and developers should also cooperate in producing a shared understanding of real estate and capital market trends, investors' financial requirements, and the financial effects of desired public benefits and incentives on property values and returns. In addition, GPLET applicants should submit a financial pro forma, probably to a third-party financial advisor and appraiser, who can then help the city understand how much abatement is actually needed to reach required market-based financial targets. An analytical dialogue could then be conducted between the city and applicants to creatively optimize the public benefits received while still assuring sufficient private returns to attract private capital. A CBD development performance index on real estate performance should also be developed to help lower uncertainty for all parties and any misinformation about Tucson for potential investors. Less uncertainty would mean lower return requirements for investors and greater potential to use abatements for public benefits. Finally, I'd recommend continued learning about these issues by digging into forthcoming 2020 census data, which will be very good, using the city's permit database to confirm my findings that housing development appears to reduce displacement, testing the feasibility of innovative affordable housing projects, tracking small local business conditions, gaining more insight into cultural change and conservation at the neighborhood scale, and fostering learning circles among key leaders. Now, the overall lesson I take from this study is that while GPLET is not without flaws, many concerns raised in this process seem to have more to do with broader trends than the GPLET program. But GPLET could do more to help with the grand challenges of urban and economic development by building more equity and sustainability into its projects, recruiting developers who can deliver those solutions, and continuing to produce revenues the city can invest in equity and sustainability solutions. I also believe the city, developers, and stakeholders are well positioned to work well together towards socially responsible and sustainable real estate development that fosters ecological integrity, social justice, and community development in the course of profitable real estate investing. This paper I wrote on how we can develop for people, profit, and planet, has been one of the most downloaded papers on economic development for the past few years. The field is changing to add equity and sustainability to its core responsibilities. Globally, more private capital is being put to work all the time in service of social and environmental objectives, and Tucson is well positioned to be a leader in that movement. Thank you for your attention. I'm now happy to try and respond to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Paivo. This is very information that you are bringing into the knowledge of mayor and council. We have had a lot of concerns about concerns expressed by small businesses and neighbors surrounding the downtown area, which is where we've had the central business district and have used GPLET. And so this sheds a light in terms of what we can actually plan for in the future. And absolutely agree that we can have development with people in environment and sustainability front and center. So I do want to allow and give an opportunity to my colleagues on the council to ask questions if there are any. Councilmember Kozaczek.
Sorry, it went. Yeah, no, all right. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Paivo, for the report. It was an interesting read. I'd like to make a few comments about it. First of all, this whole conversation began with respect to the CBD and the GPLET. And what we're hearing are several competing messages. One is that we want affordable housing. The second one is that the GPLET is not necessarily the right tool for that, to achieve that goal. That may even be more true now than it was when you started this study as a result of a court decision in Peoria a couple of weeks ago or last week, where the court essentially, if I'm reading it right, made the whole abatement conversation go the way of the dinosaur. So we may be talking about an entirely different way that GPLETs are considered moving forward. We also want small local businesses, but the GPLET requiring 100% valuation increase requirement works against small entrepreneurs. So if the GPLET is not because of the capital outlay required for that initially. So if the GPLET is not the right tool for those goals, we have to find other tools to achieve them. Some of that is going to be found in state law. For instance, property values downtown are too high to make affordable housing and investments really work without LIHTC. And so we need to expand the CBD to areas with lower property values, but also lobby the State Department of Health to increase their staffing, increase the turnaround time on their application process, but strongly lobby them so that Tucson gets more LIHTC awards. We get like one, maybe a year. And they also have a restriction that a local developer can only get one award at a time. And so LIHTC is a big piece of this thing. Also, there's a state tax credit that if we lobby to get some gap funding for the 4% LIHTC awards, that would help as well. So I'm just trying to identify, before I get into your report, a couple of the other options that we have to look to if we're going to kind of square this circle and get some of the small businesses, the affordable housing and all that in play. In addition, I'd say that the IDA can play a much larger role than they are right now. They can work with the city on land banking, city-owned vacant parcels. We could do an RFI earmarked for affordable housing or mixed income or workforce. So we control that part of the outcome. In addition to that, the IDA can work with small businesses and just loan them cash up front. And that's to do the capital work that they're doing on the tenant improvements. And that'll help them get over that 100% value upgrade that's required for GPLETs. It's such a tough bar for them to get over right now. So while the GPLET's it's an important economic development tool, it can't do all things, and it's not designed to. So let's not continue to ask it to do things that it wasn't really designed to do. I want to start by commenting, and now to your report. I want to start by commenting on the cadence piece of this. They concluded that the project didn't need a GPLET because it flipped and eventually exceeded their ROI. I agree with that, and that plus plenty of other issues related to student housing projects is why we shouldn't be incentivizing, in my opinion, that product with this tool. I mean, let's face it, they're REITs, they're real estate investment trusts, and they have no local community involvement generally. For instance, I insisted on a CBA for the Union on 6, but voted against Partners on 4th because it didn't have one. But with respect to cadence, I think it's important not to completely rewrite history. As I was reading your report, it occurred to me that in 2013, we were climbing out of the Great Recession. The analysis really failed to account for the inability of any project back at that time to secure any private financing without some sort of public sector skin in the game. And that's what we were providing as a way of spurring wider downtown revitalization. And we achieved that. I mean, if you look now, you can see what's happening and what has happened downtown. So I think that history matters. As the markets changed, our approach has evolved as well. And that's frankly how we got to this point. That in 2013, it was a different market structure. It was a different environment in terms of the economy and where we were. So it's easy to do the data analysis, but I think the context of time matters also. So with that, what about your report? And I want to start by thanking Lane Santa Cruz for really prompting this study. Frankly, we wouldn't be likely having this conversation today if she hadn't really spurred us to get here. So a few important takeaways. I think identifying our own triple bottom line priorities is going to help us guide where excess incentive dollars can be directed, and you give on pages 54 and 55 some examples of what those triple bottom net priorities might be. I think that's something that the mayor and council should be really looking at, and as your community engagement proceeds, let's bring back some triple bottom line priority items so that we can use those excess investment dollars there. Next, on page 46, I love the idea of commissioning an independent body to conduct a biannual central business district performance analysis, getting property owners who are within the CBD pooling performance data. I think that can really inform the whole risk performance assessment that we have to do. I've been critical of our lack of doing follow-up to be sure the metrics that are being met, and that tool really could be added to this going forward. So I loved that suggestion. Next, your conversation about time value of money analysis is important. If we're projecting, and this we're being asked to do, is we're projecting future financial gains from an incentive, then bookmark some of those future dollars to provide the near-term benefits that are consistent with our triple bottom line priorities. If our financial projections are valid, and they better be, because we're giving an incentive away, then budgeting some of those public benefit dollars for current spending, assuming the dollars are coming, that should be safe. It's equity budgeting. That's what this whole conversation is about. And if our financial projections are flawed, then we shouldn't be given the incentives anyway. So that whole conversation about time value of money is really important. I opened the idea with using IDA to land bank some workforce housing, and this is a potential funding stream to help achieve that goal. Just a couple more. Page 49, you mentioned accessory dwelling units, and it also mentions 75-foot towers. All of that you mentioned under the umbrella of housing for all. We're already having an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, conversation. You mentioned, Dr. Paivo, you mentioned that in the context of creating duplexes to account for gentrification and displacement. And I think it was really important that you mentioned that 50%, and I didn't have any idea the number was this high, 50% of low-income households are one person, largely single women. I would just intuited a completely different statistic than that. So that's really important as we consider this whole ADU conversation. We need to use the ADUs for the purposes that you're describing in the study, but also as we have this sort of parallel conversation about them, they cannot be used for a conduit for simply expanding mini dorms and demolishing single-family residences that really cause the collateral damage in our residential neighborhoods. So they have a really legitimate role. Catalyzing mini dorms is not one of them. So often we get, in addition to that, so often we get in our own way with respect to code requirements. And for example, we want to incentivize transit-oriented development. And then we have excessive parking requirements tied to some of our projects. So balancing our goals with sort of our own code requirements is an important piece of this too. The study suggested a stronger involvement by the city in community benefits agreements. While those are really a matter of privately negotiated deals, 100, so that's important. We can't get in the middle of CBAs, but the council we've already mentioned several times, 100% of GPLETs are fully discretionary. So we already have the ability to tie proceeds of abatements or any other considerations to some of the specific projects like affordable housing or funding for zip cars or space for local businesses, landscaping, LEED certification, whatever. We can already do that as a condition of awarding a GPLET. Your study speaks to the high property values in the downtown core as a disincentive to compelling workforce housing. I would suggest, though, to address the problem that you raised correctly of the jobs housing balance. That's another reason we should be looking to expand the CBD into areas where we can provide the incentives for housing that are close to commercial development areas. If the downtown core is not that area, then that's another reason we should be looking at expanding. And so your study mentioned the Miracle Mile and Stone corridors. I'm sure there are others that the council that can provide, can offer, that can provide proximity, the proximity of value versus the jobs mix that we're after. Nearly finally, someone's not muted. Placekeeping. This is kind of what all the fuss has been about with respect to the Sunshine Mile and the Broadway widening. Don't demolish our history when we've got a clear chance to repurpose buildings and create that sense of place. And so I was glad that your story really talked in terms of cultural displacement, but involving neighborhoods work, because a lot of the neighborhoods have already done the heavy lifting in terms of cataloging their history. And so we don't have to go and reinvent that wheel. And let's see, I think one more thing. On page 34, you mentioned placekeeping as it relates to incentivizing local businesses with local character. That's exactly the conversation we're having around the 4th Avenue corridor. And it's going to apply to some of the other developable corridors that we identify, whether it's Miracle Mile, Stone, South 12th, wherever we wind up going. So I think you gave us a lot to work with. Some of it we're already doing, some of it's going to require state involvement, the IDA involvement, but I really appreciated the real in-depth look that you gave, and I think it's going to, for many of the reasons I just listed, is really going to expand the way we carry on this conversation about how we look at expanding the CBD and what tools we have to really touch those triple bottom line priorities that the council is going to identify. So that's all I've got. And thank you very much, Dr. Paivo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kosacic. And just for the record, I think it's important when we're talking about triple bottom line, it's a tool that was created by the Obama administration that basically gave some direction to jurisdictions about supporting these types of investments, and that the investments should align with the support for the return on investment for the community, right? The support economic vitality, support good governance, support healthy people and communities, a strong social fabric, and national resource stewardship, as well as quality built environment. That's triple bottom line, and that is bottom line. That's what we, the city of Tucson, need to use as a model to be able to continue with the GPL program in the city of Tucson. The other thing that I wanted to agree with Councilmember Kozachik on is that when we first created the Central Business District and the GPL process, we were in fact in a place as a city that we were trying to recover from the Great Recession, and encourage investment in the urban core. Back then, when I first got elected to the Tucson Council in 2007, when we looked at the census numbers about growth and development in this region, we saw that the city of Tucson, we saw the expansion of the suburbs. The expansion and growth of Marana and Sahuarita and Vail and Oro Valley. At that time, those numbers in terms of expansion of the towns surrounding Tucson were growing at 250%, and the city of Tucson grew by 2%. And so in order to think about transit-oriented development, investment in our city so that we could use the infrastructure that we currently have, which is something, Dr. Paivo, that you mentioned too, in order to be able to sustain a good transit system, we had to see growth and density in the city of Tucson. So in many different ways, we were looking at being able to bring back development, investment, and growth in the city of Tucson in a sustainable and responsible way, and help our economy. And at the time as well, we have to think, and you touched on this, Steve, was that in downtown, developers didn't have access to banking. It was almost impossible to borrow money to develop downtown. And so in so many different ways, what Mayor and Council did at the time was appropriate, but now that we've had the opportunity to reflect and look at the return of our decisions, right? What has happened since then and how the economy is now, which is it's a bit delicate still, right? We don't know how the pandemic is going to continue treating our economy in the city of Tucson. We have to make sure that we are reviewing what the program is about, and how we can make it better in terms of affordable housing for our community, placemaking for our community, and making sure that we're protecting the cultural assets that we have, as well as the neighborhoods. So with that, I do see the hand of Councilmember Cunningham, and then we'll go to Councilmember Santa Cruz.
A couple things. Steve, Councilmember Kozachik, thanks for the excellent analysis. You did your homework. I had a few of them. I missed most of the ones you had, but I had a couple duplicates. My main one is about legacy, page 50, section 7.4, legacy tenants. I thought that's a good. It's the suggestions you're giving. I want to know if we can get them to pass the legal part, because I'd love to be able to commit money to a business that's already exists there. So a new commercial space goes up. That business would have to go out of business. They'd have to shut down, and then they'd have to move back in. And if we could figure out a way that they can be made whole to do that, so they never miss a beat. And also, if they're under a lease, their price per square foot is just now. If they're part of these if they're part of selling the property because they own the original property, it becomes a different piece. There's a different piece to it, and that can be negotiated from owner to owner. But if you've got a lease tenant, I absolutely agree. There's a way we can protect our legacy tenants that way. And I think that your tenure, I'd actually put it at about 20 years. You had a 30-year tenure requirement. I think a 20-year tenure requirement is totally ample. Most businesses are happy to last 10 years. So I thought that was a great suggestion. It caught my eye. I saw on your summary from that 55,000 foot, that page 54, page 55 from the 100,000 foot level. We've got a lot of stuff that we kind of do, but we haven't codified. In other words, the intents are there to make those things happen. We just haven't actually put them on paper. I think right now, we probably need to have a group act as a steward, a group of stakeholders act as a steward that way, which is pretty much what you alluded to. But the other thing you'd say is I think there needs to be like a CBA watchdog office in the city. In other words, look, if you're not going to follow the CBA, if we're going to say, hey, look, you've got to do CBAs, and we're going to advocate for CBAs and advocate for our constituents, there has to be some leverage on people honoring the CBA. There has to be some sort of recourse. Otherwise, CBAs are only worth the paper they're on. They don't have that iron in them that are required for people to honor them. So I'd actually say that having some type of CBA steward within the city is actually something we should be able to do. And when people enter into a CBA, I mean, I don't know what the legal standpoint is, but we should be able to say, hey, look, if you're not going to honor the CBA, then you're going to lose your tax abatement. That's kind of where I'm going with this. There has to be some type of consequence to not agreeing to the CBA, some type of CBA mediation process. Otherwise, we're never going to get effective ones. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think we're on the right track. And Dr. Paivo, I've really got to tell you, the detail and the detail effort and quite frankly, the thoughtful analysis in your work was really fresh to me. So thanks, man.
The mayor is having some technical difficulties. If we can hold for just a couple minutes for her, please.
How long are we waiting for the mayor?
Roger, do you want us to go ahead and have Councilmember Santa Cruz go ahead and ask her questions? Would that be appropriate?
The mayor asked us to wait for her.
Okay.
Roger, how much time are we giving the Madam Mayor?
Hi, I'm so sorry. Our internet connection is very unstable up here, so.
Welcome back, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I know that Councilmember Santa Cruz was waiting for to speak, so if she hasn't done so already, please, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. I, want to take a moment to thank, our Office of Economic Initiatives, Dr. Paibo, and my colleagues on the council for taking a moment to reflect and have a more holistic picture of the past 8 years with the Central Business District and the GPLET process. I know that as we're moving forward with our shortage in just our housing stock here in the city is going to be even more impacted by folks being encouraged to move here, from other states that can afford to pay higher prices for housing. That's going to be something else that we're going to have to battle because for so long, the city was known as an affordable place to live, and it's not feeling like that these days. As another layer than just this conversation that we're having right now. But I just wanted to make one thing that became really clear to me during the public engagement process and while reading Dr. Paibo's report is that we need to be considering ways to generate broadly shared community benefits from these development projects. As you stated, Mayor, we also need an auditing strategy going forward to ensure that GPLET projects are delivering what they promise. So with that, I know that this is a lot for us to take in and that we're going to continue to reflect, but I want to make sure that we keep the ball rolling on the next steps that need to happen after, we've received this information and we've done the community engagement process. And so I have a motion to help guide our next steps. It's a little lengthy or wordy, so if I need to repeat it, please feel free to ask. So I move that the economic initiatives develop an action plan that includes a new auditing strategy going forward to ensure the GPLET projects are delivering what they promise, and to convene a special steering committee that will review the results of the Central Business District public engagement and Dr. Paibo's study and provide informed recommendations on next steps. The economic initiatives team should return to Mayor and Council on April 6th, 2021 with an update on the new GPLET financial auditing strategy. This action plan must come back to Mayor and Council prior to any GPLET applications moving forward. The steering committee should be comprised of members of the public, including the Central Business Public Engagement Bridge Builders, members from the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, community advocates representing the barrios in and adjacent to the Central Business District, legacy small business owners, and local developers. The steering committee will review the results of the Central Business District community engagement and Dr. Paibo's study
and provide informed specific recommendations to mayor and council on the size and location of potential expansion or retraction of the central business district, the GPL program, including requirements for qualifying businesses, the application process, how it may potentially be coupled with community benefits agreements, how it might partner or include affordable housing, and more broadly, how we can best provide widely shared community benefits from these development projects and support neighborhoods adjacent to the CBD, and any other opportunities as identified by the steering committee.
So there's the motion.
Yes, Your Honor. I want to make a few things clear. One is on this, I have one condition because that is a long motion, and in the interest of disclosure to the team and to the staff and to the council, I ask that a copy of that motion as she read it is given to us, but I can't ask for that until after she's read it into the record. So that's why I'm asking for that now. But with that condition that I know will probably be satisfied, to go over the understanding go over the motion as I understand it, it gives us the opportunity to work some type of auditor or some type of steward on GPLETs, as I was talking about in my previous comments. It also incorporates a stakeholder steering committee that allows us to, 1, adopt policy, and 2, monitor GPLETs, and 3, it goes into detail on how that team is comprised, which is actually more work than I usually do when I do my motions. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and second Councilmember Santa Cruz's motion. I think that it's on the right track where, yeah, and I think we heard it today. GPLETs can be good, but you got to do them the right way and the way that's the best for the community. And I think by being this comprehensive, being this vigilant, we're going to find that medium where we're going to have the best GPLET program in the country. One thing I'll say with a caveat is that if GPLETs go the way of the dinosaur as far as the abatement taxes go, it might even become mute anyway. But other than that, I'm on board and I second the motion.
So there's a motion and a second, and I did see Mr. Ortega's hand up, and as well as Councilmember Fimbres. Mr. Ortega.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz, for reading that. I'll get a copy of that, and then we'll have a conversation around how to get you where you want to be. I wanted to ask one point. I thought I heard April. Was it April 20th or was it April 6th? The date that was put in there.
April 6th, and that's close to like 45 days. I guess maybe 42.
Okay, if I could ask for you all to consider April 20th for this reason. The materials for that meeting are due almost a month before, so we have like 2 weeks to get all of the information together in order to put it into the packet. And I know one of the frustrations that the council expresses is getting late materials. And so I just throw that out to you. We can get it to you by the 6th, but it won't be a part of the normal process for all that material to be in front of you. That's all I wanted to make sure that you were understanding. That's all, Mayor.
Well, and Mr. Ortega, I want to also thank first and foremost Councilmember Santa Cruz for really helping shepherd this process from some time ago where we voted to proceed with a central business district map and analyze the GPLET process in the city of Tucson. So from back then, we've been trying to connect all these dots, including the creation of Equitable Housing and Development Commission that we all got to a point in. So what I want to make sure is that this sounds very similar to, this motion sounds very similar to the recommendation by Barbara Coffey that we take all this information, all of the comments, concerns, and ideas that came out of the community engagement meetings, and put it into a map, an action map for mayor and council in terms of recommendations. So I absolutely support the motion. Seems to be in the direction of where Barbara Coffey and her team at the Economic Initiatives Office really wanted to kind of sit down, give us all this information today and in our previous meeting, and then sit down and really put pen to paper in terms of an action plan of how we proceed. Council Member Fimbres and then Council Member Kozachik.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to ensure that, because in 2012, Barrio Viejo, Barrio Santa Rosa, and Barrio Santa Rita, we specifically said they did not want to be in the CBD map. And we kept them out of there since 2012. And I know in Ward 5, there's no one project, even though we've had the Renaissance of the South Side, has been G-Plat. So I want to ensure that those organizations, those neighborhood associations are still committed to keeping themselves out. Plus, Pueblo Gardens now, South Park do not request to be in there also in the map. So I want to ensure that that's going to happen. The other thing is, these are state guidelines. We got to make sure we adhere to them and whatever the federal guidelines were when we started the G-Plat. And then how big will the proposed advisory committee be? I'd like to see 2 members from each ward maybe sit in there, or wherever the G-Plat is being involved consisted of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. I leave it, we've done this before with other departments in terms of the stakeholder group that's put together. I would leave it to Barbara Coffey. She's had a really good handle on the stakeholders that need to be represented and their voices in this process. What I did hear from Councilmember Santa Cruz is that she wants to make sure that the bridge builders that were part of the community engagement are also there. And then, of course, I believe she said a couple of members from the Housing and Equitable Development Commission be there. Other than that, I would trust Barbara includes stakeholders that bring a voice and a perspective on what is necessary. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, first of all, I would love to see the motion, as Paul was saying. It was really long and really detailed, and I'm reluctant to vote on something that I haven't read and thought about. Secondly, the motion seemed to, and maybe Lane, you can reread it, but the motion seemed to specify who was going to be on this audit committee, which is not leaving it up to Barbara Coffey to make a determination. I agree with Richard that because we're all in this together, we all ought to have a voice in at least putting people on their committee that have a stake in it as well. So I was looking at my emails. Were you going to email that over so we could read it, or how are we going to see that? Because Paul said he wanted to see it before he voted on it, but then he seconded the motion.
I just sent it to you, Steve, and I had sent it to Paul.
Lane, can you send it also to me or to everybody on the council? Thank you, Lane.
Council members, just wait just 1 second. I want to make sure that Mr. Rankin allows us to do that, although the motion is on the floor. And Mr. Ortega, I see your hand up again.
Yes, Mayor, and I'll turn it over to Mike here in a minute regarding the OML issues. So keep in mind, and this is where I was trying to figure this out in terms of the language. If the steering committee is designated by the council and you designate the people that are going to sit on it, basically, then it becomes a council commission, basically. And I thought where you all were headed was where you're going to leave it to staff to gather these folks and have these conversations. That's different than designating the specific participants. So I just throw that out to you. Happy to establish another commission if that's the wishes of the council. But, Mayor, my thought is that if based on your commentary, the staff can take the feedback and then go down the path of establishing the stakeholders and reaching out and so forth. But I think it's, if you're going to designate, then it's going to be a council commission. Mike?
And Mayor, what I would ask is, in terms of the written motion, is if Councilmember Santa Cruz or her office could email it to the clerk, and that way the clerk can then distribute to all the other elected officials. I just want to avoid any inadvertent side conversation occurring by email. But that way it can go out to everybody, and it's out in the open during this publicly noticed meeting. So
Madam Mayor.
Hold on just a second, Richard. Councilmember Santa Cruz, can you please reread the motion so that we can get
And I've sent it to the clerk already. So thank you for that clarification, Mike. So the motion reads that I move that economic initiatives develop an action plan that includes a new auditing strategy going forward to ensure that GPLET projects are delivering what they promise, and to convene a special steering committee that will review the results of the Central Business District public engagement and Dr. Peibel's study and provide informed recommendations on next steps. The Economic Initiatives team should return to Mayor and Council on April 6, 2021 with an update on the new GPLET financial auditing strategy. This action plan must come to Mayor and Council prior to any GPLET applications moving forward. When it comes to the makeup of the steering committee, that it would be comprised of members of the public, including the bridge builders from the Central Business District public engagement process, members from the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, community advocates representing the barrios in and adjacent to the Central Business District, legacy small business owners, and local developers. And so that's the composition of the steering committee. And like you said, Mayor, it is kind of giving some agency to staff, knowing how we've kind of been doing this work since last year, and that they're gonna review the results and provide informed specific recommendations. And then I listed out whether the location or potential expansion or retraction, what the GPLET program should look like, and then other opportunities as identified by the steering committee.
Right. That sounds pretty, pretty flexible in terms of who Barbara and the Economic Initiatives team wants to include. But I like the idea of saying developers and small business owners that are potentially affected, and residents around the Central Business District. Councilmember Fimbres, you had your hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Instead of making it a commission, why don't we just make it a task force? That's because it's one issue and assign the people to it and get it done.
Right. If we were to create a commission, why just not use the Housing Commission, right? Which has, I believe, a couple of the bridge builders are already part of that commission. Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, in listening to the motion again, I think that there's adequate direction on the type of folks to include, the type of stakeholders, and in consulting with the city attorney, I think we're comfortable that it would just be a staff-appointed group to get back to you with those suggestions, those recommendations. I think we can take it from here.
Okay. I feel comfortable with Barbara making that call as well. Councilmember Kozachik, then Cunningham, and then we should vote on this one.
Okay. To Barb, do we have any GPLEX in the pipeline right now?
So Mayor, Councilman Kozachik, the only project that is sitting out there right now that has paid an application fee and done an economic impact analysis is that of the former Regal Inn property. It's now the Oyo Hotel. And so that is the one that remains incomplete at this point, not yet approved.
So the motion would stop that dead in its tracks, and they've paid their money. I don't think that's right that we circumvent that. They made that investment on a good faith basis that we'd go forward. So I'd ask the motion to exempt them from being stopped. We're still not agreeing to it, but we have to at least let them do their economic analysis and come back and vote on it at some point. That would be one thing. Secondly, Mike Ortega asked for an extension on the date, so that would have to be amended in the motion if you're agreeable to that. And thirdly, just to clarify, there is no maximum number of people listed in that, but you give categories of people, and I'm fine with that, so that Barb would have the liberty to bring in the kinds of skill sets that she feels is important. So mainly points 1 and 2, the current GPLET, I don't believe should be stopped in its tracks, and secondly, amending the date.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, are you amenable to changing the date just so that we have a?
Yeah, the date I'm fine if City Manager Ortega promises even, a better presentation and, action plan. I was, I'm just trying to keep, the momentum going and didn't want too much time, to go. For Steve's first point on the current GPLET, Barbara, what would, if we were to just leave it as is with just pausing it, what would be the impact or what needs to happen with that one to keep moving?
So the next item for Ravi Patel, who represents the project, is for his final consideration with Mayor and Council for that GPLET program. He does have a community benefits agreement that's in place with the neighborhood, but has not come back yet to Mayor and Council while we had the community process going on, the community engagement discussion. I think it's really checking in with him to see if he is ready to move forward and now complete that final consideration. If he has his project in line to start construction, I think that would be helpful for him. The last conversations indicate that he's ready to go, but that's really a question for him. So we just need to check his timing.
So Councilmember Santa Cruz, I think that since that project is in your ward, I would suggest that, Barbara and the Economic Initiative staff and your staff, along with the conversations that have been happening with the neighbors surrounding that project, continue the discussion as this process proceeds.
And I'm good with that.
Okay. Councilmember Cunningham, I do see your hand up, and then we should vote. We have still other items on the agenda. You're okay? Okay. So with that, I'd like to call the question. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Barbara, Dr. Paivo, all those involved in this process. I'm very, very happy with what we have so far, and I'm looking forward to continue work on this. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All righty, let's move on to, we have a chunky agenda today. Let's move on to item 5. Councilmember Durham has requested initiation of the rezoning process to create an urban overlay district. Mr. Durham. Councilmember Durham.
Your Honor, this is. Oh, go ahead.
While he's signing on, I might be able to give a little background. I've been working with the Ward 3 office on this. The initiative is to establish an urban overlay district along the Santa Cruz River between Sweetwater and Grant. An urban overlay district is similar to what we've done around Main Gate, and we've done others as well. There is also a pad in process That'll be phase one, but the UOD will follow and will subsume that pad. And so really this is putting the process in place. It's not obviously finalizing a UOD for the area, but it's beginning the process to work collaboratively with the Ward 3 office and the stakeholders over along the Santa Cruz between Sweetwater and Grant, and to support really the goal is to support new innovation and a new innovation center for the region over there. So that's sort of where it's headed, and I don't know if Paul's signed on yet or not.
Thank you for opening up, Councilmember Kozachik. I know that our office has also been informed and part of the conversations with Councilmember Durham on this. It seems that while this urban overlay will provide a framework for long-term development, one particular property owning controlling several key parcels within the proposed urban overlay area intends to request also a planned area development in order to allow development to begin in the near term. So I absolutely love the idea of really putting some attention to one particular area of our city, that there's a lot of possibility, right? And starting the Santa Cruz Urban Overlay District and planned area development for this area is responsible. It's responsive to the needs of the community surrounding that area in Ward 3. And I believe that, you know, it's, again, just like the Sunshine Mile urban overlay, being able to plan and have a vision for a certain area of the city is responsible planning, and is something that's very very good and visionary. So I do know that Councilmember Durham wanted to allow Scott Clark to present. Yeah. I don't know if he's available.
Yes, I would like Scott to do it.
Councilmember Durham, if you want to add anything to this item, please do so, and then you can toss it over to Scott.
Okay. No, I would just like Scott to handle it.
Okay. Mr. Clark?
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Scott Clark, Director of Planning and Development Services. And with me, I've got Corin Manning. She has a very brief 3-slide presentation. As Steve mentioned, this is an urban overlay district. It was identified by Ward 3 and private development interest, and the mayor's office is an area ripe for an urban overlay. This would serve as a hub for innovation and commerce along I-10. In developing the overlay, we'd also be looking at proponents of Plan Tucson and explore options for live, work, play, and transit-oriented development. So ideally, you'd be looking at combined uses for residential, office, commercial, retail, serviced by multimodal transportation. So as I mentioned before, with me is Corin. She's going to talk briefly about the mechanics of this so you understand the process, and then we can field your questions and let you get back on with your agenda. Corin, please go ahead.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I just want to share a little bit more about the proposal for the Santa Cruz Urban Overlay District. On the screen, you can see a map of the area that's proposed as a UOD. You can see that that goes from Sweetwater Drive, the Sweetwater Wetlands area that's owned by the city would be the northernmost boundary, and that would go down to Grant Road, and it would be between I-10 and the Santa Cruz River. This area is about 305 acres. So it's a significant set of parcels that have opportunity for large scale development, as Scott mentioned, with commercial and industrial uses. We have established 2 urban overlay districts in the city, with a third on the way on the Sunshine Mile. What an urban overlay district does is it allows the city, the affected property owners, and community members to work together to develop a vision and a framework for development in that area, and then craft the appropriate regulations to achieve that vision. And then property owners in the area have the option of either using the underlying zoning, which in this area is a mix of industrial and commercial zoning, or they can use the urban overlay district to develop. If they use the urban overlay districts, they can use those more flexible zoning regulations, but they also have to comply with design guidelines. that have been put in place and are tailored to the goals and needs of that area. We're here today to request initiation of the Santa Cruz Urban Overlay District. After that, we would move forward with outreach and drafting the UOD standards. There would be a required neighborhood meeting, zoning examiner public hearing, and then it would come to mayor and council for consideration. We believe this whole process will take about 9 to 12 months. So we are respectfully requesting authorization to move forward with the Urban Overlay District. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corin and Scott. Thank you, Councilmember Durham, for bringing this. I have one question in terms of the area under consideration. It's all on the west side of the freeway. Is there a certain reason why the area east of the freeway between Miracle Mile and Prince is not being considered?
Mayor and council members, I believe that's just based on where we have heard the most interest in future development, and to create kind of a contiguous parcel on one side of the freeway. That's something that we can explore and look at some of the conditions there and hear from property owners and stakeholders. And if there is that desire to expand the area, that could either be included at this stage with the approval of mayor and council, or at a future date as an expansion of this overlay district.
I feel that it would be appropriate, even if we were to look at, give you direction today to start the process, but also be flexible enough to look at the area east of the freeway between Grant and Prince Road, on the east side of the freeway, just to at least take a look at it. And since we're going through the effort and process of visioning for this particular area, I've always wondered if the entrances into the city of Tucson on the east side of the freeway in terms of land are the highest and best use for those tracts of land as well. So Councilmember Durham just wanted to throw that out there, and it would be better if we start a little bit bigger and then kind of refine the map if necessary. But that's the only thing that I would suggest we take a look at.
So how would you like me to direct the motion? The creation of the new overlay will provide an advantage to the city of Tucson to attract innovative and sustainable commerce, and offering proximate location to the Santa Cruz. I'd like to make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Durham, go ahead and make your motion, and then we'll continue discussion after that.
I move to direct the staff to work collaboratively with the Ward 3 Council Office and stakeholders to establish an urban overlay district on the Santa Cruz River between Sweetwater Drive and Grant Road to establish the to support the creation of a new innovation center for our region. And how would you like me to change the motion?
Just to include the additional space, Councilmember Durham, on the east side of the freeway, and that's it.
So moved.
Excellent.
So Madam Mayor, she added the east and west sides of the side of the freeway.
Yes, Councilman.
We got to be cautious by Grant because that's tribal land also. That's Pasquayaki Nation's land.
That would be north of the Pasquayaki ownership of
I
it.
just want to make sure that's not in there.
Yeah.
Okay, I second his motion.
Alrighty, with that adjustment, that would be perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Durham, for adjusting. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozachik.
Your Honor, on the east part, are we specifically talking about the 36 acres that are vacant? Or are we talking about the areas that are already developed on the east of the freeway? I'm not, I mean, are we going to bulldoze what's already been built? Or I'm just trying to figure out why. I'm trying to figure out where east of the freeway we're going to rebuild. I mean, I'm just worried that trying to get all that into it sounds like the overlay has been preliminarily discussed on the west side of the freeway. Yeah. What I don't want to do is hold up the west side overlay for forbearance to the east side overlay. I'd rather them, you know, if they've got to come at us early to get the west side overlay done, we can always do an east side overlay as well. I totally understand the intent there, but I don't want that holding up this overlay. That's all I want to add.
Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. I do see Scott Clark's hand up. Scott?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and Council, when you're doing this type of planning and zoning work, it is totally appropriate to cast a bigger net. As your analysis continues, the overlay boundary will be shaped by the analysis coming out. So you may be able to do the entire 9 yards in the first project, or you may find it's appropriate to break it into phases. So I hope that responds to Councilmember Cunningham's concern.
Yeah,
it does. Good.
I want to make sure, Councilmember Cunningham, that we a little bit more, as Scott said, you know, throughout the space in terms of what we're looking at as we initiate.
I got it. Let's go for it.
Okay, great. I think, are there any other questions?
I was just going to say basically what Scott said, in that in both the Sunshine Mile and Main Gate, we have expanded and contracted and along both the east, west, and north, south perimeters as the conversation evolved. So, and it's not a matter of bulldozing existing businesses. It's a matter of providing a development incentive that they can choose to use or not. It's an optional overlay. So they can always say, no, I don't want any part of that. I'm going to, love to live the way life is going right now and just ignore us. So I think the expanding the perimeters is nothing to the original motion. I mean, it expands it, but it doesn't slow the process down.
I agree. Alrighty, so if there aren't any other comments, then we'll move on to approving motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Corin. Appreciate your work on this and looking forward to the next steps. Thank you. Item 6 is Councilmember Kozachik and Durham have requested a follow-up discussion regarding the installation of the small cell poles. Mr. Kozachik.
Thanks. I have 2 pictures to share. Roger, are you ready with a screen share? While he's getting that ready, I'm going to read the last page of the book first and let you know where I'm headed with this, and then kind of fill in the gaps as we go along. Where I'm heading with this is an ordinance that will require the telecom providers to show that they have, they have completely exhausted all options before landing on a site for a proposed pole. What you're looking at right now is the wooden stake in the ground is where a small cell pole is going to go. You notice there's a street sign to the left and there's a utility pole immediately behind it, but we're going to put another cell pole right there on the corner. Can you go to the next picture? This is what we're winding up with. Nice little house. It's got a 35-foot tall cell pole in the middle of it, a 4-foot tall TEP meter box, and then that 5-foot tall yellow and orange and white PVC warning post. These are going up all over all over the city. Right now, Verizon is the primary player, but it is absolutely certain that we're going to be seeing T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, Cox, and all the rest all over the city with these things. You can take it down. The last time we had this discussion, we left it that staff was with staff saying that they were going to get us as much advance notice as possible. And in fairness, we saw a couple of lists, but we're still learning about these polls way late in the game. And frankly, I'm just going to say Verizon because they're the main player, but it's going to be all of them. We're finding out about these after Verizon has chosen a site. They've invested money in permits. They've invested money in environmental reviews. If we ask them to move a pole, say 50 feet in one direction or another, they have to go back and do another NEPA. That's more money that we're asking Verizon to spend. If we ask them to move them, say 200 feet to the other end of a block, their answer has been that creates gaps in service. And so they have to make multiple moves, move multiple poles, which in fairness to them is money and it's time to address all those dominoes. The most frustrating part of this has been, it feels like peeling back the layers of an onion. And now we are dealing not only with Verizon, or the telecom company, but with TEP, who are coming in and bringing the power, and with CenturyLink, independently from one another. And our residents are being the collateral damage of this. And here's a reality check, is that TEP can co-locate those 4-foot meter boxes on the new poles. They're doing it up in Chandler. We should not be permitting them to set that meter box up next to a pole while they're doing in other jurisdictions the co-location already. In addition to that, state statute says that TEP cannot say no to co-locating cell antennas on existing power poles. That's in state statute. Nobody has ever told us that. And frankly, there are TEP poles in every easement, in every alley in the city. Staff has got to redirect Verizon and the rest of these to existing poles where it's possible. In addition to that, staff has got to cause co-location of the meter boxes on these new cell poles. They're doing it in other cities, and the city of Tucson shouldn't be any different. In addition to that, staff has got to co-locate these new poles with existing street signs and traffic control devices and light poles. And all we've been doing is throwing up our hands and citing this whole preemption legislation, not compelling that more robust and really more exhaustive review of all the options. And frankly, it makes us complicit in this trashing out of the city. Ward 3 and I have been going to Verizon with hat in hand, asking them to move new poles that they've got the permits for, move them 10 feet out of the front of somebody's front yard. And I believe that we have been let down by the cell providers. I believe we've been let down by TEP and by city staff, quite frankly, by not offering up solutions such as stop signs, traffic control arms, co-locating power boxes, the meter boxes on the poles, new poles, most importantly, going on existing TEP power poles. There are going to be thousands of these things all over the city. And right now, I know my office is working on about 50 of them. Ward 3 is working on about 50 of them. There are going to be hundreds of these. And we don't have the staff. City staff, quite frankly, has Jesse Sanders, who I guess is on contract doing these. He doesn't have the time to chase these down. This is going to be a big, big deal for this city. We shouldn't have to fight this hard to get staff and the utilities, all of them, to the table to bring solutions. And we have to start protecting the aesthetics of this city. Yes. There are also things such as one-touch poles, utility poles that go up that are already not pre-wired, but they've got the infrastructure on the utility pole to require multiple uses. TEP can put these up all the time. Why don't they want to? Because there's going to be some more money involved. And so right now, the telecom companies are following a practice of minimal effort, minimal impact on them. It's a whole lot easier for Verizon to say, I'm going to stick a pole in the ground and walk away, than for them to come to us and us to point out, you've got an easement there with 6 utility poles lined up, and they say, well, TEP is going to tell us that we can't put an antenna array on one pole. Okay, then they might have to put 1 antenna on one pole, 1 on a light pole, 1 on a stop sign. More work for them, but it's preserving the aesthetics of the city. And so I would like a local ordinance that requires providers to demonstrate to us that they have exhausted all other possible locations for a pole site. Now the telecom industry is choosing that option. They're not choosing that option because they're doing the minimal impact approach to this. And it's wrong that these solutions haven't been brought forward to us by staff, by the telecom. TEP doesn't want any part of it, but it's written into state law. They have to allow these things. And so what do they have to do? They have to write a site agreement. They have to get the insurance thing going on with the telecom companies. But right now we're being given an option of 1. And you saw the picture of what's happening. They're going right in front of people's houses. So we can also throw a bone to them. Expedite permit review if they co-locate. You know, so there are things that we can do from our end to facilitate this, but the range of options we're being given is one, and it's wrong. And allowing the telecom companies to continue following this minimal impact on them process is going to wind up trashing this city out. And again, it's not just Verizon. It's going to be Verizon, T-Mobile, Sprint, AT&T, Cox, and all the rest. And if you haven't seen it in your ward yet, you're gonna. And it's going to take a boatload of your time, and you're going to have some really pissed off residents when the answer is, gee, we're preempted by state law. There's nothing we can do.
I absolutely agree with you, Councilmember Kosaczek, and at the direction of my colleagues on the council, I also sent a letter to the Senate President and Speaker of the House requesting again that the state legislature repeal and replace the 2017 House Bill 2365 and restore the authority for local governments in the decision-making approval process, as well as at the bare minimum that they consider for a statutory change to direct telecommunications companies to notify residents and local governments of the proposed locations of any poles and related infrastructure prior to the development of those poles. So I absolutely agree. I think this is much more than just one company. It's about the built environment in our city.
Right.
Right. It's about the design guidelines, the code enforcement, and how our built environment surrounds our neighborhoods and in our neighborhood. So was that in the form of a motion, Councilman?
Well, yeah, but I saw your letter and I thank you for that. I read it earlier during our break, and it checked all the right boxes, getting the state legislature to move on that. God bless you if you can do that. But it's the right thing. But I don't believe that we're without options locally.
Right.
And I believe that, I know in state law right now, TEP was not happy with that legislation when the state legislature passed 2365, because it says right in it that they have got to allow co-location on their utility poles if a telecom company points to one and says, I want to put it there. The reason they're not doing it is because TEP can turn around and say there are structural issues and we'd have to replace the pole. You can't put your 3 antenna array on one pole. Therefore, we, the city, have to be a part of providing solutions by saying, okay, you can put 1 antenna on that pole, 1 antenna on that utility pole, and we're going to let you, even though it violates the manual of uniform traffic control devices, we need to shove that thing aside and say, you can put your pole up where that stop sign is and we'll put our stop sign on your pole. There are conversations to be had that we're simply not having. And all we're doing is throwing up our hands saying we're preempted. And our residents deserve a whole lot more from this governing body and staff than that, and the utilities.
Absolutely. So just to make sure that we're moving in a direction so we can give some direction to the staff, I want to make sure with Mr. Rankin if if Chandler's doing it, how can the city of Tucson move in this direction as well?
And so he's got something specific to respond to. I'll frame that in the form of a motion, a local ordinance that requires providers to demonstrate to us that they have exhausted all of their possible locations for a pole site.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. And Mr. Rankin, I want to make sure that we can push this motion forward so that staff can start working on an ordinance.
So, Mayor, members of the council, just let me adjust the volume thing. And Councilmember Kozaczek. So I understand the frustration, so a couple of things. I believe Councilmember Kozaczek is correct in terms of TEP is the utility can't say no to a request to co-locate, but the state law does prevent us from compelling the small wireless facility from actually locating on that pole. We can't compel them to co-locate on the TEP pole. Okay.
I know.
That's not what the motion says.
I understand, but I just want folks to understand the dynamic.
Okay.
Secondly, if we have an ordinance that says that the applicant, the provider, has to demonstrate that it's exhausted all other options, we still have the problem of the state law preempting us from dictating where they locate. So we wouldn't be able to.
So let me start. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. What this motion does is it draws the city staff into the conversation about options early on. Because right now, all we're hearing is we're preempted. I want the city staff to be walking out to that easement and standing at that easement with Verizon's representative and saying, look, you got 5 utility poles, you got a stop sign, you got a light pole, and you got a traffic control device. That conversation's not happening, Mike, and it needs to.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Kozaczek. I wanted to understand because I don't want to create the false impression that we would be able to create an ordinance that says, you know, if all the options haven't been exhausted, we can deny the application.
No, so the end result of this might be, no, we still want to go right in front of that person's home, but then we can put a sign up saying brought to you by Verizon.
I get it. You are saying force the conversation to make sure that as part of the process, when an application comes in, all of the options get examined. And as part of that, you've presented your concerns about us not providing enough options on our own facilities.
Exactly.
So I understand that, and that's all I have to say about the motion.
All righty, but it can be crafted, Mike, in a way that the intent of what Councilmember Kozaczek. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was clear on it, and I am now.
The only thing the state legislature could then say is local jurisdictions can't even have the conversation.
Right, exactly. That would be ridiculous, but we've seen it before. Councilmember Cunningham, and then any others on the council.
So this is my thought on this. Are we or are we not allowed to charge fees for permits on these?
We are right now, but there's another bill at the state legislature that's preempting that option.
All right. Is there some type of law? Well, that bill hasn't passed yet, so I'm just asking. And we can always take them to court. I'm just asking. So do we have discretion on the permit fees we get to charge?
We can't. The fee schedule is established. And as Councilmember Kozaczek is pointing out, there's a move to take that away even.
The fee schedule established by the state or by us?
By the state, and our permit process incorporates that fee schedule.
And the state law says that we can't charge anything more to them than we charge to anybody else in the right of way.
That's not where I'm going with this. It's not where I'm going with this. What I'm asking is, can we or can we not charge more if you don't co-locate?
No, we can't base the fee on whether it's co-located or not.
Can we base the permit and the amount of work you have to do on the permit on whether it's co-located or not?
No, except the way Councilmember Kozaczek was framing it earlier. So we are under the same shot clock, okay, the 75-day shot clock, regardless of whether it's co-location or not. But I heard Councilmember Kozaczek suggesting, and what you're suggesting now, Councilmember Cunningham, is we could maybe incentivize co-location by creating an even more expedited process for a co-location versus a new pole.
If the fee schedule is set by the state, are we allowed to give rebates?
Rebates.
Are we allowed to give rebates back after they pay their fees and finish it if they co-locate? I mean, the fees are already set, but it doesn't say we can't charge lower or give them back. So I'm just telling them, hey, look, we'll keep the state's fee schedule, but if you do it in 30 days and co-locate, you're going to save yourself $500 or whatever the heck it is. I don't care if we do that. I'm totally good doing stuff like that. I want to make it so the only way they want to do it is co-locate. I want it to be the biggest pain in the butt in there ever to make it anything other than co-location of a utility pole. We already have enough utility poles. I want them all taken down anyway. So we might as well make use of them. But building another pole next to an already disgusting utility pole drives me nuts. The idea of that is repugnant. So I want us to do everything in our power to ensure that when T-Mobile shows up and says, we're going to build a 5G network, which a lot of people don't even want, by the way, because of other concerns. But when they come on and say, we're going to build a 4G or a 5G or whatever they're going to do, we're going to tell them that's fine, but you're going to do it co-locating, or you can pay extra. And you get, we're gonna make you wait until the 74th and a half day. We're not giving you time. I want us to stretch it. That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, just in the interest of time, and I believe, Mr. Rankin, you have something to say, but I'm pretty sure that Scott and Mr. Ortega and you get the idea. Go ahead, Mike.
I do. I was just going to suggest that the direction be, first of all, you act on the motion that's been presented. And if the additional direction is that if staff is directed to find any other lawful mechanisms to incentivize co-location as the preferred type of installation, and to bring those back for Mayor and Council consideration and approval as well.
That works for me.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I don't hear any. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do you want to give further direction, Councilmember Kozaczek or Cunningham?
Well, I appreciate the spirit of what Paul is suggesting. The reality is that the fees we charge for going into a right-of-way, A, are going to get preempted, and B, they're a rounding error compared to the cost it's going to be for TEP to replace a power pole in order to allow co-location. So I love the idea. Expediting permit review, I think maybe, again, but explore all options, but I don't think offering them a rebate on their permit fee is going to be the deal breaker for them.
Hey, I'm just saying, let's use every possible. Sometimes you got to throw the kitchen sink, man. So let's go. If we're going kitchen sink, let's not half-ass it. All right.
Well, so we can
make that in the form of a motion to use every single avenue necessary to promote co-location.
Cool. Second.
So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Councilmember Kozaczek and Durham and Councilmember Cunningham for this item. We are moving on to item 7. Councilmember Fimbres has requested an explanation of the charter provisions for filling a vacancy on the council. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I provided a memorandum to the mayor and council. I apologize that it was just recent. but I had sent similar information out to the mayor and council several weeks ago relating to what the charter requirements are in terms of the occasion of a vacancy on the council due to the resignation of a council member. So as you know, that's the situation we have with Council Member Durham's resignation becoming effective at the end of the day on March 1st. The charter requirements are pretty straightforward. Upon the resignation, a vacancy exists in that office, of course, and the vacancy is then filled by the remaining elected officials, the mayor and the remaining council members. The charter requires that the mayor and council take action at either a regular or a special meeting to fill that position. You're all aware that the mayor's already called a special meeting for the evening of March 1st for that purpose. The other charter requirements are that the person who is selected must qualify for that position. So under the charter, that means the person must be a continuous qualified elector within the city for 3 years and within Ward 3 for at least 1 year. And then upon appointment, selection by the mayor and council, that person serves out the remaining portion of the term. You are all keenly aware that that is an open question for us while we are waiting for the Arizona Supreme Court to issue its decision. There is no particular timeline for that. I am very hopeful that they issue a ruling before the end of the month, but I have no way of influencing the timing of their decision. If the city wins in that case, then we will have an election in November of 2021. If not, it'll be a year later. So that's what the charter provides.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin, and I do see Councilmember Durham's hand up. I wanted to take this opportunity to first and most importantly thank Councilmember Durham for his service to the residents of the city of Tucson, that him and his team at Ward 3 have advanced really important initiatives for the residents of the city of Tucson in terms of sustainability and livability. And he has fought tremendously hard for the investment in the Thrive in the 05, which is in Ward 3, and so many other clean energy, climate emergencies, so many issues that are important to us. Thank you so much, Councilmember Durham, for your hard work and your dedication and your love of the residents of Ward 3 in the city of Tucson. And I'm just going to give you the floor because you do have your hand up. So go ahead, Councilmember Durham.
So I want to thank my colleagues who are willing to act swiftly and fulfill my seat. You agree that the Ward 3 residents deserve representation immediately. I ask that the process not be dragged out and action be taken on the March 1st meeting to appoint a capable replacement. I move to direct the city clerk to accept resumes and letters of interest from qualified individuals who will not seek the seat to be received by Friday, March 30. These individuals will present to the mayor and council at the special meeting of mayor and council to be followed by the vote of mayor and council to appoint the new council member that evening.
Thank you, Councilmember Durham. I just want to make sure that for clarity, you're talking about accepting applicants submitted by 5 p.m. this Friday, February 26th?
Yes.
Okay, all righty. I do
No,
see, so
no, it, at the meeting on 5 p.m. on Friday, February 26th.
okay, so your motion is clarifying that applicants should submit their resumes and letters of interest by Friday, February 26th. That is in the form of a motion as I hear it. Do I hear a second?
Second.
So there is a motion and a second. Councilmember Fimbres, you have your hand up.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I had something similar to that. I said I was saying I would move that we have interested parties to submit their letters of interest and resume to the city clerk with a deadline of 12:30 p.m. on Tuesday, March 1st. The notice of the city charter, Chapter 8, Section 4, which should be noted in the event of a vacancy in office, the appointing power of authority shall immediately or within such time as is expressly provided by the charter fill the vacancy, which is in the event of the office for a term shall not be for the remainder of the term. During the March 1st Mayor and Council special meeting, to have time set aside for presentation of the interested parties and discussion to follow by Mayor and Council, and the potential vote of the Mayor and Council if a majority deems it.
So the only difference that I see in what you have is that you would want to extend to March 1st. The only thing that concerns me about that, Councilmember Fimbres, is that we want to make sure that our colleagues on the council and I have the time to review the applicants and their letters of interest. So that's the difference. And then you're adding a little piece in terms of presentations, right?
Yes, and the thing is though, Madam Mayor, we've received several resumes already from people that were interested in showing a voice to the recorder. So I think we have the individuals that are seeking to fill Paul's remainder of his term.
Pretty much. So I would highly recommend that we, just to give ourselves time, that we keep Councilmember Durham's deadline, which is Friday by 5 p.m., which is Friday, February 26th. But I really like your idea of having a little bit of time set aside on the meeting of March 1st of having presentations. So Vice Mayor Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to echo, I would personally appreciate the extra time over the weekend if we could get all of the resumes and letters of interest on that Friday so that we have some additional time to review. And I also would appreciate the opportunity to have those presentations on the 1st at our special meeting as well. So I don't know if we need to have a friendly amendment to Councilmember Durham, but would that be appropriate?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so Mayor, I would like to make a friendly amendment to Councilmember Durham to add the up to 5 minutes of a presentation for each interested and qualified applicant to present at that special meeting on March 1st.
So Councilmember.
I accept a friendly amendment.
Excellent. So Vice Mayor, you're you are the second to the motion, so you accept your own friendly amendment.
Oh, do I? Well, then I will accept
that. So what we have is a motion and a second. Councilmember Fimbres, your suggestion of presentations has been accepted. Councilmember Cunningham.
Does this mean that we're voting for the new council member on the 1st?
That is what Councilmember Durham's motion.
I thought we were going to go where we were going to. So how does that work? So that's kind of new because when we did it with mine, the predecessor couldn't vote on it. Councilmember Durham, are you going to be seated on the March 1st meeting?
Yes, I don't think I'll be there.
Yeah, Councilmember Cunningham, Councilmember Durham's last day is at 5 p.m. March 1st. I do see Rankin's hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to answer that question. No, Councilmember Durham would not be participating in the vote on the replacement because the vote on the replacement can't occur until the vacancy is in fact existing.
So, and when's our next meeting after March 1st?
That's March 9th is the first scheduled meeting after March 1st.
So, look, I'm really familiar with this this whole process because I went through it 10 years ago. And it's a process I believe in. We've done the same thing for the last 5 or 6 appointments. I'm totally okay with collecting our things by Friday so we can have the weekend. People are going to have to just get their resumes in quicker. But what I'm not okay with is voting on the 1st when we can vote on the 9th. I'd rather give the opportunity to get community input once all the names are submitted. We owe the community that option. There's no way we should be just if we get the resumes on Monday and make it on Friday and make a decision on Monday, we basically said, hey, by the way, everybody else who wanted to even write a memo in support of one of the candidates that got picked, one of the people who presented, that isn't transparency. That isn't even giving the community a chance to chime in. No way. March 1st is it. We'll listen to everybody give their presentation March 1st, and then March 9th, we can seat the new member. I'm not comfortable at all moving that fast down the line where we're gonna take resumes for 3 days and then 2 days later we're gonna vote somebody in and not be able to get any input from the rest of the community. My process took 6 weeks. Now I agree that we need to get our council members seated, but we can afford the 8 days. We're not gonna have one meeting without a full quorum. We're going to have the special meeting for them to present, and we can seat the new member on March 9th. But I'm not comfortable at all seating somebody March 1st, the day of, when no one in the community has gotten a chance to even digest all the different candidates that are going to apply. I'm sorry. I'm just not comfortable doing that. That isn't transparency. That isn't even giving everyone a chance. It's going to look like the fix is in, and that's not cool.
Councilmember Cunningham, you've had a chance. Councilmember Steve Kozachik and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thanks. When Rodney Glassman left in 2010, we took a month to fill the seat. And during that time, there were 14 people who put their name in the hat, 11 qualified candidates. 2 of them dropped out and 1 of them wasn't eligible. So we had 11 candidates that put their name in the hat. I would take the position that even March 9th is rushed. People right now have the feeling that the fix is in, and we give everyone the clear message that the choice isn't a done deal. Encourage people to apply, give them a chance to make the rounds. I remember going out to lunch with Paul and had contacts with some of the others. That can't happen, especially during a pandemic time. And I'd argue that it can't happen between the 1st and the 9th either. But you know, we took a month back in the good days, you know, when people could actually go out and eat in restaurants and things and engage. So giving people, Nikki, 5 minutes to make their pitch on the night of the vote that's not working for me at all at any level.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
You're muted.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
All right, sorry. I always put my hand down first instead. I was just saying that I disagree with Councilmember Cunningham and Kozachik on this because my understanding of what the charter says is that it is up to mayor and council to appoint. And so it isn't that like we're somehow circumventing some community process or input in this when we get to make that call at the end of the day. And so I think, you know, for all of us personally, right, we have seen the resumes or the letters of interest that have been coming in, and that at the end of the day, we are elected and we get to make that call of who we're going to support. I don't necessarily think that, I don't know, I guess it's just, I think it's unfair to couch it under like, oh, it's not enough time for community to give us input, when the charter says we have the authority to appoint. And I don't think that we, like, the residents of Ward 3 and the residents of the city of Tucson don't need more time without representation on that seat. And so I do think it's of utmost importance that we keep the trains moving in that office and with the Ward 3 representative.
I just want to make sure that I echo what Councilmember Santa Cruz said. And I want to first and foremost respect the concerns and the advice and position that Councilmember Durham has brought to us here today. And that the charter is very, very clear in terms of the process. Mayor and council get to a point. That is the process. And we have heard of people that are interested. We have received resumes. We've received even letters of support for some of the people that are interested in serving the residents of Ward 3. I believe that after we hear from those that are interested, it is of utmost importance that we fill the seat to make sure that on March 9th, the voters and the residents of Ward 3 have a voice and a seat at the table. And when we filled Rodney Glassman's seat, we were not in the midst of a pandemic. We were not. And every single day that passes, we have to make sure that we have representation in Ward 3. We were also not in the middle of a budgeting season. I concur, I agree with Council Member Durham's motion, and I'd like to make sure that we call the question with a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So motion passes 5-2. Thank you so much, Councilmember Durham, for your service to our community. I really appreciate it, and we will make sure that we put this seat, this ward, in the hands of a capable person that loves Ward 3. With that, I'd like to move to item 8. Vice Mayor Lee and Councilmember Durham have requested discussion of a safe living environment for renters. Mrs. Lee.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be brief with this one. Just want to give you guys a little bit of context behind what we're talking about today. Last summer, during some of the record-breaking heat that we experienced, our ward office specifically and a couple others received phone calls from constituents reporting that air conditioning was broken in their rental properties and landlords were refusing to fix it, which was resulting in unsafe living conditions. So along with Councilmember Durham's staff and our staff, we looked at the Arizona Rental Landlord and Tenant Act and worked with city code enforcement. And we quickly learned that the Landlord Tenant Act only specifies services like air conditioning and heat, that they must be offered at, quote, a reasonable amount. And so we looked at other cities throughout Arizona, including Phoenix, and found that they defined a reasonable amount by including a specific temperature that was measurable. And so we're hoping to do the same thing here to protect our constituents who find themselves in those situations. And with triple-digit heat coming quickly, as we all know, we want to make sure that we give you all the opportunity to look at this and get some feedback. And that's what we're here to do today. The idea is to introduce a cooling requirement to our code to allow landlords the ability to get their equipment in working condition before the summer months arrive. We've been working with Roy Lusk in the city attorney's office, and he was able to provide draft code revisions, which are outlined in Councilmember Durham and my memo. And Madam Mayor, we're eager to hear from you and the council to ensure that the proposed revisions are in the best interest of our community, ensuring we have safe living conditions for all of our residents. So with that, I want to see if the city manager has anything from environmental services on this item, just to frame it up a little bit more.
Sure, Mayor. Vice Mayor, I'm getting some feedback here. All right, let's see if that works. Thank you. So Mayor, Vice Mayor Lee, thank you. So this is really another tool in the toolbox. This gives us an opportunity to address concerns that are brought to us through a lot of your offices. I did speak with the Vice Mayor on this and understand I'm supportive. I think the thing that'll be important here is twofold. Number one, I don't see that we will go out and actively enforce this. I think, again, it's another tool in the toolbox that when it's brought to our attention, we then can proceed down the path. The other piece is oftentimes it will take us a fair amount of time to go through the court process, which is ultimately to hold folks accountable. Now, if we did find an emergency situation, we could deem the property uninhabitable, board it up, and find other options for the resident or the person that's using that facility. But I do think there is value here. I do think that there is, an opportunity for us again to make our toolbox more robust, and I am recommending that we proceed with it, Mayor.
Excellent. Yeah, in a city where we have more than 100 days of 100+ degree weather, this is absolutely making sure that we're taking care of those people that have to rent, and maybe sometimes deal with landlords that do not care or don't want to invest or don't pay attention to the needs of those individuals and those families. Councilmember Kozaczek?
A couple of quick questions for Mike Rankin. Isn't this whole concept already covered through the Landlord-Tenant Act? And secondly, how do we protect against some slumlord simply saying he hadn't got the money and so putting some people out on the street?
So, Councilmember Kozaczek, the Landlord-Tenant Act does provide does include some provisions with respect to minimum habitability. However, in that instance, you're really putting the tenant in the position of trying to enforce against their landlord under the terms of their lease, versus bringing in the authority of code enforcement to enforce minimum housing conditions. We do have a series of minimum housing conditions within Chapter 16 of the code, and including some minimum heating and cooling, but they're not established at at precise temperature levels, and that's what this would change, and it would give a more defined, enforceable provision in the code in terms of those requirements.
And so, could the landlord simply say, "I haven't got the funds to make this upgrade, and therefore I'll just shut the unit down"?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they'd still face sanctions under the code. If they make it, it's one of the tensions in code enforcement that always comes up, right? Because on the one hand, you want to enforce minimum housing conditions. On the other hand, you don't want to displace people, right? And so that's something code enforcement always has to deal with, and you're right to bring up the issue. But typically the way enforcement works is this gives a mechanism, as the manager was saying, a tool in the toolbox for code enforcement to give a notice of violation to the landlord to say, you need to fix this, and compel the performance within a set time frame.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
Yeah.
Councilmember Durham?
Do we have a motion?
Yes, we do. Right, it was in a form of a motion, Vice Mayor?
I do have one drafted. If there are no other questions, I'd like to move forward with that. I want to thank Carlos and his team in code enforcement, Roy Lusk, the city manager, Councilmember Durham, and my colleagues for their input today. And with that, I want to move to direct the city attorney's office to bring back code revisions to mayor and council on the March 9th, 2021 study session and regular agenda to ensure landlords are providing a safe living environment to their renters by having appropriate cooling in all habitable rooms. And that's the motion.
I second the motion.
So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much, Councilmember Durham and Vice Mayor, for bringing this item. Makes lots of sense. Thank you. We move on to item 9. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion today?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I submitted the list of state bills for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I'd respectfully request a motion to support the recommendations in the report.
I'd move that we support those recommendations.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All righty. I think that was easy, Andrew.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda?
Your Honor, we have a request to consider item 7C separately.
Alrighty. Any others? Alrighty, let's go on to item 11. Does anyone have any future agenda items? Hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regular session begins in 10 minutes. I'll give you a little bit of a break and then we'll come back and continue on with our regular session. The next meeting of the mayor and council will be Tuesday, March 9th, 2021. I'll see you in the next 10 minutes. Thank you all.
Mr. Durham?
I'm in the wrong meeting.
You're in the right meeting, sir.
Okay. Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here. Here.
Mr. Mohammed? Mayor Romero?
Absent. Absent excused. Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's communication number 51 dated February 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye. Or
Mr.
here, sorry.
Cunningham?
It is aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, resolution number PHA 2021-004.
City Manager's communication number 52 dated February 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution PHA 2021-004 by number and title only.
Resolution number PHA 2021-004 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt resolution PHA 2021-004.
Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Resolution PHA 2021-004 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's communication number 50 dated February 23rd is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the January 20th, 2021 meeting?
Mayor, I motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. The motion to approve the minutes of the January 20th, 2021 meeting passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Thank you. Alrighty. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Durham?
Aye. Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Here.
Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member for the City Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Lord, thank you on behalf of all who are in attendance at this meeting here today. I pray for the government officials that they may represent the needs of the people of the city of Tucson. Grant them wisdom and counsel that they may conduct the affairs with your will and work together in harmony. Amen.
Item 2C.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication number 45, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record.
Your Honor, this item is going to be continued at the request of staff.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Then we move on to item 3.
Mayor and Council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's sorry about that. City Manager's Communication number 46, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? And as I usually like to do, I will start with Ward 1 and then go down the line. Council Member Santa Cruz.
None at this time, Mayor.
Council Member Cunningham.
First things first, I was gonna do this tonight. I planned on doing this tonight, but I think, I'm not sure if Councilmember Durham's going to be at the March 1st meeting. I was under the impression this was his last meeting. I wanted to thank him for his service, all the things he's done for Ward 3, representing Tucson and advocating for a better tomorrow, especially advocating against climate change and for conservation. So I wanted to commend him and thank him for his service. He's been an outstanding colleague to work with. The second thing I wanted to do, as usual, was to remind everybody that if you're feeling sick, you can get tested. We have one of the most robust public testing programs in the country in Pima County. I'm really proud of it. It's one of the things that probably kept our numbers realistic and kept our ability to control the virus ahead of other population centers around the nation. Finally, we have a vaccine program that has been introduced by the state. There are some kinks in it, but here's the deal. Here in Tucson, we have multiple different hotlines you can call for assistance. There are multiple phone numbers you can call. If you have any questions, you can even call my office and you'll get a return phone call, and we'll even try to walk you through the process online to get you vaccinated. We want to do it as fast as we can. We're going to make that commitment. It's not going to happen overnight, and I promise you every effort's being made to get as many people vaccinated as we can through the process properly. But we've got to focus on people right now between 65 and 74, but ultimately, the faster we get them through that process. The last thing I'd want to say is I'd love to have a better opportunity in understanding how many people are being vaccinated at the POD. We probably should have brought that up today during the study session, but we'll get that done on March 9th.
Councilmember Cunningham, indeed, you are right that tonight is the final meeting that Councilmember Durham will be at. His last day is March 1st at 5 p.m. And he will not be joining us for our March 1st special meeting. So you are correct. Councilmember Durham, you had your hand up earlier.
As my colleagues know, I will leave office on March 1st at 5 p.m. I want to thank each and every one of you for your support. I want to thank the city employees who serve this city every day. I have appreciated being able to serve alongside you. I especially want to thank my constituents for believing in me. I truly hope that I have served you with the respect and care that you deserve. It's been a great honor to serve on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Durham. We appreciate your service to the residents of Ward 3 and the City of Tucson residents. We'll miss you. We'll miss you a lot. Vice Mayor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to acknowledge Councilmember Durham's final meeting with us, I just wanted to say that it's been such an honor, Paul, to work with you. I first met you when you were campaigning, and I was out chasing ballots and working the election to help you guys, and I never thought that I would be working with you. It wasn't on my radar to ever do this, and it's been an honor to be able to work with you and your staff, and I've learned a lot from having this opportunity. So I wish you all the best, and thank you for everything that you've done for the City of Tucson.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, I do too. I do too. In terms of Ward 4 current events, I'll be hosting our first town hall of 2021. It will be with the Rita Ranch Association, and we will have TPD and transportation come talk to our constituency. That's happening this Thursday, February 25th, 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. And all the details are on our website, tucsonaz.gov/Ward4. Also, we have a Groves Park neighborhood tree planting happening. The residents of Groves, Lincoln, and Tucson Clean and Beautiful will be hosting a tree planting event at Groves Park 2 at 4655 South Prudence Road. That will be happening on March 5th at 3 p.m. and also facebook.com/Ward4 is where you can find details on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. It's music to my ears every time I hear about tree plantings. Ward 5, Councilmember Fimbres.
First, I want to thank Paul Durham for his service as the Ward 3 council member. This is Paul's last meeting, and I want to wish him my best and my thoughts and prayers for him and his husband, Felipe, who is dealing with cancer. February is Love of Reading Month. With the current COVID-19 health pandemic and schools holding virtual classes, I did virtual readings to classes at Summit View Elementary, Pueblo Gardens Elementary, Lynn Yoquitas Elementary, Holiday Elementary, Drexel View Elementary. I read the book, The Gingerbread Cowboy. I want to thank the schools for allowing me to do these virtual readings this year, as I have done every year that I have been in the Ward 5 council member. Education is the key to success. Our city's first line workers and all their first responder employees have done so much good for our citizens of Tucson during these times. I and my office have given Ward 5 certificates of appreciation to all these employees who have worked for the good citizens of Tucson and for our city, to thank them for their commitment and dedication and service. On Thursday, February 18th, the Ward 5 resident was honored for his work in our community. James Christopher served as the president of the Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Association Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast Committee Chairman. The Pueblo Gardens Neighborhood Associations are the only neighborhood that annually honors and works the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King. The Breakfast Committee raises funds for youth education scholarships for children in the surrounding neighborhoods. James Christopher, through his own funds, has created a Black History Museum. James served as the board of the Dunbar Pavilion and has served on several city committees. We honored James Christopher with the Ward 5 Certificate of Appreciation, the Ward 5 Medallion of Hope, and the Ward 5 Military Coin of Freedom for he's a veteran of the United States Air Force. Mayor Romero issued a city proclamation honoring James Christopher and making February 18th, 2021 as James Christopher Pueblo Gardens Historian Day. I'm going to thank Mayor Romero for honoring James and his service to our community. On February 25th, the Ready, Set, Rec program will begin, and Ward 5 will have the first rollout at Rodeo Park. There will be 6 Ready, Set, Rec vans there, and they each work to provide safe recreation activities under COVID protocols. I want to thank my colleagues and the mayor for supporting the motion as we got this project underway and out. As on a sad note, Mrs. Elizabeth Lizzie Johnson, who worked with and served as president of the board of Project PEP for more than a decade, has passed away. She was an asset to our community and she will be missed. My condolences go to Lizzie's families, and it's such a great loss for our community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Kozachik?
Yeah, I thought Paul Durham was going to be with us on March 1st, and Lane may have as well. Lane, you want to go before me on this one?
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate that. I'm like, I am really bad with goodbyes, but I did just want to honor Councilmember Durham. I got to meet him when we were both on the Bicycle Advisory Committee for the city and the county. And that was the time that he started to campaign shortly after. And I never saw somebody work so tirelessly. He was the first to show up and the last to leave, and tried to connect with everybody. And, I always admired that. And I knew that was a quality that we needed, in somebody representing the city. And I remember after one of the meetings, we both ended up at Trader Joe's, and it started to pour and it was raining and he was on his bike. And I asked him if he needed a ride, and he said that his husband was on his way to pick him up. But I just always, admired that he didn't shy away, from putting in the work and hard work at that. And so, Councilmember Durham, even though, my time on the council with you has been brief, I take your work ethic, with me, and, the commitment to continue to make our community safer for people who are on bikes and are walking, and, show up with all those ganas that you had. And I wish you and your husband the best, and that if you ever need anything that I can support with, I'm more than glad to help, and that you have an amazing staff, and I look forward to continuing to work with them.
Well, thank you.
Paul, I want to just echo the rest of the council's sense of gratitude for your hard work and for your commitment to the principles that that this whole governing body stands for: the LGBTQ community, the transit issues that you support, and the environmental concerns that are so important to all of us. I will see you out on the loop, and blessings to you and to Philippe going forward.
Just one last commentary from me in terms of bidding you farewell, Councilmember Durham. I remember I met you canvassing for Nina Trasoff, and that's how we met. And I remember thinking, like, who is this guy that canvasses more than I do? And you've always kept that ethic of hard work and dedication to your community, and really appreciate all of the work that you've done. I've already listed everything that you've done and then some, right? You've always contributed to the city in one way, shape, or form, and your service as council member representing Ward 3 was absolutely the commitment that you showed to the residents of Ward 3 is incomparable. So thank you so much. I wish you and Philippe the best. Take care, and I'm hoping that we see you out and about on the loop or on the streets of the city of Tucson, being safe on our bike lanes and in our streets. So thank you for all your contributions to the residents of the city.
Well, thank you for that.
I would also like to make sure that I invite the community to the Tucson's Transportation Talks, or Triple T for short. This annual Transportation and Mobility Summit will be March 3 and 4. It will be virtual sessions that the community can join. Experts from around the country will team up with local leaders on panel sessions, exploring topics such as safe streets for all, moving forward together, and how improving transit and mobility options can change the tide of the growing climate crisis and address key social, environmental, and equity challenges. I look forward to highlighting our local transportation and mobility initiatives, such as Move Tucson, Complete Streets, Tucson Delivers, electric buses, bus rapid transit planning, and all the great work we've accomplished despite these challenging times. We are making great strides to take action on climate and ensure that the livability of our city for future generations, and move Tucson and the region as we move forward together. So again, that's March 3 and 4, and you can go to tucson.gov to get information from our website. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City
Mayor.
Manager's Communication number 47, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, thanks for the opportunity. I'm going to take the privilege of the microphone and actually turn it over to City Attorney Mike Rankin to make a couple of comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mike. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Paul Durham. I first worked with you, Paul, when you were the Chief of Staff in Nina Trasoff's office. And I knew that if you could survive that experience, then becoming the council member yourself would be a piece of cake. I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you and working with you in your role, both as Chief of Staff then and as council member more recently. And it's especially been a pleasure to get to know Philippe as well. So I wish you the best. Godspeed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I wanted to make a couple of comments as well. Councilmember Durham, thank you for your leadership. On behalf of the city employees of the city of Tucson, thank you for your support and really helping us move the needle on a variety of fronts. I know that probably for the first year, every time you and I would get together, you talked about electric buses, and we finally got some, and through your leadership and continuing to push forward. But Paul, in all seriousness, thank you for all your leadership and your steadfast support of the climate action and resiliency plan and all of the pieces that took, EV, the electric vehicles, et cetera, and the infrastructure on that. Thank you very much on behalf of the city of Tucson employees. Mayor and members of the council, also wanted to let you know, just as a quick update, I'd sent you some information about our natural gas prices. Happy to report we're back to normal. So we actually, I believe yesterday or Sunday got back to normal. Was a blip there. And thank you for your support during that time. I know it raised a lot of eyebrows. I'm very, very happy with our reaction, our ability to react very quickly on the dime to that situation. But I wanted to let you know and report that we are back to normal. Thank you, Mayor. That's all.
Well, thank you for that. I remember our first meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 48, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B2, we have 2 requests for location transfers. Staff has indicated that both the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B, 1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter
I don't know.
Ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I do have a list of speakers that want to speak tonight. Remember, you have 3-minute presentations. Our first speaker is Alice Flick. Mr. Clerk, do we have Alice Flick on the line?
I don't show her, Your Honor. Right now, I only see one person online that's on the phone, and we don't have a name for that individual. So all the other names on the call to the audience list are not online right now.
So Marta Lynn.
No, Your Honor.
Dale Warner.
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Cherie Meeks.
No, Your Honor.
Joe Aldino.
No, Your Honor.
Paul Gee.
No, Your Honor.
Bradford Trojan.
No, Your Honor.
Russ Witt.
No, Your Honor.
And Robin Moetzer.
No, Your Honor.
All righty. So we will have to move on to item 7 then. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Consent agenda items A through J.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is city vehicles, exemption of certain city vehicles from bearing identifying markings. Item C is an amendment to the fiscal year 2021 compensation plan adjustment to relevant pay schedules B2, non-exempt. This item will be considered separately at the request of the mayor. Item D is amendment to the fiscal year 2021 compensation plan adjustment to relevant pay schedules H1 skilled base pay. Item E is Industrial Development Authority authorization for the reissuance of multifamily housing revenue bond series 2014A. Item F is Industrial Development Authority authorization for the reissuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds series 2014A. Item G is a grant applications to the Federal Transit Administration for urbanized area formula funds, coronavirus response, and relief supplemental appropriations. Item H is real property sale of surplus city property located at 1145 South Warren Avenue. Item I is a final plat S19064, the Bridges, Subarea B3, Block 4, Lots 1 through 10, and Common Area A. Item J is a resolution designation of applicant agent for federal and state emergency declaration funding. That's the extent of the consent of your agenda, Your Honor. Appropriate motion would be to approve items A through J with the exception of C.
So may I have a motion to move the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the items on the consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye, or actually need a roll call, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Durham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. There's one item that I wanted to make sure that I talked about because it's a very important step that the mayor and council in the city of Tucson is taking, and that's item C. I just wanted to take this opportunity. I pulled this item so that we had this opportunity as mayor and council to really celebrate that the city of Tucson is making its minimum wage $15 an hour for the city workers. You know, it is a living wage, and I've been advocating that we take this step as an organization for several years now with the support of my colleagues on the council. This affects more than 2,000 employees, or more than half of our workforce, when accounting for decompression-related adjustments. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's the smart thing to do from a managerial perspective as we address ongoing retention concerns throughout the organization. It's the right thing to do for our workers and their families to make sure that they have living wages. And it is the right thing to do for our city and for our economy. And so I just wanted to congratulate my colleagues on the council, to thank our city manager for helping us get there, to thank our finance team for crunching the numbers and making it, easy to push this item forward. And most especially, I want to make sure that I thank our Human Resources Department for mobilizing and getting this done. I know it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and I just want to make sure that I thank our Human Resources Department Director, Ana Urquijo, that has been working really hard to make sure that the direction of Mayor and Council got to this point today. So I just wanted to congratulate all of us. It's the right thing to do. It's good for our working families, and it's good for our community. So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve this item on the consent agenda.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. Mr. Clerk, I was made aware that on the request to speak from our community, that there's a technical issue that's happening that doesn't let that the people that are waiting, there's several people waiting that would want to speak, but that we cannot hear them, they can hear us.
I'm not aware of that, Your Honor. I don't see anything to indicate that we have people that are on that are not able to speak.
Okay. I don't see them either. We did get an email from Dr. Cherie Meeks. I wonder if she's on a call.
Well, we can resend her the link to the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay, alrighty, that's good. If not, we're gonna have to ask the presenters or the speakers to come back for our next meeting. Alrighty, yeah, I don't see them either. I'm just looking at the participants and I don't see them here either. So I don't know what happened. Thank you so much. Thanks for trying anyway. Let's move on to item 8.
Economic Development, approval of primary jobs development tax incentive agreement with Two Simple Incorporated, resolution number 23303.
City Manager's communication number 57, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23303 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23303 relating to economic development incentives, authorizing and approving the primary jobs incentive development agreement between the City of Tucson and Two Simple Incorporated, a California corporation, for expansion of their current facilities in Tucson, located at 9538 East Ovale Road.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've talked about Too Simple and the opportunities that it brings via these jobs for quite some time now to get to this point. So I won't rehash what we've already talked about, but we do have Robert from Too Simple who is with us tonight who would like to say a few words, and I would love to give him the floor if that's okay, just for a couple minutes.
That's perfectly fine, Vice Mayor.
Are you there, Robert?
Click up there. Right here.
Hi, Mayor. This is Robert. Can you hear me? Sorry.
We can hear you, Bob. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm just here to be supportive. So I just can't thank you all enough. And you know, if there's any questions, I'm here to answer. But just want to be here to be supportive. So.
Thank you, Robert. Mayor, I would like to go ahead and motion to pass and adopt Resolution 23303.
I'll second that. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. I believe this is a roll call. Let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Resolution 23303 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations, and looking forward to many, many, many years of partnership with Too Simple, Robert. Thank you so much. Item 9, thank you.
Zoning C92007 Dorset Ajo Way R1 to C2 City Manager's Report Direct Ordinance Adoption Ordinance number 11819.
City Manager's Communication number 58, dated February 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 2 parcels comprising approximately 8.5 acres from R1 to C2 zoning. The rezoning site is located on the south side of Ajo Way, approximately 1,000 feet east of Kino Parkway, just west of Kino Sports Complex, and just north of Interstate 10. The zoning examiner recommends approval of C2 zoning. Staff recommends approval of C2 zoning and adoption of the ordinance. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Sorry. This is Paul Oland with Paradigm Land Design. I appreciate the time. I won't take too much time, but I wanted to mention a few things about this project. It's a great infill piece. It'll end up being about 40,000 square feet of retail shop space. That'll include restaurants and a gas station, and surrounded by arterial roads, great access to I-10. There's no nearby residential development. We've already got Rudy's Barbecue, Raising Cane's Chicken. We're talking to a gas station and 2 other restaurants. So if this is approved, we will start right away. It's been great to work through a fairly easy process with city staff. I mean, like I said, this is an unconstrained infill piece. We're going to be employing a bunch of people for about 5 months during construction, and look forward to opening up a bunch of new businesses. So I appreciate.
Hey, can anybody hear me at all?
Happy to answer any questions.
Paul, thank you so much for that description. We are very, very happy to hear that the process was smooth.
No.
For you. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am.
Alrighty, perfect. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11819 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11819 related to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the south side of Ajo Way, approximately 1,000 feet east of Kino Parkway, just west of Kino Sports Complex, and just north of Interstate 10 in case C92007 Dorset Ajo Way R1 to C2 and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to approve and request the rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner and pass and adopt ordinance 11819.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres,
Yes, aye.
Mr. Durham,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Who's going to fix the problem?
Alrighty, ordinance 11819 passes by a vote of 7-0. Mr. Clerk, it sounds like there's some technical difficulties. What's happening?
Your Honor, we have managed to find our missing call to the audience members. So if you'd like to return.
Hey, got to fix the problem. Go back.
Alrighty, if you're not called upon, please remain with your microphone on mute, Mr. Clerk.
Mayor, somebody's sharing their screen. I don't know.
Need to find this. Fix the problem. Go back to number 5.
If it's Councilmember Fimbres or who it is, but something's going off on my end.
Please go back to number 5.
Mr.
Can you please be quiet and not jump in here? We will be calling the people from item 5, but you must remain on mute until you're called upon.
So do we call for the question, Madam Mayor? Call for the vote?
I believe we passed ordinance 11819 by a vote of 7-0, Mr. Fimbres. So, Mr. Clerk, did we find our call to the audience?
Yes, we did, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. So let me try and call and see who's there and who was able to join us. Thank you to that individual that was sharing their screen. Alrighty, we're gonna go back to item 5 only because there are some people here waiting to speak. And then the last item is adjournment. So we're just gonna give the few people that are here the opportunity to speak, okay? Is that okay with everyone? Perfect. Let's see if we have Alice Flick with us.
We don't see her still on, Your Honor.
Okay. Marta Lynn.
No, Your Honor.
Dale Warner.
Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Mr. Warner?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Mr. Warner. You have 3 minutes.
All right, let's go. Let's talk about what happened today. What happened today was that you actually broke the law with respect to allowing the public to attend this meeting.
I'm Dale Warner. Why is he speaking?
Mr. Warner, it's your floor.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you. Subject is traffic. 36 in La Cholla is the only way in and out of my West Side neighborhood. Traffic on La Cholla Boulevard is a 2-mile choke point between Star Pass and Boulevard and all whole way. Back up bumper to bumper from every afternoon, from evening, every weekday. At the 69% of daily levels of 12,000 cars. Proposed is an FLD maximum density of 170 homes. Please vote no on C9-8145C 36 in La Cholla. I do not support the city's flexible lot development as a tool of development. What is the plan to fix the traffic gridlock before the proposed project? A development of this density and style is not suitable for our neighborhood. La Cholla Boulevard at Star Pass has a high school and to the south is Ajo Kinney Park, where La Cholla South ends in Highway 86 Ajo Way. In the middle, we have a elementary school with crosswalks. Adding a large number of residents to this area will increase traffic congestion, air pollution, idle time, cause a likelihood of higher vehicle accidents for traffic entering and exiting this proposed development. My road has become a cut-through street, as the only through street running north and south on 36th Street. I have had 2 rollovers in front of my home with many near misses. Speed increasing with many cars following each other is now the norm. With La Cholla Boulevard a choke point, crashes and congestions are frequently outcomes of attempting to simultaneously provide both traffic mobility and access to the same street. A 2019 PGA study was at 96%. Today's level is at 96%. We have had so much growth out to the west of Tucson and traffic of La Cholla Boulevard, 36th Street, Greasewood, Star Pass, Mission Road, and Ajo Road are all impacted from this huge daily backup. Morning and evenings, it is difficult for anyone to leave his or her homes. We do not get timely emergency services when we need it. Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you for the job you have done. I am glad it's not mine. Hoping our sweat equity struggles towards social justice make a difference in our West Side neighborhood and that it is being mistreated by FLD. Find another path, please. With just 3 residents with over 130 years here, we are fighting to live here, and that we do not let the safety of our grandkids at 36 and La Cholla go uncompromised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Mr. Giordino?
Looked up twice.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, for coming back to us and giving us a chance to speak. My name is Giordino. I'm a Tucson resident. I'm speaking for myself. A week ago, I thought I'd probably be speaking here about the recent CBD meetings or maybe Shires versus Carlat, but with Dr. Pago presenting his survey today, I wanted to touch on that since that's fresh on everybody's mind. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Pago for his work, especially on a compressed time frame. To many of us in the community, especially in the Barrio Neighborhood Coalition and Historic 4th Avenue Coalition, just hearing confirmation that the problems of displacement and gentrification are occurring is vindication and a very, hey, we're not losing our minds kind of moment. So I appreciate that. And that said, with all due respect to Dr. Pivo, I have some concerns with the report. Primarily that, well, it really does affirm many of my issues with the CBD and GPL programs. It looks at those through perhaps a more rosy lens than I would find fitting. For one of my points is, take for example, jobs. An in-depth reading of the report pretty much debunks claims that the GPL creates good jobs in the CBD. But on page 3, it does says GPL has contributed to employment equity. But the report also says temporary and permanent jobs associated with GPL projects have not may not have salaries high enough to provide living wages. 2 of the 3 projects with claim to create the most permanent jobs in the CBD are the Marriott and Hyatt projects, which are, quote, part-time and lower pay, expected to be $20,000 to $30,000 per year, end quote. The average FTE salary expectation for larger retail and restaurant projects is $18,000 to $22,000 a year. And I quote again, many of these jobs will probably not pay a living wage that would enable living above a poverty level, end quote. I'm not sure how we can say say all that and still claim that those programs are contributing to equity. Moving forward, I also kind of take issue with the numerous if statements in the report. It's 55 pages and it uses the word could 105 times. Dr. Pivo seems to see these opportunities positively. I see suggestions and concerns that have been repeatedly voiced and unaddressed over the last 8 years when the communities brought them up, and it's led to an erosion of confidence in these programs and those who continue to approve them. When we see the report fault the housing market, don't we also need to mention the redevelopment projects that have set that housing market? If developers repeatedly tell us that the GPL was necessary for so many of these projects, shouldn't that program share some fault? For what it's worth, pages 48 to 52 of the report are full of reform ideas.
30 seconds.
And I think it's a damning indictment of the CBD and GPL programs that none of these opportunities have been realized by our city. To close, I ask a couple questions. One, what has been the opportunity cost of these projects that we now know at best don't help with the critical issues of displacement, equity, and gentrification? And finally, when the report says that these things contribute very little to those issues, or that they're not the driving cause of displacement, lack of equity, and gentrification that it confirms is occurring, is that enough for us? Or should programs that involve incentives and tax ways maybe be required to work against those issues plaguing our city? Think you know what my opinion is? They must. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, you all have a good night.
Thank you, Joe. Paul Gee.
Can you,
Mr. Gee?
can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for the time. We were about to have a problem here with the public comment. Now, what had happened was your city clerk handed out the wrong code earlier. So after 6 p.m., she emailed the right code. This is a difficulty with, obviously, Microsoft Teams. There's a much better software used by 99% of the cities across the United States. It's called Zoom. My suggestion is that you move over to Zoom, and then you do exactly like the links I gave you today and the 7 emails that I shared with you, saying that, hey, when you do Zoom, you'll allow the citizen to show their screen or their face, their choice, and that's just their way to attend a meeting. That way we're not being excluded from the meeting. That's the whole point. And this should happen not just for general public comment, it should happen for comment on agendized items, important agendized items, like the one you had in the earlier study session. A study session when you're talking about serving the residents and you don't include a single resident in the study session. That's completely wrong. That is wrong-headed government. We have excellent information to share with you with regards to the wireless ordinance that your town should be passing. Your hands are not tied by the state bill, nor SCC 18-133. We have excellent information to share with the entire council to show you exactly how you can write an ordinance that will scale down the size of the equipment to provide effective telecommunications service without excessive power. And that is because the 1996 Telecommunications Act says specifically in Section 324, every licensed frequency must use the minimum power for the communication desired. That is clearly already decided by the industry to be minus 85 dBm decibel milliwatts. If they have that level of service in your town, that is all you need to do. Therefore, any antenna that goes on any of these installations needs to be small enough to not provide any excessive effective radiated power. Very simple thing. You put a report card right in your ordinance and you fix the problem. Then you don't have these big boxes of equipment. Then you don't have these large panel antennas. Then you have things nice and small. Think about the size of a Wi-Fi router. That's right, that's small. How tall are these antennas that do this? 4 inches high. What's the size of the power supply? Fits in your hand. This equipment exists today. This equipment can be required by your city just by doing a nice survey of signal strength. That's all you need to do. Great information coming your way. A full ordinance will be put right on your desk. Please pass that one. It'll be a good one.
All righty, Bradford Trojan. Bradford Trojan.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Hi there. Hi, Mayor and Council. I think we've met with a bunch of the council recently, and I just want to say it's a pleasure to be talking, and I appreciate your time here. I just wanted to do just a quick thing about the cell towers. There's a tower going up in Dunbar Spring right outside of my house. And just so everyone knows here, on the public records and application that I have, I do not see any NEPA review. Therefore, I believe that the applications are incomplete that are going through. So that's something I would like the city to check on. And we really are just wanting to provide the city with options and solutions that provide public safety, protection of privacy, and the securing okay property values. And so I just want to say I've been reached out by a lot of realtors in the city recently who are up in arms and very, very upset, and they're starting to mobilize. So I just want to pass the information that we want them to be happy about what's going on. So I think the options that the city have to create better local ordinances are totally within their reach. It's a matter of fact that the ordinances that can be put in place that we have from the top people in the USA and Arizona who are dealing with this all over the place have gotten their local ordinances stronger and more effectively preventing them from having what's going on in Tucson now with a cell tower every few hundred feet in residential zones. So I also just want to correct for the mayor. My friend in Chandler said they have not done any new ordinances up there, so they're still in the same boat. But they would love to learn from Tucson. Tucson can be strong here. I know Tucson's strong. I've lived here 18 years, and we are absolutely at your disposal whenever you need us. So please reach out to me, Bradford Trojan, as a group of city residents representing a larger body of constituents here. And we are just happy to work with you and share these ordinances with you. So that is really just want to say, and I really believe that the city will make the right decisions, and you will do what's good for everybody here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bradford. Russ Witt. Russ Witt.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Russ. Go ahead.
This is Russell Whitty. So I'm a professor at the local university. I'm a native from Tucson and also a business owner. And I know that one of the goals for the plan of Tucson is to establish a sustainable community that embraces, quotes, prosperity, equity, and a healthy environment. And that's straight from the plan for Tucson. I also want to quote the stated purpose of the 1996 Telecommunications Act, and that is to promote the safety of life and property. Now, I've worked with microwave radiation for over 20 years for medical research as well as defense research, and I have a problem with the potential threat to public safety because I know that microwave radiation is harmful to all forms of life, and we have 20,000 peer-reviewed publications and government studies to back that up since 1927. But I think we need to take back a little step back at what's happening in Tucson and to think carefully about what kind of technology we want. So I'm going to request on behalf of many people here, Tucson residents, the city to enact a 6-month moratorium on the deployment of new wireless transmission facilities. Now, federal laws USC 47253 and FCC 18111 clearly and explicitly state that a moratorium is legally permissible during a state of national emergency, which has been the case since March 20th in the United States of 2020 due to COVID-19. These federal laws supersede and override pre-exemption clauses in SB 2365. There is currently a petition on change.org that began just 3 or 4 days ago. I didn't start it. But just to let you know, there are now over 600 signatures in support of a moratorium on 5G deployment in Tucson. Once that moratorium is put into place, we take a step back. I would like the city to establish an ordinance committee composed of local experts in health, microwave engineering, telecom law to revise the ordinance telecom code holistically so as to include wireline communications and above all, to protect and promote public safety, privacy, and security, property values, and energy efficiency, all of which are unfortunately harmed and undermined by the 4G, 5G deployment and its construction and operation, which transmit pulse-modulated microwave radiation. We know that it's not just intensity, but the pulsation, the modulation, as well as the cumulative effects, dose, that is most damaging to the environment and the human body. Finally, I want to just say that although there is the appearance of hands being tied at the city has actually never lost control of operations, which is the fourth pillar that was never preempted by the 1996 telecommunications law. It is very important we take advantage of that because there are very good solutions. This has been confirmed not just by the TCA in 96, but the U.S. Supreme Court and the U.S. House and Senate conference report that you have the ability to come up with a better ordinance that provides the fastest, safest, and most secure, energy efficient, and most resilient communication system for data transmissions via the city-owned fiber optic networks. And we already got plans on the table, so all you have to do is reach out to us, and we'd be happy to meet with anybody of your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Whitty. I know that Alex Flick is now joining us. Ms. Flick?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, most of you know me as AJ Flick. I'm the chair of the Pima County Tucson Women's Commission, and we have sent in a letter of support for our sister organization, the Black Women's Task Force, urging you please to consider an ordinance that bans discrimination based on hairstyle. Which is one of our functions as the Women's Commission is to work with the council and notify the council of issues of importance of discrimination against women and girls. And we believe this is an issue that needs to be looked at. And as the Tucson City Council has been at the forefront of looking after the rights of all of Tucson citizens, that it's the time and the place for the council to take action on this, and we greatly urge you to further study this issue and do what you can to prevent this kind of discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we did initiate the process of writing the ordinance earlier today during study session, and it was a unanimous vote to move forward.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Cherie Meeks.
Hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. So that was a perfect segue. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name is Cherie Meeks, and I am the president of the Tucson NAACP, which is the oldest civil rights organization that is committed to ending race-based oppression and discrimination. I intended to come here tonight on behalf of NAACP Tucson to encourage the adoption of the Crown Act and an ordinance, but I'm so excited to hear that the ordinance passed in the study session today. So now I'm here to say thank you. I thank you for recognizing that the Crown Act, whose acronym is for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair, is imperative. This ordinance will explicitly prohibit discrimination on the basis of natural hair as a form of race or national origin discrimination. This really is an opportunity to disrupt systemic oppression and discrimination. Like many other areas of Black identity, Black hair is often criminalized in public spaces, whether consciously or unconsciously, in the workplace and in schools. The NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund pointed out that discrimination against Black hair often hides behind seemingly race-neutral grooming policies and dress codes, when in actuality, these policies and practices profile, single out, and disproportionately burden Black people for wearing natural hairstyles or protective styling intimately connected with their Black identity. And so this is something I take personally as a Black woman, as a parent of a Black child who I want to appreciate her hair, love her hair, and to be able to simply be in whatever hairstyle that is, and know that she will not be sent home from school, or she will not be, made to feel as if she is less than because her hair is different. And I appreciate knowing that when I go to work, if I want to wear my hair straight, kinky, curly, braided, whatever, that will not be held against me. Black people just want to be able to exist in all spaces and be our full selves without fear of judgment and discrimination based on our hairstyle. So I just want to say thank you for moving things forward with the Crown Ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Meeks. Really appreciate you being with us. I have one more, Robin Motzer. Mr. Clerk.
Can you hear me?
Robin?
Hello, this is Robin Motzer. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm part of a local safe tech group, and we have solutions for the cell towers. And we've already mentioned that we have ordinances from other cities that are working that we can provide for Tucson. There are many cities across the country that are encouraging more fiber optics to the premises. And this technology solves many problems associated with 4G, 5G wireless technology. So fiber to the premises is much safer, faster, secure, and energy efficient. Tucson's telecommunication ordinance must consider both wired and wireless communication technology, and the two are not equivalent and here. For example, Chattanooga, Tennessee decided to invest in fiber to the premises, and they now have the fastest internet citywide in the country. And a recent analysis concluded that their network has generated $2.7 billion to the city over the past decade. So I believe that we paid a tax in the 90s for underground fiber optic networks, and that would support this infrastructure. And it would also eliminate any possible violations of the American Disability Act, harm to workers in commercial districts, students, elderly, and tourists. Fiber optics are a city asset and within local jurisdiction. Underground fiber optics maintain the aesthetics of a city and do not diminish the appeal of our city to new businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Really appreciate your voice. So Mayor and so Council, we are now done. We're on to item 10, which is adjournment.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, March 9, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate you staying for a call to the audience, and take care. Have a wonderful rest of your week.